Hello beautiful people, welcome to this Ultimate C# and ASP.NET Core course that takes you from the beginner to the advanced level. Now whether you are completely new to the programming or you have some experience with C#, this course is designed for you to build your skill and build real-world application using ASP.NET Core. There will be 3 parts in this video series, and this is going to be the first one where we're going to cover the basic of C#, and here are the plans you can see. One thing I would love to tell you, in each part you will have many project, assignment, and also some certifications. So here in the first part we are going to cover C# fundamentals, where we will start with very basic ideas of C#, why do you need C#, variables, data type, those type of things. Then we'll move on with the operators, control statement like for loop, while loop, if else, switch, and then also you will learn about the methods, array, string, some of the data structure. And also you are going to learn about debugging, which is a very important thing for any software developer, personally I believe. And also you'll learn how to handle the exceptions. In the end of this part 1, which is the C# fundamental, we are going to go through some certification. So basically the C# fundamental part 1 is preparing you for the Microsoft C# fundamental certification exam. So in the end of the series you will have some guidance how to take this exam. So of course this entire fundamental part 1 basically preparing you for this Microsoft fundamental certification exam. I can give you one demo here so you can see how the certification is going to look like. And of course this certification is a collaboration between FreeCodeCamp and Microsoft. Now after the end of this course I'll give you a detailed explanation how can you get this certification, how to prepare yourself for this certification. Basically when you are going through this fundamental course, which is part 1, you are already preparing yourself, but in the end there will be some small setup that you need to do before sitting for the exam, which is completely free. And also I will discuss about the solo learn exam, which is basically a website where you can learn C# and they will give you one certification in the end. Now, of course, I am a person who loves to get certificate, and also I want to make sure that certificates is worth, so I'm learning everything properly. It's not like just you want to get the certificates but you don't want to learn. So again, in this fundamental part you're going to learn quite many things, and I will make sure there are at least 6 to 7 projects that you will build up when you are learning all these things. So when you are learning something, it's better for you to put those things in a practical project, and that will fulfill your with your satisfaction that you have learned something. Okay, and then in the second part, which is basically the C# intermediate, where we're going to start with object-oriented programming, and I'm going to discuss something different this time. I'll introduce design patterns, something you must know in order to make sure your code or software is more maintainable and more reusable. So it's not like you are just solving a problem, but you want to make sure that solution is extensively maintainable, and also you want to make sure it's flexible, scalable. Okay, and then in the intermediate part I'm going to introduce generics, LINQs, and also there will be one more certification ideas here. And in the last part of this entire series you will have C# advanced, where we're going to start building the web API with the ASP.NET Core. I'm going to discuss MVC architecture, something is very popular, where we will cover dependency injection, routing, controllers, service, those type of stuff, and we'll make sure that our API follows the MVC architecture. And also we will make sure that our API is secure with some sort of authentication. In this case I'm going to use JWT authentication, and as a database I'm going to use SQL database, PostgreSQL, and you will see how to integrate PostgreSQL with the API in the end. And finally we are going to deploy, and again I'll make sure you are learning everything with practical example, building projects, and also you will have some assignment as well. So I'm sure you are very much excited after hearing all this. Let's continue with the first part, C# fundamental, where you are targeting in the end there is a certification exam you want to take, and you want to make sure you are certified with C# fundamental, which is basically a collaboration of Microsoft and FreeCodeCamp. And when something is coming from the creator itself, why don't you want to achieve that for sure, right? So we know that C# is something delivered by Microsoft, and we really want to achieve this, right? So let's start and let's have fun. Right, let's start with what is C# and why we should learn this language. Now, of course, all of us know that C# is a programming language, but let's learn a little bit more with that one. C# is a powerful object-oriented programming language that is developed by Microsoft. Now, if you're not familiar with the term object-oriented programming, no worry at all, because in this course we have a separate chapter where we're going to go deep with this object-oriented knowledge, all right? But for now, it can work with real-life object. You can relate to the real-life object when you are building your applications. It's a general purpose language, which means you can create console application, something you can run in the console of your application. You can build mobile, web-based application, desktop-based application, Windows application, and also you can build up game application like 2D and 3D with the C# language. There are many other things you can do, but for now, that should be more than enough. To convince you, start learning C# programming language. Like any other programming language, C# has its own key features. Let me introduce you with some of the key features. The first one you are already familiar, which is object-oriented programming language, something I already mentioned. And it is also a type-safe programming language. That means when you are declaring the variable, you have to define the data type at the same time. As a syntax-wise, if you are familiar with C, C++, it's heavily influenced by those languages, and also Java included here. So a lot of similarities you will come to notice, like if you're familiar with C, C++, and Java. It has a very rich standard library, so there are a lot of things are already created, which is part of .NET Core, from where you can use the methods, you can use many things which is already ready-made for you. And it supports cross-platform development. So that means if you create the application, let's say using Mac, you can run that on any other operating system like Windows, Linux. So it does work with any platform. It doesn't matter what platform you're using to build your application. So it's platform independent. And then you can use C# for web development, something I already mentioned. You can use C# language for game development. As a language-wise, it has many key features, such as you will come to know about LINQ, something exactly like SQL, that is something you can use in C# itself. You'll learn about asynchronous programming, which is also a part of C# language. You'll learn about properties, delegates, events. A lot of things are already included in this language. By the .NET Core, you can write any programming language such as C#, F#, Visual Basic. There are a lot of different programming languages supported by this .NET Core, where you're going to run your application, write your application, and you can build your application. All right. So first of all, we need this .NET Core framework, which is not a programming language. It's basically a software where you can create your application, such as game, mobile, doesn't matter what kind of application you can want to create, then you can run and deploy. Also, something I want to mention, before it was known as .NET Framework, which was only for Windows operating system, but now that we have .NET Core, that means we can run our application anywhere, and that's why it's platform independent, or it supports cross-platform. Now, a few more things about this .NET Framework I want to mention. So this is our first layer. Let's say you want to run C# application, you need this .NET Core, something we need to set up as an environment, which is something we will set up, of course, for sure. And it has many common language specifications, so it doesn't matter whether you are using Visual Basic, C++, or C#. When you're writing your application, it's going to convert into a common language specification, something in common, so that the .NET Framework can understand what basically it needs to run. And then you will have ASP.NET if you want to create web application, web API. It's going to give us a lot of built-in things where we are going to take advantage of the libraries. And then you have this base class library, something I mentioned already. A lot of things are predefined, ready-made for you. You can use them. And in the end, the last layer, you can see it's a common language runtime. Something will help us to run the application. Let's set up our environment to start with C# and .NET Core framework. First of all, you need to search .NET Download, and it will show this option, Download .NET, Linux, Mac OS, and Windows from Microsoft. So if you click based on your operating system, it's going to show you the option for downloading. Make sure you download based on your operating system for sure. And after you download and install, what you have to do, you have to confirm it, and we can confirm it here. Let's say .NET -- version. With this command we can confirm, and it should show this option. Now I'm using Mac, maybe you are using different operating system, doesn't matter. Please make sure that you have downloaded and installed .NET. All right, and then the next thing, for writing our code, we need code editor, and something we're going to use very popular one, which is the Visual Studio Code, which is very lightweight, and we can add as many as extension needed based on our need. So please do this one. Also complete download and installation setup for this Visual Studio Code. All right. And after you have installed Visual Studio Code, let's make sure you are making some setup. Initially, let's say you need some extension. The first one is going to be Prettier Code Formatter, which is going to format your code. So whenever you're writing your code, it's going to format and organize nice way. After you install this one, what all you have to do, you have to go to the settings and just make sure that you are using this formatter. So let's search for format. And then you can see this option, Prettier Code Formatter, something I have already selected. So make sure to do this one, all right? And also one more thing you need to do, if you go to this setting here, you can see on the right option, here in the middle, open setting.json. I'm going to open the setting.json. And here I will show you 2 lines of code that you might need in order to make sure that your formatter is working with the C#. So this is the line you can see that I'm using here in the settings.json file, C# editor default formatter, Microsoft.NET Tools.C#. So make sure to use this one. And then let's check one more thing. I want to show you here Deb tools for C#, something you must need. So C# Deb Kit, this is what I'm referring here. You need this one, C# Deb Kit. Try to install this one, and it will provide you a lot of like quick solution for you. It will give you a lot of IntelliSense supports to you. All right. So make sure to install this one as well. All right. And then you can see one more IntelliSense code for C# Deb Kit, something I'm also using. You can use this one, and this will save your time as well. So that should be enough for the initial setup that you need, and you'll be ready to start with C#. Now that you know why you need to learn C#, ASP.NET, you have understood about the .NET ecosystem, and also you have set up the environment system for running your C# application. Let's start with the C# coding. We're going to start with input-output. The first thing you're going to learn in this chapter, you'll learn how to create and run a basic console application. And then you're going to learn about the project folder structure, how to show the output to the user. And then you'll learn something very essential for any developers, like commands, how to do the commands in C#. Also, I'll be talking about the formatting things. So backslash characters will be there. And then you need to know, of course, in any programming language, you need to know variables, data type, variables naming convention, how to deal with string concatenation and interpolation. Also, we'll be discussing about constant. And then there will be an assignment for you, introduce yourself. Now, if you are confident enough and you think like all these, topics are already familiar to you, so in this case, I will recommend you to go directly to this introduce yourself assignment and do that. And that's how you can confirm that you are done with this chapter. Also, don't forget that in this chapter, we have also going to discuss how to get the user input. And there will be some things related to data type conversion. It's very important, of course, when you are taking user input, sometimes you need to convert that to another type. Or even when you're doing calculation, you need these conversion things. So there are 2 types of conversion. We have explicit and implicit. These are the things I'm going to discuss there. So make sure, even though you finish the assignment, you are going through this explicit and implicit data type conversion. Let's start. All right, let's start creating our first C# console application where we can write our C# codes. So first of all, I'm going to create a folder, and then I'm going to open that folder in my VS Code. Now I'm going to use terminal to do all these tasks. Surely you can create a folder in your computer and then you can open that folder in your VS Code. So let me do that. Here I'm going to go to my documents folder. And if it is too small for you, then maybe I'm going to zoom in a little bit, and surely you can see right now, okay? And then I'm going to create a folder here, and I'm going to name it C# tutorial or C# learning. You can name it anything, doesn't matter. And then I'm going to go to this folder called C# learning, and then finally I'm going to open that in my VS Code. Now remember what I said, you can do these things like manually. Of course, you can create a folder wherever you want, and then you can open that folder in your VS Code. You can drag that folder in your VS Code. Okay, but I'm using command here, that's all, because I prefer this. Now you can see that there is a Visual Studio Code open for us, and the name of the folder, C# learning, is also here. So we did everything right. Now, first of all, what we are going to do, we're going to open our terminal. If you're using Mac, then you need to try command or control, maybe the greater than symbol, and immediately you will see this one will appear here. or other way you can just open the terminal. You can click at the top and then open the terminal. So whatever the way you want to prefer, just open the terminal. Okay. And then we need to write a command in order to create the first console application where we're going to write our C# code. So surely we are just starting, we are learning, so maybe many times you will not remember what are the commands that we need to use in order to create the console application or whatever things you want to do. So what you can do, all the commands, they will always start with .NET. This is something you can remember, and then you can try -help. So you can try this -help with any commands, and it's going to give you all the information that you need. So I'm going to press here enter, and this gives me a lot of information. What I'm looking for here, you can see there is something called new. So after the .NET, I can use new, and it's going to help me to create a new .NET project or file. And this is what we are looking for. But that's not all, because if I use .NET new, there will be some other option that we can try. It can create many other .NET projects, but we are looking for the console project. Now, how can we do this? For that, again, I will try .NET new and then -help, because I do not know what to do. So this is something that can happen with you as well. So press enter, and there you go. There are a lot of options here. So the reason why I'm showing you how to use this -help, so that you do not need to memorize anything. Now here, what we can see, there is one option called list. That's going to list all the template that are already created, and we can use those template. Now, of course, the console template is already created for us, and we are going to see how to create that one. Okay, so what we're going to do, again, we can try .NET, then we can try new, and then we can list out them. Press enter, and there you go. Now you can see a lot of things are here. You can go through this one, but the one I'm looking for is the console application. So let me go a little bit top, and let's look for that. And there you go. You can see console app. This is something we want to create. It's a template. We can create that with the help of this console keyword. So what we need to do now, we need to try .NET, new, and then console, and that will create the first console project that we are looking for. So let's try this, .NET, new, and then console. There you go. Now, if you press enter, what will happen? It will create a folder here for sure. But what I want, it's going to create that console project inside the C# learning. But what I want to create another folder, and I want to keep my first console application there. And that's why I'm using this flag called -o, and then I can give any folder name. So my project will be inside that folder. Okay, so let's try first console app. And if I press enter, it is going to create this first console app. It's going to create a .NET console app inside the folder called first console app. So you can try that, but let's keep it simple. I'm going to use .NET new console. Let's press enter, and immediately it will create a console project for us. And now inside this project folder, what we can see, there is a folder called object, and you really do not need to think about this at this point. We just want to run this application. Now there is one C# file here. Basically, you can see that if I press enter, and it's basically saying hello world, it's going to print something in the console here, and it's going to say hello world. That's how basic it is. But let me show you at least how to create a console application. That's something you have seen, and now you're going to see how to run a console application. So in order to run, what you have to do, you need to try .NET and run. And this is the command you can find, of course, if you try .NET -help again, you will see all the commands for sure. But let me run this one, .NET run, and if everything goes fine, then we will see hello world here. There you go. So I hope you have learned your first console application, how to create that, and also how to run that. But there are a lot of folders here. We can go through them, and we can try to understand like the folder structure a little bit here. At least the bin folder, this is something you do not have to touch. Of course, most of the time, you do not need to think about this object folder. And then what you need to really think about is you need to create the C# file. So the C# file, they ends with .cs extension, and this is something you can see here. And then you have this csprog. This is the most important one when you will add third-party dependency. Now at this point, Probably you do not know third-party dependency, no worries about this. So we are not going to look anything here at this moment. And then we have a solution file that's going to keep record of this project. So forget about this one. Just focus for now on this file, program.cs. Okay. And when you are going to push this project inside the GitHub, so that's why it's better, just to ignore. So I'm going to use git ignore. I'm not going to push this bin and object folder because they are like platform, independent. So you do not need to push them. If somebody, get the code or project from the GitHub, they will just run or build, and then immediately they will get this bin and object folder for their own system. So you are not going to push this bin folder, and you are also not going to push this object folder. So that's what I'm making sure, that if I push this project to GitHub, I'm not going to push this bin and object folder. The rest of the things I'll push. That's all. Now that you know how to run your first console application and you know a little bit about the project structure or the folder structure, let's look into a little bit here. I'm going to remove this comment that we had, and here basically we are running hello world. It's a simple string. Now what do I mean by string here? Try to understand. There is a sequence of characters, so you can print anything here. We are talking about printing or displaying something in the console or outputting something. Now if you want to output something, you need to use this console dot write line. Console is a class, you can think, and from that class you can have many methods available for us. So if I try console dot, immediately you can see there are many methods available, but the one we are using to show the output is write line. And you can show anything here. For an example, if I try 1 2 3, and if I try running this, it's going to show me 1 2 3 here. And this is basically a number that we are printing. We can try printing somebody's name here. So let's say I'm going to print my name, and this is many character. So if you have multiple character, this is something we call string, which is a sequence of character. And if you want to print a string, you need to put that inside double quotation. So remember this. And if I run this again, let's run it again, and there you go, you can see the output. Then let's continue here. What we can do, we can print a single character as a string. So this is a string. Why? Because we are using double quotation. And let's give one more example of string. If I put double quotation here, this is going to be a string. Why? Because we put double quotation. Now let's say you want to just work with only single character. If you want to do something like this, then you can use this one. And this is something called character. We will look into this matter a lot. We'll talk about data type later on, but at least you know what is string and character and also the number at this point. Now let's print few things about myself, and also you can do exactly same thing. So what we're going to do, we're going to write console, then we're going to write line, and then we can continue. We can print information about ourselves. So I'm going to print my name, and then I'm going to print my age. Let's say I am 20 or maybe 34 years old. Let's put my name is Anisul, and I am living in Finland. Okay, these are few information I want to print out. Fair enough. And then I can continue, of course, but let's stop here for now. And I'm going to run this program, and then you will see the output. My name is Anisul, I'm 34, I'm living in Finland. And then you need to understand one thing, how this basically works. So this is basically a statement. A statement is just line of code that ends with a semicolon. So you want to do something, and what do you want to do? You want to print this line, and that's why you are putting inside write line. And how the write line works, it will print something, and immediately it will print a line. So you can see my name is Anisul, and there was a space after that, but it did not print anything in that space. It created a new line. So this write line writes something in the console, and also it prints a new line. And then we have I am 34 years old, it's printed, and also then it printed a new line. And then finally we had this one. Now we have one more methods here that we could use, which is write. And of course you know the difference already by looking into this word. So if I keep it something like this time it will be printed, but there will be no new line printed after this string get printed. Okay, so let me run this and let me show you, things will make more sense. And there you go, you can see that After printing this one, there was no new line printed. And then after printing this one, there was no new line printed. So I hope it makes sense, the difference between write line and write. This is something we can use. And remember one thing, we are following here top to bottom approach. So first this line execute, then it goes to the next line, and then it goes to the next line. That's how it works. And here I can keep any number of lines spaces. It doesn't matter, it doesn't print anything for the white spaces that you have, but of course we'll keep this like very clean like this for sure, and you can keep some space if you wish. So that's all about how to print something in the console or how to output something in the console. Now let's learn about comment, which is a very important topic in any programming language. Comment is important to keep some notes for others, so when they will read your code, they will be able to understand by reading the comments what basically you want to do. So let me give you an example. Let's say this is a program where I'm trying to print information about myself. So let's say I will write it something like this, printing information about me. So when somebody will see this comment, again, there are two types of command. First command type, here you can see it's called single line command. So if you want to create a single line command, you need to put / here, as you can see. And this line will tell others what basically I'm doing here. So again, I'm repeating, comment is a very important topic in any programming language. You should leave comments wherever it's necessary. So here I felt that somebody, when they will go through, they will see the comment first, and then immediately they will understand the purpose of this program, what I'm doing here. One more important thing to notice, when you write comment, you can write as many lines as you wish, but of course make sure that comment is meaningful and not too obvious. For an example, I could write here printing my name, and then I could, here paste another comment, or let's create another comment. Let me paste it, and I could say printing my age. That's too obvious, you really do not need to comment like that. If something is already understandable, ignore writing comments for that. Okay, let's continue here. So comment is something you can, like when you run the program, it will be skipped, so it will not be executed by the compiler. So if I run this program, of course you will see all this will be printed in the console except this one, because this is just a command and our compiler ignored the command. So let me run this and let me show you here, and you will see the output as expected, but the command that we have written, it's not going to be printed. And one more thing, let me do here, I'm going to use here everywhere like this right line things just to print in a new line. All right, there you go. Let me run it again and let's see the output. Everything is perfect here. Okay, fair enough. Now the next thing what I want to tell you here, so you can write single line command like this, or you can write multiple line commands. This second type of command, this is what I'm going to show you right now. So second line, multiple line command basically will start like this, and it's going to end like this. In between this, slash asterisk and then asterisk slash, you can write whatever you want, and you can write multiple line commands. So let me just give you one example. Let's say a program written by Anisul, a program written by, let's put it here, the name Anisul Islam, and let's put the date, Wednesday, and then 28th of August. All right, just entering some information, that's all, some dummy data. Okay, so this is a single line command, and you can write command wherever you wish. So for an example, if I want to paste a command here, this is possible. Let me paste it here. You can paste it here wherever you want. So command can be pasted anywhere, and they will be ignored by the compiler. So now if I run the program again, you will see the obvious thing, that's these 3 lines of codes will be executed and they will be compiled, and that's why we see the output here. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Now let's continue here. One more importance of writing commands. For an example, let's say you don't want to execute this line of code. So what you can do, you can just make it comment and you can keep it for later. So let's say at some point there is some situation where you will see that you don't want to write something, you don't want to run something, but still you want to keep that. So in this case, you can comment those line of codes. Okay, so for an instance, I can comment all of them. Maybe I can put them inside a multiple line command or single line command, doesn't matter. There you go. Now if I run this program, what do you think? There will be any output in the console? Can you guess? I'm sure you can guess. And if I run this, there will be nothing will be here, and as you can see, there is nothing basically printed here. So let me go back and let's run it here again, and there you go. Now we'll see the output again. So I hope you have understood the reason why we use comment and how to create the comments. So again, comment is something you can use to make your plan that what you are going to do. For an example, here I will say I want to create a neighbor, and then let's say just basic things I'm showing here. Create a footer, even though it doesn't make sense. Maybe I could say something like here, create a application for printing or for calculating user info or calculating area of triangle, and this is how I can continue for sure, and then I can add more plan to do 1, to do 2, to do 3. So by looking at this command, I know what to do. Okay, and then also what you can do, you can make any line that you want to ignore anytime. So let's say you want to ignore these two, you can just command them, that's all. And now this one will be only executed. And this is very handy when you want to debug your code. Maybe let's say this line of code is not working for some reason and you cannot figure out. So for now you can comment it and you can run the program. So this will make sure, okay, this one is executing, there is nothing wrong here, this one is executing, but the reason, then now we'll find out here, of course, something wrong, and we'll come back to here. So you can, skip certain line of code whenever you want to debug, and it's completely, useful whenever you want to, debug something. You'll see that for sure. And of course, you can leave some information from others, about your program. If something you want to explain, you can do that. For an example, let me give you a simple example here. So let me write console write line here, and then let me remove this one. So what I'm going to do here, let's say I'm going to write something like this, 3.1416, and then let's use here radius into radius, something like this, even though let's say it's not that much meaningful at this point, but when somebody will see this line, they will not understand what you are basically doing. So you can explain here by the command. So let's say area of circle, and then you can say 3.1416 and then radius into radius. Okay, this will make sure that they understand what is you are basically doing here. It's clearing everything, all the information is provided here now. So by looking at this command, they really know what basically you are doing in this line of code. I hope the importance of command is understandable at this point, and you'll be using command wherever it's necessary. Alright, let me teach you about the backslash characters, something very common nearly in every programming language. What basically they do, they help us to format the output. Now let me give you a few examples before I start to show you their use cases. So here you can see that I'm typing the backslash and then a character. So basically this is the backslash character. There are a lot of backslash characters are predefined. They have special meaning, so you cannot create on your own. For an example, this backslash n basically going to create a new line for us. If you use backslash t, that's basically going to create a tab. So basically it will give you some spaces. And then if you want to print double quotation, you need to use this backslash first, and then you can print the double quotation. If you want to even print the backslash, you need to use backslash twice. So the first one will, escape these backslash, and then you to print the backslash. That's basically going to happen. Now, of course, things might not make that much sense before we use them. So let's see how can we use them. So here we have few line of code. I'm going to remove this right so that I can show you the actual uses of these backslash things. Some people even they call backslash character as escape sequence. So it's completely fine if you are familiar with escape sequence. Again, as I said, the same concept we have in C++, Java, Python, C, or many other programming language. So let's say if I run this program, you know what will be the output. Of course, if I run, all of them will be printed in the same line, and as expected, we are having the output. Now, let's say you want to print a new line after printing this string, and you want to use the right. So you basically do not want to use the right line. So in this case, you can try backslash n. So what will happen? you will print the my name is Anisul Islam, the text first or the string first, and this backslash n is basically going to print a new line for us. That's all. I can do exact the same thing here, backslash n. So this line will be printed first, and then we are creating a new line with the help of backslash n. Now you can use this backslash n anywhere in this string, wherever you want. So what's the purpose of using this backslash n? Basically just creating a new line, that's all. So even let's say if I create the backslash, if I use the backslash n here, so what will happen? It will print I live in, and then it will print a new line, and the Finland will be printed in another line. So let me run this program and show you the real output, and you'll really understand for sure what's happening here. All right, I hope things are making sense already. Now let's say there was another one that I wanted to show you. So maybe you can use the backslash t. So when it will start printing, it will not print from here. There will be some spaces, and then it will print I. Okay, let me show you. If I run, then probably it will make more sense. And there you go. You can see that I is printed after a space or after a tab, maybe equal to 4 spaces. So it depends on your system. Great. Now let's say you want to print the double quotation thing, and let me remove this one first of all from here. Let me get rid of this one, and let's keep it very simple. If I run it again, let's see what will be the output here. Let's be real quick, and there you go. You can see the output. Now let's say I want to print the Finland inside a double quotation. So what basically I want, when the Finland will be printed, I want double quotation around the Finland keyword or Finland word. So here, if you try something like this, Finland and Finland, basically it's getting like there is a syntax error. So the compiler is getting confused, like what basically you are going to do, because it's considering this one as a string, and then you have something, and then you have another string. So there is no concatenation going on. So how can you get rid of this? So basically you want to print, or you want to escape the double quotation here. So what you can do, you can use this escape sequence or backslash, then double quotation. And again, we can print here double quotation with the help of backslash. So if you use backslash double quotation, and then backslash double quotation, it's basically going to print the slash, the double quotation for us. So if you want to print those like single quotation, double quotation, you need to get help with this like backslash things. Okay, so let me run this program and let me show you what will be the output here. And there you go. As expected, we can see double quotation Finland here. I hope things are making sense. Let's say you want to print the slash. So you need to, if you just keep it like this, it will give you an error. So if you want to escape that, just put one more slash. So this time it will print the slash for us. I can prove you that one. So let me run this program one more time, and there you go. This is a very high time to talk about data types, because in our program we deal with lots of different type of data. Here I'm going to remove the comments, that is not necessary at this point, and I'm going to remove this one as well, and let's keep this one here as well. Okay, and I got a like error here. Of course, immediately you can see it's saying syntax error. If I even run this program, I'll get error. So let me run this and let me show you. So sometimes you will see the error here in the terminal, and you need to see what basically it's telling you. So it's telling me in line number 4 I have an error, and it is expecting a comma. So basically what is happening, it's not the right things. Basically what we are missing is double quotation for the string. Okay, let's continue talking about the data type now. Okay, so for an example, sometimes you need to deal with this numeric value, and this is called, let's say in our case it's going to be integer data. And sometimes you might want to deal with, let's say, some sort of floating point number. So this fractional point or floating point number, and in this case we can call it like, let's say, a floating point number, and that's why you need to add capital F or small f in like C#. Doesn't matter, you can use capital or small. Then you can use also the decimal one as well. So let's say maybe it is the biggest one that you can use when you are using like decimal point. So for an example, it can be more than, let's say, maybe 10 or 8 characters, but forget about it, that's not our main point. Maybe more than 8 or 9 digits after the fraction point. But what I want to tell you, like, for this integer, the data type that we're going to use called integer, something you will see that very soon. And if you want to print out the floating point number, maybe you want to keep inside a variable. This is something we're going to learn as well. This is called floating point, and then you can come up with the decimal one, and the decimal number needs to be end with, let's say, m. So this is a suffix that we want to use in the end. and then you can use the decimal or double one as well. So you can think about this like if you're using a small fractional point number, then you can go with the float. And then if you want to go with, let's say, more than 6 digit after the fraction point, then you can go with the double data type. And then if you want to go more than that, let's say 9 or more than 15 digits maybe after the fraction point, then you can go with the decimal data type. And then we already talked about this. If we have multiple character such as like this one, so we can put them inside like a double quotation, and we can think as a string data type. So a string is basically when you want to represent some data. It's not for any calculation purpose. When you want to print multiple characters, you can consider that one as a string. If you want to deal with a single character, you can do that, and this is how you need to represent the single character. So you need to put single quotation on both of the sides. For an example, these are 2 examples of the characters that we can use. So anything you put inside the single quotation, it will be treated as a character. For example, if I even put it this one here. Okay, the last thing I want to maybe here talk about the data type is going to be true or false. So if you want to print true or if you want to print false, that's possible, but they are going to be under the data type called Boolean. And if you're familiar with other data type, for sure, if you're familiar with other programming languages, you are for sure are familiar with this Boolean data type. The way we represent in C#, it's just bool, that's all. And for the character, let me just write it down here for you so that you might keep some notes. So this is the character data type. Now let's print them here in the console. So I'm going to write, for an example, the first one. Let's say we want to print this number. There you go, it's easy peasy. And then let's say you want to print a decimal point number. So that's how you can print the floating point number, and you need to add the small letter f or capital F. Okay, then if you want to print, let's say, more than here, maybe 5 or 6 digit, then you can go with the double. That's completely fine. And let's say you want to go more than maybe 8 or 10 digits. Again, I'm not sure, but when I see like I have to deal with some small floating point number, I will use, let's say, float. And if I have to deal with a little bit bigger than that, maybe I'll go with the double. And finally, if I need something really bigger, I'll go with the decimal. Because let's say this one in the memory takes 4 bytes, and this one in the memory, let's say, take 8 bytes, and the bigger one maybe takes 16 bytes. So it matters a lot the way you deal with the data type. So if you can save something inside the floating point, then why would you go with the decimal here? So the decimal, remember, it ends with M, so this is something you need to remember. And then if you want to print the string, of course you know already how to print a string. So let's say if I put the string double quotation and 1 2 3, it's going to be treated as a string. And then here I'm going to print, let's say, a single character. For that, let's do one thing. I'm going to put like this. This is the single character. And finally, let's say I want to print the Boolean value, so I'm going to print here true. All right, let me run this and let's see what does it return to us. Here I'm going to run this program really quick, and let's see what's going to be the output. And we can see I'm living in Finland, 1 2 3 1 2 3 4. Everything is printed as expected. So hopefully you understood some of the data type that we are going to use very soon, but at least I wanted to explain some of the data types. That's something we're going to use very soon, like when we're going to declare inside a variable. We know about the data types. It's very high time for us to learn about the variables, which is something going to help us to store the data and then manipulate and use them anywhere. So let's say here I'm printing my name. Let me take out this program from here. This is a line of the codes. So let's say here I'm printing my name, I'm printing my age, and I'm also printing the country I'm living in. And then let's say I want to write something about the country where I'm living in. Let's say Finland is a very beautiful country. Okay, beautiful country. All right, there you go. And then let's say let's add some dot here, just for just making a little bit beautiful, nothing more than that. And let's say here I want to add one more line. At the age of 34, at the age of 34, I enjoy teaching people, teaching people programming. All right, that's all. Now, of course, let's say if you want to change the name of this person now, Of course, there is only one place you have to change, but what about the age? That if you want to change, then you have to change it here, you have to change it here. Let's say you want to change the country name, then you have to come here and also come here. So, in your program, you may have some data that you want to change everywhere. You may have some data that you want to, add, subtract, do some calculation. And then you might want to use the data later on. So in order to store the data, we use variables so that we can make the changes and we can calculate, we can use them wherever we wish. At this moment, these data are static, so I have to come every places and change them manually. For an example, if I have to change the age, I have to come here and also here, which is something manually you really don't want to do. Imagine you have thousands of lines where you are using this age, so you have to go to every line in order to change the age. So what would be the best case in this case? Defining some variables to store this data like age, name, country, such as like these type of things. So let's continue. So how can we define the variable? For an example, you need to come up with the variable name. And when you're declaring the variable name, of course, before the name of the variable, you have to give the data type. So inside this name variable, let's call it full name. And then you need to store the full name here. Of course, it's going to be a string. That's why I'm putting double quotation. And then I'm going to put Anisul Islam. So that's what I want to store inside this variable name. Now, there are certain rules that you should know when you are defining variable. So for an example, what we could do, we could define the variable name first here, and then we can assign some value to the variable. So let's say when you are defining the variable, you need to give the data type. That's very important. So this is the syntax that you need to follow. When I say syntax, it basically means it is the rule, grammatical rule of writing the C# program here, or any programming rules is normally known as syntax. So when you're defining the variable, you need to define the data type. Now, what will be the data type of this full name? It's going to be string because we want to, store multiple characters or sequence of character. Now, this is one way of defining variable and then initializing the variable. But we could combine them together. That's also possible. So let me just bring them together and do the initialization and declaration at the same line. This is also possible. But let me, continue with this notation for now, or this syntax for now. And then let's say here, when you see this full name, you need to understand one thing here. The naming is completely fine. There is nothing wrong. So when you are naming a variable, you can use, let's say, letters from A to Z in small letter, capital letter, no problem. You can use, of course, the digits, but when you are using digits, you cannot use them like at the beginning. You can use anywhere. The digit from 0 to 9, it's completely something valid you can use in your variable, but not at the beginning, remember. And also you cannot use any special symbols when you're defining as a variable. For an example, I cannot use this double quotation. I cannot use this @ symbol inside the variable name. And then there is a naming convention you should follow when you are naming the variable. So you should use camel case when you are defining the variable. Remember that you should follow camel case when you are defining the variable name. So camel case basically means the first word will be in small letter, and when you are starting the next letter, the first letter of the next word actually will be starting with capital. Okay, now let me bring everything back together. So we are going to define the variable and we're going to initialize at the same time. And then let's say I want to deal with age. There is a variable I can create called age, and then I can store an age there. Now you need to specify the data type before the variable. So what would be the data type? We know this data type is integer, so the data type that we have, we can use this integer data type, value type. Now the data type can be defined or categorized into two types mainly. One is value type, and another one is reference type. And I'm going to talk a lot about this later on, but for now, at least the value type that we're using here is integer. And then we can use float, we can use double, we can use decimal, and then we can use bool, we can use character. These are for now, these are the value type we can use. And from the reference type, we can use string, array, object, and there are many other types are available. So let's continue using the variables and data types. The next one, I want to store the country name. So the country name is going to be a string. So that's why I need to define the data type as a string. Let's say country name, and it's going to be Finland. All right. Now that we have defined the variable, what we can do, we can use this variable in our program. So for an example, instead of this my name Anisul Islam, here I want to print my name. So how can we do that? So there is a couple of ways. Let's start with the complex one first, and then we'll learn the more modern syntax way. Here I'm going to end this with double quotation. After that I will add double quotation here as well. So there are two strings at this moment. We have, this is one string, and then we have the other string. And in between, I want to print a variable. So of course, what we can do, we can concatenate like this. You can add string like this, but in between, I want to print a variable. So that's why you have to use something like this, and then you have to say the name of the variable. So what is happening here? First, we are printing this. Then we are printing the variable value here, and then we are adding this dot inside the string. Let's continue here. Let's say here I want to print the age variables value, so that's why I have to remove this one now. Let's add a double quotation. Let's separate these two strings that we have, because we want to print in between something, and that is our age variable. So that's why we need to add two plus here, and then we need to give the variable name here. So what will happen? It will print I am. This age is going to print the age value here, and then plus will add the years old. Now let's see how can we print the variable called country name here. So here, let's say if you do not have this dot, in this case, you just remove the Finland and you just want to print the variable value. So that's why you need to add plus, and then you can say country name. This is completely valid. And here, instead of this Finland, I want to print the country name. So just beginning here, I'm going to add a plus, and then I'm going to name the variable that I want to print. It's going to be country name. That's all. And finally, instead of this age 34 here, I'm going to print the variable of age. So that's why we need to separate the string first. Let's do that. I'm going to separate this string as well. And in between, we are going to print the variable age. That's all. So what we can see, we can print the variable wherever we wish, but if we are putting inside something, then remember that you have to add two plus, and in the between you can use the variable. That's all. We can define some other variable just to test out the data type. We could say Vowel, and then we can say is register. We can define some other variable just to test out the data types. For an example, we can use character data type, and then let's give a name here, letter, or let's say blood group, and I'm using camel case. Again, you can see the way I'm naming the variable. So when you're naming the variable, do not use just a single character, for God's sake, because that's not a meaningful variable. So try to be meaningful, okay, when you are defining the variable. Great. And now if I want to print it, it's pretty simple. Just the same thing. We can just say it here, blood group. And then let's add the plus operator, and then let's put the variable there. Then let's say if you want to declare something with Boolean, let's do that. Is register, let's say true, and then let's print that here. And let's say you are registered in the football club, in a football club, and let's put the value here of the variable is registered. That's all. Now let me run this and let me show you what happened if I run this, and it should print all the variables value that we have defined, and there you go, everything is printed really well. Now that you are familiar with variables and data types, let me explain you about the data types range. Now what do I mean by that? Let's say you have a value 45, you want to store that inside a variable. So in this case, maybe you'll store the variable name can be number here. But what about the data type? Because for the integer, we can use 4 different types. We can use byte, we can use short, we can also use here integer, and then also we can use long. So we have 4 options. Now, which option will be optimal here? Which one is the best to use here? So that's why you need to know like what is the maximum value that you can store by using byte, what is the maximum value you can store by using short, and how much memory they will take from here. So let's say the byte will take 8 bits. So basically 1 byte is going to take 1 byte in the memory. For the short, let's think like that you will have 2 bytes. For the integer, it will take in the memory, let's say 4 bytes, and for long, it's going to take 8 bytes. Let's put it like this way. I'm not going to put anything like specific. I'm just trying to explain you. So now, if you can store this value with byte, then you should use byte because it's taking less memory compared to the others. So that's why you need to know the range, which one would be better in this case. Is this 45 something I can store by using byte, or I have to use short, or it's not enough for the short data type? Do I need to use integer or not? So for that, what we can do, we can use some console log here just to test this one out. So let's say you want to find out the minimum range and maximum range for this short byte. So here for this byte, so for sign byte, I'm going to use s byte just to show as a nice way in the output. That's why I'm using this one. Now s byte, let's put it like this way. S byte is a keyword. Remember, this is a keyword. And then I'm going to use the minimum value here, min value. And let me just comment it for now here. Now, if I run this program, let's see what happened. So I'm going to open the terminal. Let me run this one here. And the minimum value should appear here. You can see minus 128. So remember how basically this one is working. 1 byte equal 8 bits. So all of them I have written here as a byte. Let me put it like this. Let's say 2 bytes. And let me put here 4 bytes for an example. This one is going to be 8 bytes. Now, if 1 byte, this is the short byte, the sign byte that we have, it's 1 byte equal 8 bits. So the base for the binary, we have 2. So remember, binary digits are basically 0 and 1. So we have 0 and 1. Everything under the hood is 0, 1. And the base for them is 2. Now, if you think like this, that 1 byte equal 8 bits, so it will be 2 to the power 8. And 2 to the power 8 equal will be 256. So that will be the output for this byte. 1 byte equal. That will be the overall output here. Now try to understand, these can store 256 characters. So if you declare something with byte, it can store 256 characters. And how they basically work? So you can think about, it will start from 0, then 1, 2, and it will go until 127, I guess. Yes, 127. And if you think about the negative point, then it will start from 128, and then it will go like this, 127. So you can put it like this, 127, and then it will go to the 0, like dot dot dot. Let's put it like this way. So this is the range for this byte data type. And why I'm using s byte here, so that it shows the sign bit, the sign, it works for the sign. So it's going to show us the negative and positive value. That's all. And then what I'm going to do here, I'm going to use again the same thing. I want to see the maximum value. So here I'm putting the maximum range this time. Let me run this program again and let me show you what basically it's going to show. So by using this s byte or the sign byte, you can store a value between 128 minus 128 to 127. And let me just copy and paste down below. Let me do the exact same thing for short. So here I'm going to put short for all of them. Short will be here, also short will be here. And now let's run this program and let's see what is going to be the range for this one. So here we can see 2 to the power 16 equal minus, so if you think about the short, it takes 2 bytes. So 2 bytes equal, let's put it like this, 2 bytes equal, of course, 16 bits. 16 bits. And now if you use 2 to the power 16, the range will be 65,000 something, right? So let's put it like this, 65,000 something here. I'm not sure, but let's put it like this. But now you need to think about positive and negative range. So that's why it will start something like this. Let's say minus 32,768. That will be the highest, negative number you can store. And to the positive side, you can store maximum 32,767, something like this, you can store. So if you see that you have a value 45, you know that you can use this byte, this s byte for sure. But then if you see that the number is, let's say, more than 127, let's put it like this, 128. And now you know that this range, this byte range, is not going to allow me here. So if I use byte, this is not correct in this case, because the maximum positive range will be 127. So in this case, I should use short. I'm sure you are getting the concept here, because short can take care of this value that you have given here. So you need to know the range for the integer data types that you have here. Let's continue. The next one I'm going to introduce here. Remember, we are dealing with here signed and unsigned, both of them here at the same time. And the next one I'm going to change everywhere. Let's say it's going to be this time integer. So integer, of course, it has 4 bytes. That means 32 bits. 2 to the power 32 will be a very big number, and I'm going to show you here. So let me run this and let me show you what basically it's going to do for us. So if you have any value that will be under this range, inside this range, you can use this integer. If you have more bigger value than this, then you can go with the last one, which is the long one for sure. So let me put the long one here and let's run this program. Let me show you what basically it's going to do for us. Okay, there you go. So you can see the range for the long one as well. Now, if you have a small number, let's try to make sure that it can fit inside the S byte. If it does not fit inside S byte, let's go for short. And if this one is also cannot cover that value, then you can go for the next one, integer, because you don't want to waste your memory. Because the moment you use, for an example, for this small value, let's say you have 12, but you are using integer. That means you are taking a lot of memories here. But if you go with the S byte here, you can save the memory for sure. And this value will be able to, this number data type, this S byte data type can hold this value for sure. All right. Then let's talk about the other one, which is the unsigned one. So if you are sure that your value will be always positive, so if you are sure something like this, that you will only receive the positive value for a variable, you can go with the unsigned one. Now let me just put it down below here. I'm going to put console write line, and let's put signed data types, signed integral types. Let me put it like this, and let me just copy this one and paste it here. This one is going to be for unsigned. What do I mean by that? This time I don't want to take care the negative, because I know that I'm going to deal with only positive values. So let me just add 2 new lines here so that we can separate the output. And this time you don't have to define this S byte, which is the signed byte, which is basically stand for signed byte. Let me get rid of this. And here for the unsigned, basically we're going to add U front of all of them. So let me do that. Here I'm going to add U front of all the data type that I have. All right, let's do it. And there you go. Now if I add U, that's all. Now let me run this program and let me show you what basically this making changes here. So if you run this program here, and you can see this time for this unsigned integral byte, we can use only all those 8-bit characters for the bytes only to store the positive values. So that's why the range is changing. Before it was storing from -128 to 127, because it had 8 bytes, and 2 to the power 8 equal 256. So it can store up to 256 characters. Now we're using the exact same 8 bits only for positive values by using only byte. And same goes for other. You can see the range start from 0 to then it goes to certain positive numbers. All right. So whenever you are dealing with positive and you are sure that you will only store positive, then go for this U short or these unsigned, these modifiers. So you can use these U modifiers front of all of them. We have discussed about the integral numbers, but what about the floating point numbers? Let me give you a quick example. Here I'm going to copy this one and paste here down below. This time let's think about the floating point values. So here I'm going to put floating point types, maybe, that's all. Now there are 3 different things we can use. Now what do I mean by floating? Basically, let's say whenever you want to store the fraction point numbers, then which data type is going to be safe for you? Because you have few options here. You can use float, you can use double, and then you can use decimal, and you need to know which one to use for sure. So here let me add one more new line, by the way, and then let's continue. Now the first one, let's say float. Here I'm going to put the float, and then instead of this we're going to use float. So we can use this minimum value and maximum value to check out like how much memory it's going to take. And exactly we can do the same thing for double and the decimal one. So let me put the decimal here. Of course, by putting it here, it's not going to work. So I'm going to change here and also here. The same goes for the decimal one. Let's put it here and here as well. Now in a very short, I'm going to tell you like when should you use float, double, or decimal. let's say whenever you're going to handle like from 6 to 9 digits, then this float is safe for you, I will say roughly. So let's put it like this: whenever you're dealing with 6 to 9 digit after the decimal point, then in this case I'm going to recommend to use this one. So after the decimal point, which means after the dot, if you have more than like around 6 to 9, then you are free to use this float one. And then when you have like after the decimal point, if you have more than 9, then I would recommend you to go with this one. Let's say this can store up to 15 to 17 decimal points. So after the decimal point, it can store up to 15 to 17, values or numbers, let's say. Let's put it like that way. So what do I mean by that? When you have something like this, 1.2345, and how many, digits we have after the decimal point? 5 digits. So in this case, I can go with this, float data type. All right. And if you have more bigger than this, then go with this one. This can store after the decimal point around, let's say here, 28 to 29, I guess. All right. So I hope it's making sense to you. But I will say if you are dealing with something bigger and the result can be bigger at some point, that in that case, the decimal will be more safer than anything else here, float or double. Now, of course, this is not the best way to print. So there is more shortcuts or more cleaner way. This is something I'm going to show you now. So let's say the cleaner way here, I'm going to show you first, and then we can bring other line of code, and then we can, have fun. So let's say here, the cleaner way or the string interpolation that you can use the dollar symbol. Let me show you how to do that. For an example here, I'm going to show you. So first, what you will do, you'll put the dollar symbol and then double quotation. Here you can print anything. You can print anything. Okay? But then let's say if you want to print a variable, so if you think like age is a variable that you want to print here, you can just put that inside like this, inside the curly brace. Let's say you want to print a variable here, you can put it inside the curly brace. Let's say I want to print full name. So it's pretty simple and straightforward. So let's use this. And let's use the knowledge here first of all. So here I'm going to add this dollar symbol. That's the first thing I'm going to do. I want to, do not want to use this plus again and again so many times. Let's get rid of them. So I want to print my name is full name, but instead of full name here, I want to print the variable full name. And that's why you have to put it inside the curly brace. So this is more better than this one for sure. Let's continue doing this. Here I'm going to bring one after one and let's use them. So I want to change this one now, and how we're going to make it. So again, we are going to put the dollar sign first of all, and then inside double quotation, all I have to do, I want to print, I am age years old, but instead of age, I want to print the variable. And if you want to print the variable age, you need to put it inside the curly brace. There you go. And I'm sure you got the idea. Now, instead of like adding like this, what do we want to do? We want to print our variable here, and the variable name is country name. But remember, you have to put this dollar symbol at the beginning. All right. The same thing we can do for this one as well. At the beginning, let's put the dollar symbol, and here you want to print the country name. So if you want to print the country name, you have to put it inside this curly brace because this is a variable that you want to print. All right, let's continue. Here, let's get rid of this plus thing. There will be only one double quotation, and there should be a dollar symbol at the beginning. Now, at the age of then, we wanted to print the variable age. Let's put the variable age here. That's all. We want to do the exact same thing for this one. We want to print the blood group. So let me add the blood group here, the variable blood group, and then I can start with the dollar symbol again. This is something we need to follow every time. It has to always start with dollar symbol, and then get rid of this plus notation things. Now we have more cleaner way. We can just print the name of the variable here. Let's say is registered. That's all. Let me run this and let's see what will be the output. There you go. Everything is working as expected, and you have now more cleaner way to print the things, like using string interpolation. Sometimes when you do not want to change the value of a variable in your entire program, that means you want to keep the value as a constant inside the program. In that case, you can use something called constant variable. let me show you how to define a constant variable. So here, let's say I'm going to create a variable for storing my birthplace. Let me just use the camel case, make sure that we are following the best cases. And here I'm going to write the birthplace of mine. So it's going to be, let's say, Sylhet, or let's keep Bangladesh here. Okay, fair enough. And then, of course, I need to define the variable. So here I'm going to define the string type variable because I'm going to store a string here. Now later on, of course, I can change the value of this one. For an example, here I'm going to show you that I can modify the value of this variable. Later on, I decided, okay, the value is going to be something else. For an example, it's going to be England here. So this variable that we have defined here, it's not a constant variable. That's why I can modify the value of this variable. And another important things I might want to show you here. Let's say if you have defined the variable here, you're not giving any value, that's not a bigger issue here. Still, it's valid. So you can define a non-constant variable and then you can give its value. But when you will declare something as a constant, let me show you here, immediately it will give you an error. So the constant variable that you define, it needs to have a value when you are defining. So let's say here I'm going to use Bangladesh, and let me just finish this one here. If you define a variable as a constant, you cannot modify that variable later on. So in your entire program, it will be like just a constant and unique that you cannot change or you cannot alter. Now here, one more thing, when you are defining the constant variable, it can be any data type, it can be integer, it can be float, it can be double. There is nothing wrong with that, but make sure the naming here, we're talking about the naming convention of a constant variable. You are supposed to use here the uppercase. So let me show you how can you define this. In this case, we're going to say birthplace. Now, of course, you can see there are multiple words. And if we have a scenario like this where you have multiple words, you should separate that word when you are defining as a constant with the underscore. So I hope this makes sense, how to use constant variable. And of course, you can print the constant variable just like before, any other variable. So here I'm going to print it, console write line, and let's say birthplace. Let me just finish this one here, birthplace. And then I can print the value, and you know how to print the value. Of course, you're going to use the string interpolation, and there you go. I'm going to print the constant variable. Let me run this program and let's see what happened here. Let's be real quick here, and let's see what's going to be the output. .NET run, and there you go. We can see the output here, completely valid, everything is working fine. The concept of multiple variable here. So I'll give you a very simple example. I'm sure you'll get the idea. So integer x, integer y, and then finally I'm going to add one more variable called integer z. And then you can provide some value for each of them. Let's say x value will be 10, y value will be, for an example here, 10, and I'll keep the similar value for z. Now here we're declaring multiple integer type variable. You can short this line and you can make this more like shorter way. You can declare this variable more shorter way. So in this case, I could say integer x, y, and z instead of declaring them in 3 different lines. So you can define multiple variable like this, but remember, all of them will have same data type here, which is going to be the integer. Now the way we're defining here, this one also can be shortened. For an example, what I could do here, x, y, z assign 10. So basically everyone will have the same value here. Alright, now that we have covered quite many things such as variables, data type, constant, string interpolation, variable naming convention, escape sequence, it's time to use all of them in this assignment. So you can see there is one assignment, it's written here. I'm going to explain a little bit. So in this assignment, you're going to practice whatever we have covered so far. You're going to print your personal introduction in this program. And basically the objective of this assignment is to test you out whether you know variables, string interpolation, commands, escape sequence, these type of things, okay? And you have instructions here that you can follow in order to complete this assignment. First, you need to declare a few variables for storing name, age, favorite hobby, favorite quotation or sayings. And then you should also use commands in your program just to explain what your code is basically doing. And in the third step, you can use string interpolation to format everything in a sentence where basically you're going to introduce yourself, which is going to include your name, age, and favorite hobby. And then you're going to use escape sequence to print the quotation or your favorite quote with the double quotation, as you can see, or new line maybe you can also include, and in the end you're going to print all of this information. So I will give you a few minutes, you can pause this video and then you can finish the assignment. Of course, after pausing and finishing the assignment, you can come back and just match with me. I'm going to complete this assignment, so you can just make sure that whether you're following the good practices or not. All right, I think you have done it and you have done really well, but let's see together we are going to do it. So first of all, we need to declare a few variables such as name, age, favorite hobby, and favorite quotation. So let me get rid of all the code that I had earlier. I'm going to define few variable, string name, and I'm going to put some name here. Let's say my name is going to be Anisul Islam here as usual. And then I need age. So here I'm going to declare the variable age, and I'm going to give the actual age here. And then of course I need a few more variables. Let's say favorite hobby. Again, you can see that I'm following the best practices for naming the variables, and I'm going to give my favorite hobby such as, like, let's say badminton for now. All right, and then let's give my favorite quotation here. So favorite quotes, let's say, if you want to shine well, if you want to shine like a sun, then you need to burn like a sun. If you want to shine like a sun, then you need to burn like a sun. All right, and I'm really not sure whose quotation is this one, but let's say Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. All right, I hope I'm right, Abdul Kalam. Fair enough. Now we have defined the variable. Let's go and check the next thing, what we can do. But there is a warning you can see immediately here. All of them, they have some warning, and it says basically, we have not used this variable for now, but we'll use them, and let's see what will happen. So let's continue from here. We have defined the variable. Now we need to use commands. So let's use a basic command here. Let's say printing, or introducing myself. Right? A program to introduce myself. Let's put it like that. All right, I have used the commands. Let's continue. Now we need to use string interpolation to combine everything in a sentence that's going to include name, age, and favorite hobby. So let's do that. Here I'm going to create, let's say, introduction. That is a sentence I'm going to write. There is a variable I'm going to write, and it's going to be introduction. And then let's use the string interpolation. For that we need the dollar symbol, and then we can define all the variable here. So let's say my name is here I'm going to use the dollar symbol again, and then let me print my name, and then I'm going to say I am, suppose, something years old here I want to print. So in this case the variable age, years old, and then what else I can do? I can print my favorite hobby here during my free time, or let's say my favorite hobby is something like this. All right, let's print that as well here, the favorite hobby, and there you go, favorite hobby. Fair enough. So we have used string interpolation to create a sentence, that's including our name, age, and also favorite hobby. And the next thing is favorite quotation. This is what I want to print, for an example, using the escape sequence. So let's do one thing here. I'm going to print, first of all, the introduction. So let me just print the introduction here. Introduction. And then I can print this favorite quotation or favorite quote. But let's say if I want to print even here, everything include the double quotation things. In this case, let's say if I want to print here double quotation and also here double quotation, in this case, of course, we'll get the error. And how can we get rid of the error? We need to escape this double quotation, also escape double quotation here. That's all. And then let's print it here. Let's say I want to print this Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam things in a new line. So that's why what we can do, we can use escape sequence, new line. That's all. Job done. Let's print the favorite quotation here. That's all. I'm done, and let's run this. Let's see whether we get the expected output. I'm going to move this console on the right hand side. For that I need to click here, and let's see whether we can do this from here for sure. We're supposed to be able to do that, and for that the panel position will be on the right hand side. And there you go. Now the terminal on the right hand side, and we can print. Let's do that together. I'm going to run it, and you can also run. And surely there is the expected output that I was looking for. So my name is, but I don't see that it print my name, Anisul, there. And surely it makes sense because I have used the dollar symbol there. Okay, so let's run it again. And if I run it, I am sure I'm going to get the expected output. My name is Anisul, I'm 34 years old. My favorite hobby is this and that. And I can see that this favorite quotation with double quotation, and then in a new line I can see the name of the quotation, that person that made it. So it's Abdul Kalam Ajad. Okay, right, that's all. I hope it makes sense and you were able to finish this assignment. Let's continue our learning, and we'll be doing assignment like this so that we can make sure whatever we have covered that make completely sense to us and we are able to use that. Right, you have learned how to display the output in the terminal by using console.writeLine method or console.write method. It's time to learn about how to take the user input from the terminal and use that input in our app. So here at this moment you can see the program that we have already built. No matter how many times we'll run this application, it will always give us the same output. And the reason, because we are putting some value here statically. So what we want to do, we want to convert this program such a way so that we can take user input and it will display the information that we are going to get from the user. So let's start doing this, and this way we can make this program more dynamic. Instead of putting some static value, we want to get user input, and that input will be displayed here as an output. Okay, let's start doing that. First of all, what I want to do, I'll make this program a little bit shorter for us so that we can concentrate. And here I will just comment this part, and I'm also going to comment here as well. So let's start focusing on one thing at a time. So first of all, we don't want to define any value like this. We want to take this value from the user. So what we can do here, we can just, use console.read. Let's do that, console.read line. So if we want to take user input as a string, we can use this console.read line. So it will keep us the value until we press enter maybe. So let's try and we'll see this. Okay. After receiving the value, where we want to put the value, of course, we want to put the value inside this full name. So that's why I can do it something like this. And let's run this program. Let's see what will be the output if we try this. So I'm going to run this program. And here at this moment, you can see the cursor is here. Basically, it is waiting for us to give something. Of course, it does not give us any instruction, and this is something we're going to handle very soon. But at this moment, let's just keep some value here. Let's say I'm going to give my name here. Let's say Newton. All right, let's press enter, and immediately you can see that that Newton will be stored inside this full name, and that's what we are going to print here. So this is more dynamic. We are taking user input, printing the user input. But surely you have noticed something here. There is a warning. Of course, it's not an error. All the warning will be like YOLO wiggly line, something like this. So what basically it's saying, the value can be null, or it doesn't know what type of value we are going to have. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a question mark here. So I'm saying the value can be null or not null. That's what I'm making sure. Okay, so you can add this question mark just to bypass this. Hopefully it makes sense, and you'll see the use cases of this question mark more in future. But then let's focus. We want to take user input for the age. So let's take this one out, and we can use the same policy, console.readLine. So remember, this read line will always return string. But now we have a problem here. So this is basically, saying that you are going to take the value as a string, but you want to put that inside an integer. So now we need to know how can we convert string into integer. And before that, what I want to make sure that when we were taking the user input, the cursor was here and it was not giving us any instruction at all. So what I want to do here, I want to give some user instruction so that user can follow me, and what I'm asking to do, they can easily do for us. So let's do that. Here I'm going to print, let's say console.writeLine. So I'm going to give some information to the user and I'm going to tell them what to do. So let's say enter name. And this is what will be printed for sure. By the way, there is 2-time console has been written. So let me get rid of 1. And that's all. So this time what will happen, our program normally execute from top to bottom. This line will be executed first and we will see this string enter name in the terminal. And then we can give any value. That value will be taken by this console.read line and that value will be inserted to this variable called full name. And finally, my name is full name variable will be printed. So it will show the value whatever we have given here. So let's give a try and let's see what changes this one has made to our output. So this time it is asking us to give some value here. You can see that. But what I wanted to receive the value immediately after this colon. So that's why I can get rid of this line and I'm going to use write. So after showing enter name, we are going to give some value that will be taken in the same line. By the way, let me take care of this $, it's not needed. So let me run this program one more time and let's see what will be the output this time if we run this. So this one is basically asking to give some name. I'm going to give my name here. Remember, this is dynamic. We're taking user input. If I press enter immediately, you can see that it shows my name is Anisul Islam. So whatever the input I have given here, that's what is basically displayed. Now that we know how to take user input, let's move on. I'm going to move on with the next one here, the country name. And let's skip the age for now because string country name, this is something we can take care at this moment. So I'm going to take user input here one more time. And for that, I will give just the instruction here at the beginning. So before taking the user input, it's always better to give some instruction to the user so they know what to do. Here I'm going to say enter your country. All right, I could say enter your name here as well. And now I'm going to take user input here instead of giving this static value. So let's use console.read line. So you can use read key as well just to take a single character maybe, but at this moment, let's keep it up with read line. And again, can be, there can be some warning. So at this moment, we can just get rid of this by the help of this question mark. And now I'm going to print the line for displaying the country name. And this is the line. So I'm going to uncomment this and let's run it again. Let's see what happens if we run this time. And is there any other string variable that we can take care of at this moment? This is just like constant. So of course, I'm not going to take user input for this one. I'll just leave it like this. And let's run the program again one more time. And let's see what happened. So in the first one, it's asking us to give some name. So I'll give my name here, Anisul. And then I'm going to give my country name, which is going to be Bangladesh for short this time. And there you go. It shows like my name is Anisul Islam and I'm living in Bangladesh. So it's working completely fine. Now that we know how to take user input for sure, what will happen for this one if I want to take the user input for the age? So let's give a text here, just the instruction what to do. So I'm asking the user, hey, can you give your age? And if you want to take the user age, of course, you need to store that inside a variable, and surely that variable will be integer. But the problem is this console.read line will always give us the value as a string. And we're trying to keep some value, string value inside an integer variable. So that's why the problem is happening. So we need to know how we can convert this string into integer. So let's learn about that now. In order to change the data type from a string to integer or a string to double, string to boolean, there are a few ways to do this. So let's see what are the ways we have and which one is the best one. Let's talk about a little bit more deeper here. So first of all, the first method that we are going to learn is to use the convert class. So let's use that. And if you try dot, and then you will see a lot of different methods are popping up here. So let's say the one we want to use to integer 32-bit, that's what I'm going to use. And then the variable that we want to, maybe here, we want to take the user input now. So let's say console.read line. And what will happen if we do something like this? So basically, first we are taking a value as a string, and then we are converting that string into integer. And that's why this time we have no error. Now, what will happen? Let's run this one and then I'm going to show you. Let me uncomment this one for now. And if we run the program one more time, so let's give it a try. I'm going to give my name here, I'm going to give my age here this time, and if I press enter, then it is asking to give the country. So let's give the country here, let's say BN, and then I can see everything is working fine. But there are a few more ways you can use integer parse here, so let me show you that one as well. Integer.parse. This is also something valid. We can use the integer one or even the convert one. Both one is completely fine. But this way we have some warning message. This string that we are taking, it can be null. And one more thing to notice here. So when you run this program, let's say if somebody is giving here a character, or let's say ABC, which is a string, but that ABC cannot be converted as a number or integer. So it will throw an exception. Try to understand, it will throw an exception, so our program will stop. And I can give you the example. So I'll go back to the previous one again, this convert one again. So let me run this program and let me show you what happened. So this time I will intentionally make some mistake. I'm going to give Anis here, and for the age here I'm trying to make a mistake. I'm giving AM. So you know this AM will be stored here. So basically we are taking the value here, and it will try to convert to integer, and immediately there will be an exception. Now exception is something probably you will learn a lot after a few more lectures, but at this moment exception is something like that you do not expect, but it happens and it stops the execution of your program. Let me give you the example. If I press enter, immediately you can see something that we did not handle this exception, and it does not show anything after that. It does not execute any other lines. Immediately it stopped from here. So then let me show you the other one, which one I talked about, integer.parse. This is something also we can use, integer.parse. And if I try to use this one, let's see what happened this time. So here again, it will work kind of exactly same. I'll give some name, I'll give some age, intentionally making mistake, press enter, immediately it stopped. So here also this integer.parse method throw an exception. So if something goes wrong here, immediately the execution of your program will stop. Now the last one I want to show you here for the conversion, something called try parse. And what basically this one does, the way it works, try to understand. First of all, what you need to do here, first of all, you need to take the user input. So this is something we can do here directly. So let's do that. I'm going to take the user input, read line. So I'm taking the user input, and then I need to convert it. So here you need to use this keyword called out, and where you want to convert, you want to convert this input as an integer, and the name of the variable, you can put it here, whatever you want. So let's say here I'm going to put the name of the variable input age, just to explain you what basically I'm going to do. Now, basically what this one will do for us, it will return true or false. As you can see that if you hover over this try parse method, it shows whether it's going to return, what type of value it's going to return. So it will return Boolean value. If the conversion goes right, then it will return true. Otherwise, it's going to return false. And what are the inputs basically it takes? It shows here. So it will take a string. So you can take the string inputs. Then it will try to convert out to some other data type. Now in this case, I'm using integer results. So basically integer input age. If everything goes right, we'll have this variable. Now here I'm going to change into age, and I'm going to get rid of this for now. Just I want to show you what happened this time if I run this program. I'll explain more, but let's continue from here. So if I press enter, let's see what happened. I'm going to give my name. I will intentionally make mistake this time, but you see the program did not stop even though we gave something wrong here. So that's what I want you to notice when we are using try parse. If the conversion goes right, you will have your value here. Otherwise, it's going to return something false. And I can show you that one. So the main difference between convert and integer parse, and then finally this integer try parse, the first two methods, they basically throw an exception, but this try parse doesn't throw exception. It returns true or false, and based on the true or false, you can do something. So for an example here, I can just store something inside a Boolean variable, is valid integer or is integer. Let me print this one and show you what happened. Basically, if I try to print this is integer, okay, and if I run this one, let's see what happened. Again, I will stop this program that we have here and I will run again. Just I want to show you. So this time I will give a valid value for the age 32, and you can see the value is true here. Basically, that's what is printed. Now let me cancel this again. Let me run it again. So let's see if I give like a wrong value here intentionally, immediately it gives us false. So hopefully you got the idea like what these tripers return. But when everything goes right, what is happening here, we are converting the number into integer age. So in our entire program now we can use this age variable, and that's what I'm using here. So this is completely fine. And let me just continue from here. Let's see what happened, whether everything goes right. If I run again, and you'll see enter your name, I'll give my name here, I'll give my age here, and finally country. And if I press enter, everything is working fine. Now that you know how to convert, you can use convert dot integer 32-bit integer, or maybe float integer dot boolean. There are a lot of methods basically comes with this one. So let me show you here. If you use convert dot, then you can use to integer, to string, and to boolean. There are a lot of options we have. You can see to byte. So feel free to use convert or integer, try pers, integer pers, and then you can convert something, or you can use integer dot try pers. So feel free to use any one of them. I have already explained to you how to use all of this. Okay, let me continue. The next one, I want to take user here, the blood group of the user. And for that, again, I need to take the instruction here from the terminal. So that's why I'm using this one, blood group. And then let's take the user input. And this time, how can we get the user input? So what basically I will do, I will use character dot try pers, and then we want to take the user input from the user in the terminal, and that's why I can use console.readLine. What we can do, we can make this one a little bit more better. Maybe let's do something like this: string input, let's say age input here, age input, and let me just separate this one a little bit from here to here. All right, let's end with semicolon, and let's put age input here. And here we are going to just put a question mark just to make sure that this is not going to be null. All right, this is how we can continue. So let me just copy and paste here. There you go. And here I'm going to say enter your blood group. Blood group. And then of course I'm going to change this one, age input, to blood group input. And then I'm taking from the user, and finally I can convert it into character. And for that, we need to pass the blood group first, out, and then name of the variable, the data type, and then finally the name of the variable here is going to be blood group. And here you can of course put some message, but at this moment let me just get rid of this. It's not necessary. Also the variable we are not using here, so I'm going to get rid of this one as well. All right, and then we're printing it's here, so country name is printed here. Let me just comment this one out, and at the age, this one also out. Also the blood group one is going to work, so I'm going to uncomment this one, and then let's do the same for this one as well. So I'll just copy and paste everything. Now we can simplify this for many ways, but later on we'll simplify. At this moment, let's just keep it up. Enter your registration status, or are you registered? Just a message, nothing more than that. And then we can take the user input here. Let's say yes or no. We are just looking for true or false. That's why maybe we can use you are registered, right? Are you registered? True or false? True or false? All right, this is what we're going to take from the user. And then let's say here it's going to be register input. And then after taking the register input, now let's put that one. Here, let's convert that one. Okay, here I'm going to say register input. And let's convert that into Boolean here. And finally, register input. All right. Or let's call it is register, something like this. And now we can get rid of this variable. We do not need this because we're taking from the user. And is there anything happening wrong here? So we are basically doing one mistake here. We want to convert into Boolean. That's all. And now can we get rid of this one? Maybe we can uncomment. And the last one is a constant, so we really do not need to do anything with that one. Let's print. Fair enough. We have taken the user input and we have learned a lot. Let's run this one more time and let's see what happens. So I'm giving my name, Anisul. Let's give my age. Let's give my country name. Here, Bangladesh. And let's give the blood group A. Are you registered? True, I'm registered. There you go. And now it prints all the information that I was looking for. So hopefully things have made sense and you can practice a little bit now. There are two types of conversion can happen. Sometimes the data type will be automatically converted for you. That's called implicit conversion or automatic conversion. But sometimes you might need to do that on your own or manually. That's called explicit conversion. So let me show you the example implicit conversion, something happened automatically. So far we have learned how to do the explicit one or doing the conversion manually by ourselves. So here I'm going to give you one very easy example in the end of this program. Maybe this will make sense to you. So let's say we have integer x 20 and then we have a variable double y assign x. So here you can see this x is an integer, but we are storing that integer type into double type variable. Now there is no error is happening here because double is bigger in size compared to the integer x variable. So that's why if something is bigger, it can hold the smaller things. And that's what is happening here. And this type of conversion is called implicit or automatic conversion. Now here, even if I try float, it will be able to store because float is bigger to the integer. And then you can try decimal as well. But what happens if we go the other way? So for instance, here I have a decimal variable. Let's call x 30.5. And if I try to store that decimal into integer variable, immediately I'll get the error. By the way, let's fix this. If we're using decimal, we need to use that m in the end as a suffix. Now here you can see the error because we are trying to convert something bigger into smaller. And here the implicit or automatic conversion cannot happen. So we have to do it by ourselves. Now you can do that. There is a way to typecast or convert the data type. Just before the variable that you want to convert into other type, you just need to add a parenthesis and then you can give the data type that you want to convert. So I want to convert this one into integer because the variable which is going to store that value of x, it is integer type. So that's why I'm using integer. Now let's say you want to convert it to float. That's also possible. In this case, you need to use float data type here. I hope things are making sense. We're going to learn about different types of operators. So basically you will start with arithmetic operators, then you'll move to the assignment, relational, logical, unary, and ternary operators. And of course, when I'll go through these operators, you'll see that I'm creating some programs, sum and average program, then temperature converter program, area converter program. And in the end of this chapter, you'll be able to do one project called simple calculator. Again, this is just the basic operators things you're going to learn, and then you'll move to the conditional statement, you'll learn more. And then you'll move to the object-oriented, array, string. Many things are coming up. So, go step by step and be, of course, consistent. And if you're already familiar with these arithmetic operators and all the types of operators, then you can straight away go to the project and let's do the project and let's get done with this, chapter. So that's how you can skip. If you are already familiar, then go to the project and finish that and skip this chapter. Alright, let's talk about operators and their types. We'll be learning about different types of operator and we'll try to see their implementation in our program. So first of all, what is operator? You know, when you want to do some mathematical operation with the help of some symbols, for an example, here we are using this plus operator. So these symbols are called operator. Basically, they normally help us to do some sort of mathematical operation or calculation. So let's talk about these operators. The first common one or the usual one we'll start with called arithmetic operator. So let me write it down here, arithmetic operators. And the symbols are already familiar with us. So let's start with the usual one, plus, then we have minus, then we have divided, then we have modulus, we have into or multiplication, however you say it. So let's put it there as well. So let's start by looking at them, how to use them. Of course, we're familiar with these symbols, but let's use them in our program. So for an instance, let's declare two variables. The first one is going to be number 1, and then let's say, just number 1 here, and let's put some value inside this, and then I'm going to put another variable here. Let's say it's going to be number 2, and the value of this one is going to be 3. So let's do some mathematical operation here, console write line, and then we can use number 1 plus number 2. That's all. And I can continue like this. Let's just add a few more lines and change the operator in between. So this one is going to be minus, this one is going to be, let's say, divided, or multiplication. Maybe let's put multiplication and then divided, and finally the modulus one. I guess the modulus one is the unusual one maybe for some of you. I'm going to explain how this modulus works. But let me run this program first of all. So I'm going to use .NET run, and I should see the output that I'm expecting here. Fair enough. Now let's try to understand what is happening here. First of all, of course, you are familiar with this one, this plus operator. So it's adding these two numbers, 10 plus 3 equals 13, and that's what we're looking here. Let's do one more thing, make this one a little bit more beautiful. So what we can do, we can use something like this, number 1 plus number 2. So we want to print them. So at this moment, it just shows the actual output of these two numbers. So basically the addition of two numbers. But I want to show it something like this, 10 plus 3, and then the value here. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to print number 1 and then number 2 as well. So that's why what we're going to do, we are going to print here number 1, the variable we are printing. We're going to print the plus symbol. Then we are going to print the number 2 symbol, the number 2 variable, and then assignment symbol. I hope this makes sense why we're doing this, just to make our output looking a little bit better. That's all. Now let me run this program and let me show you what happened. I will just remove all of them. Just focus on one thing at a time. And if I run this, you will see the expected output is here. Now let's continue with the next familiar one. I'm going to change here. So we can do mathematical operation even inside the curly brace like this, okay? But maybe we could make this one a little bit more easier way to read, and this is something I'm going to do. But for now, let's continue here. So here we can see the output. Let's continue the multiplication. That will also make sense to you without any doubt. I'm going to run it again, and then you will see the output. Fair enough. But of course, let's change the symbol here that we want to show as an output. All right, let me run it one more time, and then there you go. Fair enough. So far so good. I hope everything is making sense. But the next one that I'm going to use for the division here, and what basically this one will do, let's have a look. So if I run this program, you will see if we're dividing 10 by 3, we're supposed to get 3 point something, right? But here it's not happening. And why it's not happening? Because when you divide an integer number with integer, it will always result the integer number. Now, of course, if you want to get the floating point number, that's 100% possible. But before that, let's make our program a little bit more better. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to create a variable called result, and which is going to store the output. So here, let's say result assignment, and let's just cut this one from here, number 1, number 2, and let's paste it here. So I have one extra variable for holding the result, and let's paste it here. That's all. And exactly same thing, I'm going to continue. So this time I'm going to use minus. So what is happening here? We are adding the numbers, putting inside result, printing that. Again, we are subtracting between these two numbers, putting that result here, and now I can print it. So let's do that. Of course, you can create separate variable. That's also possible. What do I mean by that? Let's say here, you could say integer. Let's say sum. Let's print the sum here. So we can create separate variable, but also we can use one variable for all the stuff here. Subtraction, and let's put the subtraction here. Right? Let's continue. What we're going to do, we are going to use multiplication here, and let's say number 1 into number 2, and then let's print the result of the multiplication variable. And the final one for now, let's use the division, and number 1 divided number 2. Instead of this, I'm going to print my division variable. So it looks more cleaner. Let me continue from here and let's run this. But still we have the same output. So what we're expecting here when we're dividing by 3, basically what is happening, let me just explain you a little bit here. Maybe things will make sense if I just try to draw a little bit. So we have 3 here. We are trying to divide 10 by 3. So if we do that, 3 times will be 9 here. And the remainder will be 1. So try to remember that we have remainder 1. If you divide, if you use this symbol, it will give you this result. But if you use the modulus 1, it will only give you the remainder, this one. So let me continue here. Let's do one more thing before just converting that into floating. I want to use the remainder variable here. And I want to show you how to use this modulus as well. So let's put the modulus symbol there. Let's put the symbol here and print the remainder. If I run this program, you'll be able to see the uses of the remainder symbol or the modulus symbol. And there you go. It gives you the remainder. So remember, this symbol only returns the remainder. But still, we got to fix this division here because we are looking for the floating point, the actual output here. In this case, what you have to do, remember what I said, if you're dividing an integer number with another integer number, the result will be always integer. Now, how can we solve this issue to get the floating point number? So if you can make this one floating point number or this one, any one of them, the result will be floating point number. So for that, we can use type conversion, and I'm going to just use type conversion here before number 1. I'm going to make it float. That's all. Now what will happen, this one will result floating point number. And in order to store that, we need to use floating variable. That's all. Now let me run this program and let me show you what happened if we run this time. So .NET run, and there you go. It shows the result there. After the decimal point, we have 6 digits. Of course, we can format this one. We'll do that. But I want you to understand that we are typecasting here. Now, what will happen this time? So you were converting this number 1 into floating point, and number 1 was 10. So this time it will be something like this, 10 point, let's say 0 here. And if you divide a floating point number with an integer, the biggest one is here is the floating, so the result will be floating point number. Now also you could do something like this. You could convert this number 2 into floating, the same result we'll have. So all you have to do, you have to convert at least one number here as a floating point number. Okay. That's all. I hope things are making sense. And here we wanted to format this one in the end. So after the decimal point, we want to show only 2, values. So that's why I'm putting it 2 here. Now, if I run this program, let's see what happened. I guess it's F2, not 2F. So after the floating point number, we're looking for only 2 position. Now, if I run this program, let's see what happened. And there you go. So I hope you have learned about how to use arithmetic operator and how to format the result, how to do the typecasting. Hope things are making sense to you. Let's take user input and make this programming a little bit more dynamic here, because at this moment, no matter how many times I'll run this program, it will give me the same output. So what we can do here, we can take user input, and you already know how to do this. So let's say here, I'm going to take the input for the first number, and that's why I'm going to ask the user to do something for us. Let's say give us number 1 or enter number 1. Okay, enter number 1. All right. And if we say something like this, of course, user will give us. So first of all, let's make sure we're taking the value inside the first line when this one is like running. So first of all, taking the input, and then now we have to convert that into integer. Now there are a few ways we can convert. You already know that. We could use something like this. Let's say here, when we're taking the input, we can use the convert class. and we can convert it into integer. And let's take the input from the integer, and after that we are converting. So this is completely valid. And I already told you, you can also use integer.parse. This is something also valid. So we could use integer.parse, which basically also can return the null value, but also we can use something called integer try parse. And this is something I've been talking a lot. Of course, there are 3 options, they're completely valid, and I already talked about their comparison. So feel free to use any one of them when you are converting. But here I'm going to use this try parse. When we are taking the user input, we want to convert that into an integer. So I will take the value. If everything goes right, then I will get the value. I will out the value inside an integer variable. It's going to be number 1. That's all. And now let me get rid of this. What I'm going to do exactly same thing, copy paste down below, and here I'm going to use number 2. That's all. Now if I run this program, surely it should work, and let's see whether it's going to work like the expected way. Here I'm going to run it, and let's see what happened. So it's asking for the first number. I will give the first number the 10, and it is asking for the second number. I'm going to keep 4. So hopefully things are making sense, and you know how to take the user input, how to convert it into some sort of like data type, and you're also familiar with how to use these arithmetic operators by now. Now that you are familiar with these arithmetic operators, you can write different type of programs in order to solve different type of problems. For an instance, you can write a program that will help us to find out sum and average of certain number. Let's say 5 numbers here, okay? Also, you can write programs in order to find out area of something. For an instance, area of triangle here, okay? So let's say, what is the formula of area of triangle? You need to get the user like base. You need to get it from user base and then height, and then we can multiply this with half. This will help us to find out the area of triangle. All right. Then if you think about area of circle, so again we are going to use these arithmetic operators in order to find the area of circle. So in this case, you might want to multiply with 3.14116, and then of course we need radius of the circle. All right, so here I'm going to put radius into radius. So you can see again I'm using arithmetic operators in order to do something, and now you can start writing many programs just using these arithmetic operators to solve certain things, okay, certain problems. So let's continue with the easiest one here. We're going to find out the sum and average of 5 numbers. So think step by step. When you have a problem, you need to think step by step, okay? Let me put it here. Maybe it will make sense for later, case. At this moment, we are just going to focus on this one, this first one, okay? So let me get rid of all of these things that I have. Maybe I can keep some of them at least. So let me get rid of this line of code, and maybe, okay, let's start from the scratch. And here I'm going to clean this one as well, okay? So think of the problem step by step. What do you have to do? First, you need to, define 5 numbers. Define 5 numbers. So you need 5 values in order to find their sum. So this is our first step. And then let's find the sum. And finally, let's find the average of the numbers. All right, so we have, make our problems a little bit into smaller steps, and these will help us to, complete this program more better way, more efficient way, and without less hesitation. So we exactly know what to do. So again, when you have a problem, try to make it into smaller steps so that you can follow and you know exactly what you're doing. So first of all, we need to define 5 numbers. Let's do that. We know how to define integer number. Let's deal with integer number. Let's put number 1. Let's give a number here. Number 1 will be 10. Number 2 will be, let's say, 20. And number 3 will be here, let's say 5. Doesn't matter. You can put anything. And then let's define number 4. And let's give a value here. In the end, let's define number 5. Okay. So we have 5 variables here that we are defining, and we have the values for each variables. We have initialized them. Now what do we need to do? We need to find out the sum. So in order to store the sum, we need a variable, and then we're going to add all these numbers that we have, number 1, number 2, then number 3, we are going to put it here. Then let's continue, number 4, and finally we are going to add number 5. So now we have the addition of all these 5 numbers. And finally, we can find out the average. In order to find out the average, we need to divide the sum with the number that we have. So the total number that we have here is 5. So I'm going to put it here. And of course, the sum will be integer because we are adding all the integer. if we divide an integer number with another integer, it will return us the integer number. So somehow, if you want to get the floating point number, you need to convert it into float. You already know this if you're following me well. I already discussed about the typecasting. And then since the average can be floating point number, that's why I'm defining here the average variable with the help of float data type. And now it's time to print out the result to the user. So let's do that. Console write line. Let's say the sum is, then let's print the sum here. So this is going to be the sum printed here, and then we are going to print out the average. The average is, let's print out the average value here. But I want to make sure that I'm going to print, only 2 point after the floating point number, after the floating point positioning. So let's run this program and let's see what happens if we do that. First of all, it's going to show the sum as expected, which is 52. If you add them up, you will get 52. And the average is showing here 1040. Now, I hope it's making sense. Now, if you want to take input from the user, surely you can do that. But here is the idea how to use the arithmetic operators to solve an issue. Now, let's look into that one, that how can we find out the area of something. Let's create a C# program that's going to help us to find out the area of a triangle. So I said, whenever you have a problem, break it down into smaller steps. These will make sure that you are not making a mistake and everything going in order. So here we need to find out the area of a triangle. This is going to be the output that we need to show. And then as an input, we need to take base and height. If we can take this from the user, then we can easily find out by multiplying with half. All right, so let's do that. First of all, we need to take user input. So anytime we take user input, first of all, we make sure that we are giving some instruction to the user. So here I'm going to tell the user, please give me base. So this is just for, in order to help the user, that's all. And I'm going to take the input in the same line. That's why I'm using write. And then now, you have to take the user input. So we know what to do. We can use console read line. So this is something we have used quite many times for taking the user input. But then it returns as a string. So we need to convert that into some sort of decimal point number. We can use floating, we can use double, or we can use the decimal even itself. So here what basically I'm going to do, I'm going to use, let's say, double try parse. You can use the convert class, you can use the double.parse method. Here I'm going to use double.try parse. That's all. You can choose any one of them. I already explained about this, like what are the differences between them. So here let's take the user input from this console or the terminal, and then if everything goes right, we're going to convert that into double. Here I'm going to put double type, and then I'm going to put inside the base variable. Now you can choose anything. Of course, this base is a reserved word, so we cannot use it. So let's say I'm going to put base will. That's all. All right. I hope it's making sense. And after doing this one, what we need to say here, let's say we can maybe take the height. So let's put it down here and let's change a little bit. This time we're going to take height from the user, and then let's say height value here. That's all. So basically we're taking the user input here, and now we can find out the area of triangle. That's all. Whatever the problems you have, break it down into smaller step. And now after calculating the area, I'm going to put it here. Let's say area of triangle. So that's the variable name I'm going to use. And you can see that I'm following the best case, or, the naming convention, camel case, for naming the variables. And what we need to do here, we need to find out the area. So basically we need to multiply half with our base and height that we're going to take from the user. All right, let's do that. There you go. And finally, we can print out the result. So let's do that. Here I'm going to say area of triangle, just to make it a little bit better. Area of triangle. All right, and then let's print the value there. Okay, that's all. Job done. Let's run it and let's see how does it work. So here I'm going to run the program, and then I'm going to give some value. So let's say we're going to give the value here 3 as a base, and then we're going to give the height 7. So 3 into 7 will be 21, and then if we're dividing by 2, it should be 10 something. So let's see what happened. But here we have an unexpected result, which is completely understandable, because if you divide 1 with 2 by 2, so there will be an integer 0 as a division result. So that's why what we need to do, we need to make 1 here, 1 number as a floating number. And if we can do that, then the problem is solved. So let's continue doing that. If I run this one, let's see what happened. and then let's see whether we are getting the expected output or not. So again, I will do the exact same thing. I'll give 7 and 3, and there you go, you have the expected result. So here we are typecasting. As we said, like if you divide an integer by an integer, then of course what will happen, it will give you the integer value, and that's what happened earlier. But here, if you are too much confused, maybe you could go with 0.5, because if half equals 0.5 anyway. So if you run this program, it should work exactly as expected or like previously. So 3 and 7, and there you go, you have the result. So hopefully things are making sense. Now what you can do, you can just try out yourself. You can, try to find out the area of circle. That's going to be super easy for you for sure. So let's take that one as a challenge or assignment too. And of course, you know how to print out the area of circle, how to find out the area of circle. So it's going to be 3.1416. And then you need to calculate this one with radius into radius. That's all. All right. So let's take this one as your assignment too. Take some break, and maybe after taking the break, you will just start doing this program, and whenever you're done, you can come back here and you can watch the way I'm doing it. All right, I hope you have done it already, but let me show you the way I'm going to do it. So our task is to find out the area of circle. Let me just get rid of this one, these line maybe. So we're still using arithmetic operators and we're solving the problem. So what do we need to do? We just need to get the user input for the radius. That's all. That's the only one we need. So I'm going to change this one a little bit here. So let's say radius here. That's the only input we need. And I will say radius value. Just that's all. I think that should make sense here. And let me get rid of this. We do not need this one. One more thing, even though we know that this striper is basically going to return true or false, and we're not using the value, but it's a good practice to keep it for now, just to store that variable's value, because later on we'll be using this, like whatever these stripers return. So let's say valid, whatever you want to put here. So let's say is valid radius. That's all. For now, I'm not going to use this even though, but I'm just storing the value, the stripers return. So if there's something goes wrong, if it cannot convert the value into, or the user input into, let's say double, it's going to return false. Otherwise, it's going to return true if everything goes right. Later on, based on this true or false value, we're going to have some sort of validation for the user input. But for now, let's keep it up like this. And then what basically we're going to find out, area of circle. So let me change the name of the variable. And here I'm going to use radius value, and of course this one also going to be the radius value. And of course we need to calculate this one with, we need to multiply with 3.1416. That's all. And now I'm going to print out area of circle here, area of circle, there you go. And then here let's just change it as circle. That's all. Very simple stuff. Now let's run this program. Let's see whether it's going to work as expected. And I'm going to run it. Let's keep some value here as a 3, and there you go. You have the result that you are looking for. By the way, of course, remember that you can format the output like with 2 decimal point number. So here I'm going to run it. So after the decimal point, it will have only 2 position, and let's keep the value 3, and there you go. We have the expected result. So hopefully it is making sense to you. Like with the help of arithmetic operators, we can complete, or we can solve a lot of problems. Alright, let's start creating a program for converting temperature from Celsius to Fahrenheit or Fahrenheit to Celsius. So of course what I'm going to do, first of all, I have some drawing that is something going to help you. So I'm going to explain you at first the formula for converting the temperature, then we'll start coding. So here you can see the formula C by 5, F minus 32 by 9, and something you must be familiar already. But if you're not, of course, this is the formula for converting from Celsius to Fahrenheit. So at first, I'm going to take the user input as a Fahrenheit, and then I'm going to convert it into Celsius. That's my target. If you know how to do one thing, of course, you will be able to do the other way, which means you will take the temperature into Celsius, and then you will convert it to Fahrenheit. So if I want to find out the Celsius, I need to take the user input for the Fahrenheit temperature, from where I'm going to subtract 32, and then I will divide that value by 1.8. So let's continue executing our plan. Here, I'm going to take this on away. And let's take the temperature first of all. So what we're going to take, we are going to take Fahrenheit from the user, okay? And we already know how to do this. So first of all, let's give some instruction to the user. Enter Fahrenheit. If I do any spelling mistake, please excuse me. Maybe sometimes I'm too fast, or sometimes I'm not good at that much, like on spelling. So let's continue. Here I'm going to take the user input just like before. I'm going to take it inside a double parameter, so double dot try in a double variable, and then this is something we know how to do this. So just I'm going to convert it into double, and then I'm going to change the name of the variable into foreign, for an example. You can name it anything, doesn't matter. And as I said earlier, later on maybe we'll be using this value, like the output from this try parse, it can be true or false. So that's why what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put a Boolean value here, variable, maybe something we'll be using later on. But for now, let's just create a variable, store that result of the try parse. Here I'm going to say is valid Fahrenheit value, foreign value. All right. And if we can get the value from the user of Fahrenheit, we know how to calculate the temperature into Celsius. So let's say Fahrenheit minus 32, Fahrenheit minus 32, and then we are going to divide this one by 1.8. So let's continuing like adding the parentheses, and then we are going to divide that by 1.8. So it's very important to add the parentheses here, because what we're trying to do, we're trying to execute this one first, and then we're going to divide by 1.8. So then what are we going to do? We're going to store that result inside a value of the double type, and here you can name anything as a variable. I'm going to say, let's say Celsius. All right. And then I'm going to print the Celsius value. That's all. So let's print that Celsius equal, and let's print out that Celsius variable here. All right. That's all. That's more than enough. And I'm going to just take this one away from here, and let's keep like assignment operator. It doesn't matter. Okay. Let's run this program. Let's see what happens if we run .NET run. We're running it. And then what we need to do, we need to give Fahrenheit value. Let's say if I give 45, it gives me the Celsius result as an output. But of course, we need to format it. Let's format it like until 3 decimal points. So here I'm going to run it again. Let's see what happens if I give 45 or 67. There you go. It gives us the the Celsius value as a result or output here. So I hope things are making sense. Now you can take a small challenge here. You can take the user input as Celsius, and then you can convert it into Fahrenheit. Alright, it's time to get introduced with assignment operators. Let me write down all the assignment operators first, and then I'm going to explain one by one. So the first one is this one, and of course you're familiar. So whenever you see this one, don't think this one is the equality operator. It's basically the assignment operator. What do I mean by that? Let me explain you a little bit here real quick. So when you see something like this, it doesn't mean that 5 is equal to A or A is equal to B. It doesn't mean like that. Basically, what does it mean by this one? That we are assigning the value of B to the A. That's what we're doing. So if you have something like this 10, you are assigning 10 to the A. It's not equal. A is not equal to 10. Basically, this is just an assigning things that we are doing here. Okay. So this is the assignment operator, the assign one, and then we have 5 more. You are already familiar with arithmetic operators, so you can add all the arithmetic operators with the assignment operator. And that's how we can continue. Let's give it here minus assign, and then maybe into assign, then divide assign, and let's continue from here. After that, we can add, let's say, a few more. The next one that we are going to add here, just real quick, just a moment, and then we have the modulus assignment. Okay, so these are few assignment operators we have, and now let's try to understand how they work. So we're going to write the basic programs that will help us to understand the way the assignment operators work. So here I'm going to put integer a, and let's give a value here. Let's say 10. Again, naming variable like this isn't a good thing to do. So let me just put for now, because I want to explain it easier way. So that's why I'm using the variable a. But remember, whenever you are defining variable, follow the naming convention. Try to be descriptive as much as possible, and try to be meaningful as well. All right, and let's do one thing here. First one, I'm going to use this plus assignment 5 for an example. Again, leaving the space is not necessary. I'm just doing it intentionally. That's all. You can get rid of the space. That's all. All right. So what basically is happening here? The first variable or the operand that you have, it's a. Remember, so first one will be first, and then assignment operator. So we are using the assignment operator then. And what's the relation between them? So what's the operator left? It's the plus, so a plus 5. So it will be always like this. Now if I say a minus assignment 5, what does it mean by this one? Basically we're saying the first operand a, assign a minus 5. So that's how you can continue. Now let me just copy and paste real quick, and then we'll check the output whether it's true or not. Here I'm going to use the into, and then here I'm going to use the divided one, and finally I'm just going to use the modulus one. So let's put the modulus there real quick, and let's see what happens if we use modulus. So if we try to break down this one, what will be the relation between these two? It's going to be into. What about this one? It's going to be divided. So let's just put divided, and final one is going to be the modulus here. Let's put the modulus. So what will be the result here? Try to understand what will be the end result of a if we just try to print out a here. So just let me make it a little bit better like this. Now if I ask you what will be the output, I'm sure you can answer this. So you can pause the video, take a minute, and try to figure out what will be the output of a. Alright, I think you give it a try already and you were successful to find out what will be the output. But again, don't worry, we'll trace this together, we'll go everything together. So what happened here, we added 5 with the value of 10. So of course this one will be 15 in this case. So the last value of a was 10, and then we're adding 5. This one is going to be 15. And then what we're doing here, the last value of a is 15 minus 5 will be 10 here. And the last value of a was 10 here. So 10 into 5 will be 50 at this point. And then we're dividing here, or we're trying to find out the quotient here. So if we try to divide 50 by 5, what will be the division result here is going to be 10. And then if we use modulus like this, 10 modulus 5, of course if we divide by 5, and the remainder is basically the modulus is trying to find out here, so it's going to be 0. So the end result should be 0. So let's run this program and let's see what happened, whether it gives us the 0 as a result. And there you go. So I hope this makes sense to you, and now you're familiar with assignment operator. Let's learn about another types of operator called relational or comparison operator. And I'm sure you are familiar with this type of operators. We use greater than equal. Now don't worry if your one doesn't look like this, because I'm using some sort of different font. Then we have less than, and then less than equal, equal, and then finally not equal. Again, I'm reminding you, in case if you don't see anything like this, your symbols doesn't look like this, don't get worried, because I'm using different type of fonts. So it's completely okay if your one doesn't look like this. All right, now let's try to figure out what basically they helps us do if you're not familiar with these operators. So basically they return true or false. That means a Boolean value. When we compare, or when we try to make a relation between 2 or 3, whatever you think for now. Okay, let me give you an example here. For an example, let's take 2 value here, and it's going to be integer a 10, and then let's put integer v here, which is going to be 5 for an example. Okay, and you're trying to compare between these two numbers. So let's say in this case you want to find out which one is greater than. So let's say if I print out something like this, I will just do it immediately here inside this one. So you will mostly use this relational or comparison operator when you are dealing with if-else most of the time. But again, here we are trying to understand how they work, and then later on whenever we have to use them, of course we know how to use, and we are ready to use them later on whenever. Okay, so let's say a greater than b, and what should it return here? So 10 greater than 5, which is true in our case, it should return true in this case. Okay, so let me just print it here, a greater than b. I just want to make it beautiful, that's why I'm using it like this way. Okay, that's all. And let's continue. I'm going to change the sign here. I'm going to add the equal operator with the greater than. So greater than or equal, and then we can change it to less than this time. Less than. And then finally less than or equal. That's what I want to print out, and I want to calculate as well. And then finally maybe equal. So it's double assignment for the equality. And the last one will be not equal. So let me use that one as well. So it's just exclamatory sign, this one. Let me just show you here. And then you need to add assignment operator with that one. That's all. Now, of course, what will be the output here? If we run this one, it's going to be true. This one will be also true. So 10 greater than or 5. So definitely it's true. But think like this. If the value of b is 10, then in this case, what will happen? We are saying 10 greater than or equal b. So even though it's not 10, greater than 10, it's not true, but then you're saying greater than or equal. That means, of course, 10 equal 10, that's true. So in this case, this one will return true. But if we put the value like this one will return false, this one will return false, this one will return true. Of course, this one is true because 10 equal 10, but this is going to be false for sure. Let's run this and let's see what happened. There you go, as expected, we are having our result and it completely makes sense. Of course, you can change the value here if you want to see it more better way, maybe something like this, or you could print out the variable of A and B here. It would make more sense here if I do that. So let me do that real quick. I'm going to, print out them instead of AB. That will make more sense in this scenario. Symbol here. That's all. Now, if I run this one, hopefully things will look more better than before, and it is more understandable. And actually, that's what I wanted. Now, if I make any change here, it will be displayed in the terminal for sure. So let's run this again, and we'll be able to see that value. That's all. I hope the relational and comparison operator you are familiar, and later on when we'll use them with if, else, or maybe loop, anywhere, you'll be able to understand that. So far we are familiar with arithmetic operator, assignment operator, comparison operator. It's time to get introduced with another one called logical operator, something we use a lot. Again, the use cases later on you'll see, in various assignment, various project, or in various program. But at this point, what I want to do, I want to introduce you with logical operators and how basically they work. So let's learn about this. There are 3 logical operators we have. I'm going to write down them here. So this is going to be the AND. So of course, if you use it twice, that's the logical AND. And then we have this 2 bar or something that you might be familiar with, the pipe symbol. This one is called OR, and the last one is going to be logical NOT. So again, let's see how they work. I'm going to give a quick example here. So let's say integer A here 10 and integer B. Let's put it like number 1, number 2 instead of A and B. So number 1 is going to be 10, and let's copy paste down below. Let's change the value here, or the variable as well, and let's keep 5 here. So let's say you want to find out here which one is, for an example, greater than 5. So both of them are here greater than 5, but how do you check that in real life? Of course, we can use here if else, but I am not going to introduce if else at this point because my target right now is just to introduce you with the logical operators. So let me show you what happened if I console write line here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to print something like this: number 1 greater than number 2. So basically, with this logical operator, you can combine multiple logics. That's all. You can combine multiple logics. For an example, here what I want to check, number 1 greater than 5 and number 2 also greater than 5. That's what I want to check here. That's all. That's my target. Now, think about this. We have multiple conditions here, 2 conditions at this moment. You can have 3, 4, doesn't matter. How the end one is going to work, if all the condition is true, only the return value will be true. So like the relational operator or the comparison operator, logical operator also return Boolean value. So it's either going to return true or false. Now, based on the condition, based on the operator that you are going to use, so let's say at this moment we're using logical AND, that means all the condition has to be true in order to be, the final output true. So here all the conditions are true. Definitely in this case, nope, it's not true. 10 greater than 5 is true, but 5 greater than 5 is not true. So in this case, we have 1 false case. If you have a single false case out of 100 conditions when you are using logical AND, in the end, the output will be false. Remember that? Again, I can explain that real quick here, just to explain you like how things working. So let's say this is condition 1, and then you have condition 2. Let's put it like this, condition 2, and let me just type it here, condition 2. Then you have more condition like this, condition 4, condition 5. Now, if you have a scenario like this, think about this. If you have one single false case or one single, condition get fail, that means the overall result will be fail because you are using AND. And in case of AND, all the condition went true, the output will be true. So remember again, if a single condition is false when you are using AND, that means the output is false. That's all. So even let's say this one is true, this one is true, this one is true, this one is true, but this one is false. forget about it. The result will be false in the end. That's all. I hope it makes sense. Let me continue from here and let me put it back just like this. Number 1, number 2, and number 1. Number 1 greater than, actually I wanted to check number 1 greater than 5. Number 2 also greater than 5. That's what I wanted to check. And when you have multiple conditions, it's good to put them inside parentheses. It's easier to follow. So you can have like a little bit more complex condition like this, but at this moment we have a very simple one. Now if I run this program, it should return false, and as expected it's returning false. Now the other way, the OR one is going to work here. So let me put the OR. Alright, now I have the symbol here finally. So how OR is going to work, in case of OR, if you have multiple conditions, if a single condition is true, output is true. That's all. At least if one condition is true, overall output will be true. So for this example, 10 is greater than 5, it's true, and it doesn't need to check others, because if you have a single condition true, that's all. And how does it work for AND? For the AND, if a single condition is false, it's not going to bother about others. That's all. It's going to return as false. So that's all. Let's run this, and we expect 1 false and 1 true, the last one, and that's how it's working. Now let's check how the not one work. So if I put everything here, let's keep it simple. I think I don't want to make it super complex, just to explain you here. So if I put not here, how it's going to work. So number 2 greater than 5, it will check first this one, 5 greater than 5, which is completely false. But then not is going to change the Boolean value that you have already. So if you have a false value, it will turn into true. If you have a true value, it's going to turn into false. So it's going to, converse, or how do you say that? It's going to change the value into the other one. So it's going to reverse. Let's put it like that way. I don't think so. So let's run this and let's see what happened. So the last one should return as true. And there you go. It's working like that. Let me introduce you with unary operators, something might can confuse many times, especially during your university life, if you're a student at university. Of course, I remember when I was at the class, many students, they got confused with unary operators. So there are 4 unary operators. I would love to mention plus, minus. When I'm saying plus, actually not the right way. I should say unary plus, unary minus. So remember, we have plus minus in arithmetic operators type, but in this one we're going to call as unary plus or unary minus, because they are going to deal with only one operand. Now I can give you an example. When you see something like this, a plus b, of course, how many operands you have here? You have 2 operands. So in this case, you could say this is a binary operator. Now, arithmetic operator is a type under the binary operator. Assignment operator is a type under the binary operator. So whether there are 2 operands, you can call them as a binary operators. But at this moment, this unary one, how it's going to work. So let's say if you see plus a, so in this case, you have just 1 operand. That's why we're going to call this one as unary operator. So what this plus does is basically change the sign into positive. And if you use this one, we are going to call unary minus. So what is happening here? We are changing the sign. So plus can be minus, minus can be plus with this unary minus sign. Okay. So I hope it's making sense. What does it mean by unary? So when you deal with 1 operand, that's called unary. When you deal with 2 operands, it's called binary. And then when you deal with 3 condition or 3 operands, then it's going to call ternary operator. Okay. So at this moment, we're looking at the unary operators because we have already looked at all the binary operators that we should at least. So we know arithmetic operator, assignment operator, relational operator, logical operator. They can be placed as a part of binary operators example. Okay, let's continue. There are 2 more. So we have increment and then we have decrement. So let's try to understand how they work. So let me start with the basic one. Integer x, let's put a value here 10, and then let me give you the example of unary minus real quick. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use minus x here. That's all. That's the unary minus for us. And what basically it will do, it will change the sign into minus. If I run this program, you will see that. And there you go, it's still running, and there you go, you got the result. And if I use plus, of course it's not going to make that much change. So still we have 2 symbols here, unary plus and unary minus. Now let's talk about this increment or decrement. You can start understanding at least one here, and automatically you'll be able to understand the other, which is the decrement. So let's start with the increment one. Now there are two ways you can use this increment. You can use this before a variable or after a variable. Now when you use this one before a variable, we call this one as a pre-increment. So the symbol here is pre. When you use that like plus plus before x or minus minus before x or any variable, you are going to call pre-increment or decrement. So here we are going to call pre-increment, increment, and this one we're going to call post increment. Now the wording here matters a lot. It will help you to understand, like with this word pre and post. Surely they will make you help you to understand how they work. So let's continue. First of all, when you see this plus plus x before, or means like pre-increment, they are going to increment the value by 1 immediately. So the increment will happen immediately here in this line. But when you see post increment, it's not going to increment immediately, but later on, if it sees somewhere the variable x again, then it will increment. So remember again, if you see pre-increment or pre-decrement, something will happen immediately in the same line. But when you see post increment or decrement, something something will not happen here immediately. That means a pre-increment, that means increment or decrement will not happen immediately. It will happen only when it will see that variable again next time. I hope this makes sense. Let me run, and then you will see, of course, in action. So here I'm going to define a variable. Let's call it y, or let's print it out here. So console write line. I'm going to use the variable here. Let's put plus plus x. And then let me put it like this, plus plus x, and maybe x, then plus plus, then let's put x, and then let's put plus plus. So I'm trying to make this one a little bit confusing for you, but hopefully it will make sense, So let's try to, trace one by one. So first of all, we already talked about this. When you have the value x10, okay, fair enough. When you have the pre-increment, immediately the value will be incremented by 1. So here we have 11, that's all. Now in the next line, remember the last x value was 11, so here it will be 12, immediately incrementing because we have the pre one. And then this line, the last value of x exactly same, so nothing is changing here. We're going to keep it just like this. And then we have post increment. Now remember what I said earlier. So increment or decrement, whenever you see post, it's not going to happen in that line or in that place immediately. When it will see the x again, only that it will change. So if I say in the same line, actually it will not make that much sense because sometimes you can have them side by side. So think for now, when you see this post increment, immediately the increment is not happening. When it will see the x variable again, only then the value will be changed. So here still it's 12, but then we have x again. So the value of x will be 13 here because we already promised next time when we'll see the value of x will be changed. And then the last value of x was 13, so still in the same, it will remain same because it's just a post increment. But remember, when we'll see the x again, the value of x will be incremented. That's what we promised. So here it will be x equal 14. And now if I run this program, it might be the same as we expected. So let's see what happened. I hope it's going to match. And there you go, 11, 12, 12, 12, then 13, 13, 14, exactly as we have done here. Now you can change it. You can use decrement operator, increment operator. You can mix them up and you can find out like how basically they're going to work. Let's discuss about ternary operators, which is sometimes a very good alternative of if-else statement. Now at this point, you do not have the understanding of if-else, which is completely fine. So let's try to understand these ternary operators with a very simple example. Now let's say there are two variables here. I'm going to assign, let's say number 1, 10, and number 2, I'm going to just copy and paste. Let's change the value of number 2 here and also change the variable name. So here I'm going to put 5. Now let's say you want to find out the maximum between these two numbers. So what you can do in this case, you can check a condition. If number 1 is greater than number 2, then of course the greatest number here is number 1. Otherwise, the greatest number is number 2. That's all. Now it's very important to understand how the ternary operator works. First, you will have a expression 1. For an example, let's put it like this. If this expression is true, and only then the expression 2 will work. Otherwise, the expression 3 will work. So let's put it like this way. Very simple way I wanted to explain you. Okay. So there will be 3 parts, and that's why it's ternary operator. And in ternary operator, we use question mark and also the colon. So there are three parts. You can see this is the first, then we have the second, and then we have the third. Based on the first part, the second part or third part will be evaluated or executed or work. So try to understand. In the first part, you can have some sort of condition. If the condition is true, the second part will work. If the condition is false, then the third part will work. That's how simple it is. So in our example, we have the exactly same thing. Try to understand that one. So what we're trying to do, we're trying to find out the greatest number. If number 1 is greater than number 2, it can be true or false. If it is true, then number 1 is the greatest number. Otherwise, number 2 is the greatest number. Now we can store that result inside a variable. Let's call max number. And then maybe largest number, something like this I could use instead of the maximum number. Doesn't matter again, largest number. And let's print it out. So here I'm going to print out the largest number, and then let's print the value of largest number variable. Okay, there you go. And if we execute this program, or if we run this program, it should print 10 as the largest number. And there you go. So it's working perfectly. So again, you can see if this condition, this is the first one, based on this one, the second part or third part will work. If this is true, second part will be executed. If this is false, third part will be executed. Now you can put anything here. I'm keeping it simple. Maybe later on when you will see more program, you'll understand more. I can give you one more example real quick. So let me do one thing here. Let's say I want to check a number is even or not. So here I'm going to define a variable. Let's put it like this way, number 9, and I want to check whether it's even or not. Now, if the number is divisible by 2, that means after dividing, if the remainder is 2, then we can say it's even. If it is not true, we can say it's odd. That's all. So now we can store this result inside a variable. Let's put it like this. Here, maybe result could be a good variable name. And then let's console write line. That's all. I hope this makes sense. Let's print the result. Now I can comment this one for now. This one is not needed for our case. Or maybe I could delete this one. No need. Let's run this. Let's see what happened if we run this. So we're expecting odd, and there you go. It shows odd here. Now if I change this one into 10, this time I'm expecting, of course, you know what will happen. 10 is divisible by 2. In this case, if this condition is true, this one will be executed. So if I run this, I am expecting the result even, and that's how it's working. Create a simple calculator project just to make sure that you are familiar with arithmetic operators. So the expected output of this project will look like something like this. First, you are going to take the first number as input from the user, and then you're going to take second number as input from the user, and then you're going to show the result something like this. So first number plus second number and then the result, first number minus second number then the result, and this will continue like this. I'm sure you'll be able to do this, so let's give it a try here. You can pause the video and you can solve this problem, then you can come back to check my solution. Alright, I hope you have tried and you were successful, but let me do it here. So first of all, what I need to do, I need to create a class. Of course, you know, later on you might see that I'm not creating class, but it's fine. You can start creating a class. So this is the basic thing that you need to know. At the beginning, you need a class to run this app. But even though you do not use class under the hood, it will run for you. It will create a class, and also it's going to create a main method. So this is something it will always do, even though if you do not do at the beginning. So remember, create a class. You can give any name for the class. So this is a class block. And then we have public static void main, basically from where the program is going to start running. And then now you can continue with the things that you have learned. For an example here, I'm going to give a message to the user, hey, enter the first number. Okay, so let's give the message here, enter the first number. And of course, you know, when this message will be printed, it's going to print a new line at the same time. So I'm going to get rid of that because I want to take the user input immediately here. And then let's take the input into double. So here I'm going to put number 1, and then you can use try pairs, you can use here double pairs, you know, those type of things, and also you can use convert. So let me use convert at this case, and here you go, we have convert to double. So basically whatever the input we are going to take from the user as a string, and then we are going to convert that string to the double. So that's something you can do. You can use this convert class. And from the convert class, there are a lot of methods available. We're using the toDouble one, and I'm sure you're familiar with this one. And now what we can do, Of course, I told you, you can use double dot try pairs. This is something also you can do. And these will not throw any exception for sure. So these will return true or false. But if you use parse one, it's going to throw an exception. And the same way, the previous one that we have used at the beginning, this one also will work. So if something goes wrong, it's going to throw an exception. But it takes care of the null value at the same time. So now what we can do, we can copy and paste this one real quick, and let's change something here. For an example, this time it's going to be number 2, and let's call it, enter the second number here, and there you go. Hopefully things are making sense. Now that we took both inputs, it's time to do the calculation. The third step here is going to do the calculation. So let's say the result is going to be here for the first one, number 1 plus number 2. There you go. And now we can print that result. And let's print it the way they expected. So I'm going to check the expectation, result, and then addition. All right. So the first line will have results. Let's do that here. And then let's put it like this. Of course, when we're printing the result, let's give an extra new line here. We can do that. All right. So that's enough. And then let's continue with the next step. We are going to add the addition text there. And after that, let's show the number 1, the value that we have from the user. And then let's show the plus sign, and then I'm going to print the value from the number 2 variable, and in the end I can print the sum. That's all. So let me run this for now, and let's make sure everything is working. So here I'm going to run .NET to run. Let's get that, and there you go. It should work now. All right, so it is asking for the first number. Let's give the first number. For some reason it's not taking the input in the first line, and why is that? We need to figure that one out. So let's make sure that it can take the user input in the first line. So now it's working fine. And the first number, I'm going to put 10 here, and the second number, I'm going to put 5 here. So the result is printing the result, but something is not working according to our plan. First of all, let's use the right line here, and also make sure this one will also print the right line. And we're using a string interpolation, so for sure we have missed the dollar symbol. So let's add that back and bring that back, and let's run it again. This time surely it's going to work for us. So let's see. All right, here I'm going to run this again, and let's see if I give the same inputs, 10 and 5, it should work. And there you go, it's working perfectly. And now that we have 1, we can just copy paste for the rest of the things. So here what I will do, I'm going to copy and paste down below, and this time surely I do not need this one anymore. The result is not needed. This time it will be a subtraction. So let me put sub there, and then I want to print it. So in this case, let's show the message called subtraction, and then let me just change the sign here, and let me print the value for sub. That's all. And now we can copy paste, and we can do it multiple times. So let me just do this. There you go, and that's all. Let me select these 2 lines, and let me copy paste again. And that should be all. So we have subtraction, multiplication, and division. These are the things we're looking for. Okay, so let me put multiplication here. Let me change the sign here. It's going to be asterisk. Same thing I'm going to do here. It's going to be asterisk. And here, let's show multiplication. All right. And then the next thing, of course, this time we're going to print the result for the multiplication. All right. And then let's continue. What about the division one? We can do that for sure. So for the division here, let's show quotient. So we're just finding the quotient here, and number 1 divided by number 2. There you go. It should print here number 1 divided by number 2, and finally division. That's all, and everything should work. But remember to print the variable here. That's all. And if we run this program, let's see what happened. This is the simplest way we're doing this. Of course, you know, if you put dollar symbol here, then you can print the variable, value just using the curly braces. That's the only difference. It's something we're making here. Instead of in string concatenation, we're using string interpolation. So let's run this program. Let's see what happened if I give 10 and 5 this time. So 10 and 5, and there you go. Everything should give us like the expected result that we are looking for, and it's completely fine. It's working fine. Right, now that you are done with basic input, output, and operators, it's time for you to move to one of the most important concepts in any programming language, known as control statement. In this chapter, you're going to learn how to control statement based on condition using if-else switch. Also, you're going to learn how to control statement using loops such as for loop, while loop, do while loop. All these things I'm going to discuss in this chapter. But of course, when I will discuss about this topic, I'll make sure to do solve real life problems. So we're going to write a lot of programs in this chapter, and here a lot of programs are already written. You can see these are the programs we're going to complete. So we'll write a program to check whether a number is even or odd. We're going to write a program to check whether a number is positive, negative, or zero, and then we'll try to find out the large number between two or among three numbers. We're going to test out whether a letter is a vowel or consonant. So we're going to write a lot of programs here just to make sure that we are practicing enough this if, else, switch, and loop stuff. And then you have few projects here. You can see that, like currency converter app. We are going to create a guessing game. Now I will suggest to do this project for sure. And if you are already familiar with if, else, switch, loop, and you don't want to go through all this topic, then at least I'll recommend you to finish this project and let's get done with this chapter. Right, let's talk about controlling the statement. Here, first of all, I'll give you an example that will show you the need of controlling the statement. So let's say I want to print even. So a number can be even, or a number can be odd. So let me just copy and paste down below. So of course, you know that there are certain numbers that can be even. Let's say 2 can be even number, 3 is an odd number, 4 is an even number, 5 is an odd number. But remember, let's think about these 2. So these 2 can be only even number. It cannot be odd number. So if I run this program, let's say right now, if I just run it, so surely you know that it will print even number and odd number. But these cannot happen, of course, in real life. So you need to control the statement based on a decision or based on a condition. Let's say if the number is divisible by 2, you will say it's an even number. If the number is not divisible by 2, then you're going to say it's an odd number. So what I'm trying to explain you here, in order to run the statement, sometimes you might need to control them. So this one will be executed if some numbers are even. This line will be executed, or this statement will be executed if the number is odd. So here we are controlling this statement based on a condition. Now there can be certain situation where you want to run this line, let's say 20 times, 50 times, 100 times. So in this case, we're going to say again, we are controlling the statement. Now, in order to control the statement, there are a few ways that we can use. So let me just write it down here, control statement, and we're going to learn, of course, how to do this. So let's first of all try to understand what are the types that we can use to control the statement. So there are two types mainly we can divide here. First one is the conditional control statement. That means with the help of a condition, you can control the statement. So there can be certain conditions that will help us to control the statements. On the other side, let me just copy and paste this one, and surely this will save my time. So just let's do that. Here I'm going to paste it, and let me just put it here on the other way. So there you go. The other one is called loop control statement. And under this conditional control statement, what we are going to learn, let me just put it there. So there are a few terms that you are going to learn. You can use if, else, and also switch. So these are two ways basically we can control the statement with the help of condition. And here the loop control statement, we'll learn here, let's say how to use for loop, how to use while loop, and we are going to also learn how to use do while loop. So let's see, first of all, we're going to start with the conditional control statement, where I'm going to teach you how to use if, else to control statements. Now, before I discuss about the if, else syntax, I want to discuss a little bit about the comparison operator. So let me just give you an example of the comparison operator, something we are familiar already, but if not, then I'm going to explain for sure. So you know this symbol, basically this one is greater than. When we want to compare something like greater, then we have less than, greater than, equal, then we have less than, equal. Now in your case, these symbols might not appear something like this because I'm using an extension or font. And then this one is called equal if you use 2 times. So remember, if you say A assign B, basically here what we're saying, the value of B is something we're assigning to A, but not equal. Try to understand here again. If I say A assign 5, so basically 5 is something I'm storing inside A. It doesn't mean A and B equal here, A and 5 equal. But if I use 2 times here the assignment, then it's going to be equal. So here we're taking the equality. And then for not equal, we use this. So basically we have the exclamatory symbol, and then we add the assignment operator. So this one is for not equal. So we have greater than, less than, greater than equal, less than equal, equal, and not equal. So these are few operators, a few symbols that we use for comparing something, and I'm sure you are already familiar with this. And when you are comparing, all of them will return Boolean value, so it can be either true or false. Here I'm going to give you a very basic example, and then I'll go back to if, else, if, and else statement. So let's say, first of all, here I'm going to print console write line, and let's say 5 greater than 2 here. And I'm going to put that one inside a curly brace so that we can run this, expression. And here I'm going to comment them because I don't want to run them at this stage. And then I can say 5 greater than equal, and let's put 5 here at the top. And maybe, no, let's keep it up like this, less than equal, let's say equal, and the last one is going to be not equal. So if I run this program, what will happen here, you know that this one 5 greater than 2 is true, so basically it will return true. Now here I have written all the output, and I'm sure you do understand what basically and how it's going to happen. So let me run this program, but before again running, let me explain a little bit here. 5 equal to, which is not true for sure, but 5 not equal to 2, this statement or this expression is true, therefore it will print true. Now let me run this program and let me show you the output. So I'm just trying to save your time, and there you go. You can see it's completely fine the way we expected. It's happening like that way. Now let's discuss about the if else. It's very high time that we can start discussing about the if else here. So remember, there are 3 things we are looking for. We are going to learn how if work, how else if work, and finally how else work. So let's start figuring out, first of all, how can we use if statement in our program. So if you have if, this is basically you are starting with the keyword. And of course, remember, C# is case sensitive. So of course, you cannot write it like this. You have to follow the syntax they have defined for you. And inside this parenthesis, you are going to write your condition. And if this condition is true, then you can, execute certain statement here. So certain statement you can write. Now you can write anything, doesn't matter, 1 line, 2 line, 3 lines. So if this condition is true, only then this block of code will work. So inside the curly brace, if you write something, that will be the if block here, going to take care of that one. So for an instance, we want to print out this even number. So let me just, copy this one and paste it here. Okay. So when this condition will be true, only then this line of code will work, or this statement will be executed. Now, of course, you can, you can run multiple statements inside a block. That's completely fine. But in my case, I just need to run one. That's why I'll put it here. Now, let's say the number here. Let me define the number, integer number. Let's say the number is 4. Now, when we can say a number is an even number, if that number is divisible by 2, so let me use the division operator here, the modulus. If we divide a number by 2, and if the remainder is equal to 0, only then we can say that number is even number. So let's try to analyze this program that we have written. So here we have a condition, and if that condition is true, only then this block will be executed. So for instance, we have the number 4. 4 is divisible by 2, which means equal 0 if we try to find out the remainder. And if this is true, of course it's true, and that's why this one will be executed. So let me show you what happens if I run this program, and you will see the even number is completely fine. It's working fine. Let me put something outside the block, and let's say ending. You can try anything, doesn't matter. So outside the if block, you can keep anything. And if I run this program again, you will see that this line of code executed. Surely the condition is true. Therefore, we had the even number, and then also we have the ending. Okay. Now, let's see if I give the number 5 here, what will happen? I'm sure you're already getting the things here. So 5 modulus 2 equals 0. This is not true. So this condition is failed or false. Therefore, this block will not be executed. But again, we have the ending without any condition. So surely this one is going to run. Let me run this program and let me show you what happened this time. And there you go. As expected, we have only ending. Now, let's add else block here. So if you can use if, therefore, after if, you can use, of course, else. This is possible. By the way, you can use as many if as you want. For an example here, I can try if the number is not divisible by 2. So let me try that one. Is not divisible by 2. Then we can say that number is odd number. So here, I'm going to copy this one and let's paste it Let's just paste it here, and let me get rid of these 2 lines because they're not needed anymore. Now, if I run this program, what will happen this time? So try to understand, if you have if statement in your program, that has to be checked. This is mandatory. This has to be checked if you have an if statement. So first of all, we are checking, for an example, with 4. So the number is 4 here. Now 4 is divided by 2 if we try to find out the modulus here, if we try to find out the remainder. So if you use 4 modulus 2 equals 0, this is completely true. So the condition is true, we know that the block will be executed, and therefore it will show the even number. But then we have another if, and if we have if, it has to be checked. Try to understand, it has to be checked. So even though we know that a number can be even or odd, it cannot be both. So if 4 is already even, that means there is no point of checking this if, but it will check, because as I said, if there is an if statement, it has to be checked. Now it will check whether this 4 modulus 2 not equal to 0, it's not true, so therefore this block will not work. But unnecessarily we are checking. So what we could do here, we could use something called else block. So if this one is not true, then for sure this one will be executed. But if this is true, that means if a number is even, then it's not going to execute this else statement or else block for sure. I hope it's making sense. Remember, you can have as many if as you wish. So let's say in a program, you can have a lot of if condition, but in the end, there can be only one else condition. I hope it is already making sense. So if somebody wants to use else at the beginning, that's not possible at all. So you have to start with always if, and then in the end, you can use else. But try to understand how the ladder's going on. So it is a good thing to do. Let's say if you are sure that it can be, like, let's say there are 2 conditions that you want to deal with. So let me write it down here. So in your program, you just need to control 2 things. So there will be 2 conditions. So here in our example, a number can be even or odd. So if this is a scenario where you need to deal with 2, you can start with if, the first one, and the other one will be placed in else. So if this one is executed, then the next one is not going to happen. If the first one is not true, then the second one will be true for sure. So you can use, for the first one here, you can use if. Let me put it here. And the second one we can put inside the else block. So I hope things are making sense. I'm trying my level best. But what happens if you have 3 conditions that you want to deal? In this case, the good practice it. Let's say if this is true, you want to ignore others. In this case, you can use else if here in the middle. So if this is true, then it's not going to run the other 2 statement, or it's not going to check other 2 conditions inside else if and else. Again, something very important to notice, else has no condition, because this is the last statement, or this is the last expression that you have. If others are working, then this is not going to work. But if no one works, for sure the else will work. Now if you have more condition like this, you can put them inside else if. Remember, the first one has to be if, the last one you can put as else, but in the middle you can use as many else if as you need. So if you need more condition like this, you can of course go with this. There you go. Of course the else one doesn't require any condition, so let's take this one out. So hopefully things are making sense, and you know why did I use else, because this time if this is correct, it's not going to even check here. But if I would have used if here, that would be must be checked. So that's the scenario that we're trying to avoid here. So I hope this one has made sense. Now keep trying, keep practicing. Surely we're going to practice more programs. Now that we are familiar with if, else if, and else statement, it's very high time for us to practice a little bit more. So this time we're going to write a program that will help us to find out a number, whether it's a positive, negative, or 0. So what basically we're trying to do, we'll take an input from the user. Let's say it's going to be number, and we want to check whether this number is positive, or the number is negative, or the number is 0. So always try to break down the problem into smaller steps so that this will make sense to you, and you'll be able to complete that quite easily. Now when we can say a number is positive, if that number, here I'm trying to make the condition, if the number is greater than 0, only then we can say that that number is positive. If the number is less than 0, then we can say the number is negative. And if the number is equal to 0, surely we can say this is 0. So we have few conditions to use to apply some sort of statement. So let's do that. Here, let's say we have a number, we are taking the input. Of course we can take the input, but here I'm defining it like statically. But let's say if the number is greater than 0, we want to say positive number. All right, so simple, positive number. Again, how many conditions we want to try here out? We want to try 3 conditions. So the first one will be executed by if. So this is the best way to deal with this one. Here we're going to say if number is greater than 0. So for the first condition we'll use if, and for the second one we'll use else if, and for the last one, if the first 2 doesn't work, surely we're going to use this else here. So let's give it a try here. This one is the positive number. Then if it goes the other way, if the number is less than 0, we're going to say negative number, or we can say the number is 0. So that's it, simple. Let's run this. If you run this program, what will happen? Surely you know. So this time we're giving 4, and what will happen here if we use 4? Now 4 is greater than 0, so surely positive number is printed. But then we have used if again, and if we are using if, surely it will be executed. So 4 less than 0 doesn't make sense, so the condition failed, it's not going to work. But if doesn't work, then else will work for sure. That's why it shows here like 0 and positive both. So what we did missed here, we are supposed to use else if. So now if this condition is true, it's not going to check anyone else. But if this one is not true, only then it will go to the else if. So then it will check else if it's true or not. So this statement, if it is true, then else if block is going to work. But even if this one is false, finally we have the else, surely something going to work if no one has already executed. So let's run this program and let's see whether everything is like printing now properly and correctly. Yes, there you go, it's working fine. So I hope this one also made sense and you are practicing if, else, if and else a little bit more here. Now there are a lot of programs you can create with the help of if, else, if and else. Surely we'll see a lot of use cases of this. So of course you're going to use a lot conditional control statement like if, else, if, else. You're going to use a loop. So no matter what type of program you're doing, you need to check the condition. So if, else, if something, you'll work a lot. Let's write a program that will help us to find out the largest number between 2 numbers. So here basically I'm going to define 2 variables. Let's say number 1, and the value is going to be a static value here, a static value, let's say 12. And then let me just copy paste down below and let me just change the name of the variable for the second variable. And let's say this time I'm going to put the value as a 5. So we need to find out the largest number between these 2. So either the number 1 can be largest or the second one, or maybe they can be equal as well. So let's say if number 1 is greater than number 2. So remember, we're looking for the greater than, the greatest number here. That's why here the largest number will be number 1. So here we can console write line and we can say largest number is something like this. And let's print the variable, which is number 1 here. That's all. So if this condition is true, then number 1 is the largest one. But if this condition is not true, then we'll go to the second condition, which is going to be else if here. And we need to change the direction. This time this, we are checking if number 2 is greater than number 1. Then in this case, the largest number will be number 2. But on the other hand, both can be equal. So we're going to write one more statement here. So let's say equal number. Okay, equal number. Both are equal number. Let's put it like that way. Both are equal number. Great. Let's run this program and let's see what happened. Let me just change it to smaller case, even though it doesn't matter. Equal numbers. Okay. So here, if we run this program, and surely it should give us the largest number, which is 12 here. But let's say if I change it other way, the number 2 is 15. So in this case, it should print number 15. And if we put both of them equal 15, 15, so always you need to test out after running the program. And there you go. I'm testing out and it is working completely fine. So I hope you do understand like how to, use the if, else, if and else stuff. Now let's see whether we can use nested loop, nested if condition here. So if you put if inside if, that will be called nested if. If you put loop inside loop, that will be called nested loop. So here we're going to learn how to use nested if. So what you have to do in this case, let's say when do you want to use nested if? I will try a program, let's say for 3 numbers this time. So large number among 3 numbers. Among 3 numbers. And we're trying to find out the largest number among these 3 numbers. So what we can do, if number 1 is greater than number 2, this is how we can start. And we are going inside if number 1 is also greater than number 3. So remember, how did we came in? We said if number 1 is greater than number 2, we are coming inside by saying that. And then we are saying if number 1 is also greater than number 3, only then we can say the largest number is number 1 here. On the other hand, if number 2, let's put it like that way, so it will save our time, is greater than number 1. Now this time we're checking whether number 2 is greatest number here or not. And we are going in. Again, we'll say if number 2 is also greater than number 3, only then we can say the largest number is number 2. Hopefully things are making sense. And then now let's copy and paste down below. This time we'll check the condition for number 3. So if number 3 is greater than number 1, by saying that we are going inside that block, and then we are testing if number 3 is greater than also number 2, only then largest number will be number 3. So hopefully things are making sense. Now a lot of conditions here. It might be a little bit tricky at the beginning, but surely you'll get there. Now if no one of them are like, if we cannot find out the largest one, then maybe they're equal. So here we can say like equal numbers. Let's just put it that. Equal numbers. Of course, we can make this program like many ways. We'll make it more efficient. But for now, let's put it like this. So here I'm going to run this program. Let's see what happened. So it says all of them are equal, which is completely right. Now if I put 25 here, and if I try to run this program, let's see what happened. We are running it again and it shows largest number 25. Let's say if I put 35 here, and let's see what happened this time. If we run this program, it should work. So let's run this and we have some issue here. And what is that? So here we have number 3. We're saying number 3 will be greater than number 1, which is completely right. So 35 is greater than 15, first one. 35 is greater than also the number 2. By saying that, it should work, but for some reason it did not work. So we need to find out why it has not worked. So let's start with this one. If number 1 is greater than number 2, by saying that we are going inside. If number 2 is greater than number 1, now there is a catch. Here we need to understand why this one did not work. So it's true that number 2 is greater than number 1. By saying that we are going inside, that means this else block is not going to work for sure. So somehow we could do something like this here, even it's possible. So when we're going inside by saying that number 2 is greater than number 1, but there can be certain scenario where number 2 is not greater than number 3. So in this case, we could use else here even, and we could say number 3 is greater than all of them. So here, let me just copy and paste. And this time I'm going to say the largest number will be number 3. So you need to understand the way you are making all the condition here. And again, what can happen here, let's run this program and let's test this out. So there are like many test cases you need to check and you need to pass, and there you go, now it's working fine. But let's see if I give 45, so I'm trying all the combination here. Let's run it again and it's showing 45. Let's say here I'm going to put, let's say 85 or 55. Let's see how it's going to work. So if I run this program, we have the largest number 55. So it seems everything is working fine, and that should be all for now. So please practice this one and you will understand. So you can see that we are using nested loop, nested if block. So if inside if, and then again we have else if, inside the else if we have if. So nested things happening here. When you have something inside something, that's called nested. And I hope the nested statement is making sense to you. Right, let's create a program that will help us to define a letter, whether it's a vowel or consonant. So here I'm going to take the user input. First of all, we need to take the user input letter, and then we can determine with if else whether it's a vowel or consonant. And of course, you know that if a letter is A or E or I or O or equal to U, then only then we can say this is going to be vowel. Otherwise, we'll say that's going to be consonant. So these are two conditions we need to take care mostly. So let's start. First of all, I'm going to ask the user to give us an input. So enter any letter. That's what I'm going to ask the user. And I want to take the input in the same line. That's why I'll get rid of this line. And then let's get the user input. So first of all, you can take the input always string. And there you go. So we have string input, and now we can convert it into character. So for that, we'll define the character data type. We can give a variable called console here, the letter. And then we can convert. So let's convert to character, and the input that we want to convert, we can convert that. Then what we want to do now, we want to check the condition here. If the letter equal to A, then we can say this is going to be vowel. So let's put it there, and let's say vowel. Great. And if it is not, now of course there are a few other conditions we can create. So let me just copy paste real quick. I'm going to name it, of course I'm going to use else if the letter is E, then we can say vowel. If this condition also fail, then we can check if the letter is I, then we can call this one as a vowel. If this one fail, then we can go to the next step, and we can say if it is O, we can call it, or we can consider it as a vowel. Of course, I can see the spelling mistake that I'm doing. For sure, you have not done that one. So let me just, fix this one here. And if this one is not correct, in this case, it will go to the next condition, and we can make it like this. If it is U, then it's vowel. But if no one works, in this case, we can say it's going to be consonant. So for sure, that's why we're going to use else, and we'll say consonant. So of course, this one will work, but of course, we'll make this one more better. For now, let me run this program, and let me show you what happened if I run this. And here it's asking enter any letter. I'm going to give A, so it shows vowel. Again, I'm going to run it. This time I will give E, it shows vowel. Perfect. Now let's try with something consonant. So if I give M, and immediately it shows consonant. Now there are many things we can do here. We can make this program more easier way, because all of them, A, E, I, O, U, all of them should work with only vowel. So if this is not correct, or E, well, that's what we're saying. If the letter is A or E or I or O or U, then we're calling it vowel. So that's why we could add them here by adding or, and here we could say letter E. Let's continue. Letter equal I, A, E, I, O. Letter continue. Let's put it like here, O. And finally, if the letter is U, then we can say vowel. So basically, we are combining all the conditions we have written down below. So let me get rid of them. And here I'm going to put it like this. That's all. So hopefully things make sense. If the letter is A, E, I, O, or U, if it match with anything, it's going to be vowel. Otherwise, it's going to be consonant. Now let me run this program, and let me show you that it works. So if I try B here, of course, it's not going to match with any one of them from the if block. So in this case, it's going to show consonant. If I run it again, and let's try with A, it shows vowel. But now we can make this one a little bit more beautiful or more efficient, because what happens if I give capital A? It doesn't match with any one of them. So that's why it will show consonant, even though it's not. So if the user gives us in capital letter or small letter, we need to convert that into smaller, because we are using smaller letter condition. So how can we do this? When we're taking the user input, after taking the user input, we could use lower here as well. That's completely fine. Let's keep it there. All right. And now it should work. Let's give it a try one more time. Let's see what happens if we run it again. And this time I'm going to give capital A. It works completely fine. Hope this one is making sense. But I want to make this one a little bit more efficient. What happens if somebody, mistakenly they give 1? Of course, it shows consonant, which is not true. So we need to take care of this one as well. So first of all, I'm going to check here. Everything, I will just cut it from here. So I'll check whether this is a letter or not. If this is a letter, then fine. Do check all these conditions. If it is not letter, then let's show that, hey, this is not a letter. Please enter the letter. So how can I check whether this is a letter or not? So if the letter is greater than or equal to A, or if it is here, let's put it like this, by the way, just a moment, something going wrong here. And now let's say if the letter is less than equal to Z, So I'm setting the boundary here. Of course, whatever we're taking as a user input, if that one between A to Z, only then we are going to check this condition. Otherwise, we can say that this is not a valid letter. Not a valid letter. That's all. It should work. And let's run this. Let's see what happens if we run this. So this time I'm going to make intentional mistake and it shows consonant. Still we are getting consonant. Why is that? We need to make sure. So here I didn't make mistake. Of course, when I was writing, I did not maybe did not concentrate that much. So it should be between A to Z. So of course N should be there. It has to be between A to Z, right? So let me run it again and let's see what happens if we run this again. This time I'm going to give 1 and it should show not a valid letter, which is completely fine and working. I'm going to run it again and this time I'm going to give A, it's working. Run it again, I'm going to give capital A, it's working. I'm going to run it again and this time I'm going to give a consonant. It does work completely fine. Alright everyone, let's learn how can we find out the data type of a variable that we declare. It will be very handy later on when you will do the input validation of a variable. So let's learn how can we find out the data type of a variable. Now there are a few ways. Let's start. So first of all, I'm going to declare a variable here. Let's give some value to this variable. So here you can see I have defined an integer type variable. Now when you're taking the user input, you are not sure what type of the variable will be. But for now, let's learn how can we find out the type. So you can use, there is one way you can use this type of operator. And if you put, let's say the data type here, integer, and it's going to tell you what will be the type of this integer type. So even though it's not making sense, let's just hold on, be patient, and you're going to learn something. Here we're going to define the type object. So basically it's going to return, this type of is going to return an object of this type class. So all the type that belongs to this one, I'm going to define a variable of type. So if you want to hold the return type here, you can do that inside this type class variable. So what we'll do in the end, we're going to print this type variable. So let's define that here. And let me run this program. You'll see what basically going to happen. So I'm going to run this program with the help of dotnet run. And there you go. If I press enter, then you can see it's printing system.integer32. So it makes sense, at least, from the system, it's basically you using this integer 32 bits. Now there are a lot of others where the most common one that probably you will see is with the help of getType method. Let me show you how to, use that one. So let's say I will take a user input here, or maybe I can give some value, something like this. Let's say string name, let's say Anisul. So this time we have a string variable and also we have an integer variable. So let's see how can we find out their type. So what I'm going to do, basically, I'm going to get rid of this again. I can use this one, no problem. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to use the type here. So let's use that. I want to find out the type for name. So name dot, now there are a lot of options here. The one I want to use is called getType. And this is something probably you'll use a lot. So this getType basically returns an object of this type class again. So we are storing that value here and then we are printing. Now let's see if I run this program, what will happen here. So it's basically returning system.string. So with the help of this one, I can find out the data type of a variable. Then the third method that I'm going to use here is called isOperator. So you can use the isOperator to check whether it's data type of string or integer or float. You can do that. So let me show you that one here. So let's say from here, I'm going to remove this one. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to print straight away. So there are 3 ways you are learning one by one. First of all, you have learned how to use type of operator. And then you have learned how to use this getType method. And the final one that I want to show you here. So let me get rid of this. Immediately I will print inside this right line. So from here, what I'm going to do, I will say, is this name is string? So here I'm checking whether this name is string or not. So sometimes in your program, when you are doing the input validation, very soon we are going to do that. You will see that we are using inside the if condition, we're using something, whether it's a string, whether it's a boolean, whether it's integer or float, then you want to do something based on that. Now let me run this program. Let me show you what happened if I run this. And it's saying true. So the name is string, that's right. But if I say the name is integer, let's see what happened. Let me just copy paste down below. Maybe this time I'm going to use number here. So I'm saying if is the number is string or not. Let's run this and let's see what happened. So of course this should return false, and as it does. Then another way, we can use something called as operator. Then we can also use pattern matching things. There are a lot of different ways to do this, honestly speaking. But here, let me just keep it like this for now. And at least you know a few ways to check the data type. First one was type of. Then you have learned how to use the get type method. And then in the end, you have learned this is operator, how to use this is operator. And hopefully things are making sense. Now that you know how to find out the data type, it's a very good time for me to teach you how to do the input validation. Now that you know how to find out the data type of a variable, we can start learning about the input validation. Now, what do I mean by the input validation? Let's say you are taking some value from the user. For an example, it can be string name. So let me get rid of this one and let's type here so that you can follow me. So what we're going to do, we're going to learn how to validate the input validation. So let's say somebody is giving their name and it's going to be a string for sure. So we want to take somebody's name as a string. Now, what are the things we want to check when we're taking their name as an input? So maybe you want to check the length of the name has to be at least 2 characters, for instance. Okay, so we're going to check the string length. Also, we want to make sure they're not giving us any null value or white space as a name. So that's something also we want to make sure. And then maybe we want to make sure there is no special character inside the name. So let's add one more. Special characters such as @ symbol, those underscore, maybe those type of things. So no special characters, okay? And then you can also check that it doesn't contain any number at all. So we're looking for purely string, that's all. So let's write it here. So no number. All right, we can use some sort of maybe regular expression to check the format as well. Many things we can do, but at least for now, let's continue with this validation that we want to check. So first of all, we're going to take a user input. So let's do that. Here, I'm going to say string name, and let's take the input from the user, and then we can, check the validation. So let's say input name for now, input name, or name input, you can say anything, doesn't matter. And let's take that name from the user, console.readline. Now it can be null, so I just want to make sure that it cannot be null, something like this. So just to avoid this warning that we have. And then what we are going to do here, we're going to give an instruction to the user. So we could do this here even. Let's say, hey, enter your name. Enter your name. That has no special character. Or maybe you can get rid of that one for now. Okay, that's all. So we're going to take the input from the user. And now we want to check its validity. And how can we do that? So let's start with the first plan. We want to make sure it is not null or white space. And for that, we have, of course, one function that we can use. So string dot not null is null or empty space. So this is what basically going to help us to check whether this string that we're taking as an input is not null or white space. But if it is true, then we want to show some message. And for that, what we can do, let's write name cannot be empty or white space. Let's put it like this and let's see whether it does work or not. Okay, so if I run this program, let's see what happened. I will try to give some input and I'm giving null or empty and I'm going to press enter and immediately shows name cannot be empty or white space. Hopefully things are making sense. By the way, let me get rid of this line. All right, the next check I want to do that it has at least 2 characters maybe. So the length of character has to be in between 2 to 50 maybe. So this is what we can do. We can just copy paste down below. And of course, later on when you learn while loop, you will be able to make this one more better. But for now, let's keep it up. So this time I want to check the length of the string. And what is the string that we have? We have this input name or the name input. Yes, input name dot length. And with the help of length, we can check the length. So the length cannot be less than 2 or the length cannot be greater than something. Dot length it cannot be greater than, let's say, 20. If it is the case, then we are going to show some sort of message here. And what is the message we're going to say? Name cannot be less than 2 characters and more than 20 characters. Let's execute this program and let's see whether it's going to work. So I'm going to execute the program. It's going to ask for some sort of character. Let's say if I don't give anything, press enter. Immediately it shows name cannot be empty or white space. Name cannot be less than 2 characters and more than 20 characters. All right. Let me give some input this time. Let's say I'm going to give only 1 character, and then we have this message, name cannot be less than 2 characters. So let me run this again and let's see what happened. So let's say this time I'm giving 2 characters, and there you go, it's working fine. So for that, in the end, maybe I can just, inside an else, maybe I can show something here at least. So let's print that. And let's use console.writeLine. Just a moment. Valid name. All right, let's run this program again and let's see what happened. So I'll give a valid name, this time ANIS, and it shows the name is valid. Now let's continue. This time what we want to check whether this string have only letters. And this is something also we can check with the help of regular expression. So let me do that. Here I'm going to copy and paste this one. And here we can use the regular expression class, regex, and let's create a regular expression here. Now here, when you're creating the regular expression, I will explain a little bit, at least for now. So first of all, we need this 2p symbol. Let me use that 2p symbol here. All right. So this is how regular expressions start. And then we need to end the regular expression with $. So here I'm going to put the $ symbol. And in between, you can pass any regular expression. So what I want to pass, I want to have A to Z, something like this, from A to Z, from capital A to Z. I'm going to allow this for using, only string. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to use plus. So you can give as many as letters you want as your name. And then that's all. Let me just finish this one here. I could pass some sort of regular expression here, let's say for ignoring the case, ignore case, and this will help me to, like, if somebody give like capital or small, doesn't matter, it's going to work. Okay, and now with the help of this one, I can check whether the name that user is providing, whether it's matching this pattern or not. So here I'm going to say regular expression, the object that we created. If it does match, is matched with the input that we are giving, then it's fine. But if it does not match, in this case, we want to show some message. So in this case, we will say here, the name has to only have letters. Okay, name can only have letters. And that's all. So I'm going to run this program, and this time as a name, let's say I'm going to give ANI and then 1, 2, 3. And immediately it should show the message that name can only have letters. So I hope the way I'm checking the data type here, the input type, it's making sense to you. Now let's check the input validation for numbers, and hopefully that will also make sense to you. So here what I'm going to do, I'm going to take an user input for the numbers, and let's do that here for the integer. So let's ask the user, enter your age. I can copy and paste down below here, enter your age, and we're going to take that age here inside this input. So input, of course we need to take that one as a string first, and then we're going to convert. This time let's say input age, and now I'm going to convert this one. So in order to convert, what do we need to do? We can use input age. And of course, we can use a lot of different ways here. You know that you can use convert class, you can use the parse class, you can use the try parse. So let me use the try parse here, integer try parse, and let's convert this input age. If everything goes right, we're going to convert it into age. That's all. Now this can return true or false. So let's store this one here. Is valid age For now, let's put it like this, and then we can use an if condition here. If the valid age is false, we can say that this is, the data type that we provided that cannot be converted as an integer. So let's do that here. Put only numbers as an input. All right. Sometimes you want to check whether the minimum value or the maximum value or just a limit of a number. You can do that. So for that, what we can do, let's just copy and paste. If this one is false, of course, this message will be printed. But let's say if you want to set some limit for this one, so in this case, you can say input or age. That's something we're getting if everything converted, as we are expecting it here. So the age, if the age is less than 0, or if the age is greater than 200, then it's not a valid age. Let's put like that one. So you're setting some limit for the age here, okay? Hopefully things are making sense. Let's create a small project that will help you to practice if-else input validations in C#. So in this project, you're basically going to create a simple currency converter app where the user will give some amount and then it will display some option to the user, like what are the available conversions they want to use. So for an example, if someone wants to convert the amount 100 from USD to Euro, they can press 1, or they can provide the value 1 as an input, and then it will show the amount in Euro. That's how it's going to work, all right? And if the user gives an invalid value as an input, they want to convert. For an example, somebody is giving ABC and they want to convert it. In this case, it's going to show invalid input. Please enter a positive numeric value. So that's a simple one. Let's start. Of course, you can pause the video and you can finish this one on your own, and then you can come back to match with my solution. All right, I hope you have tried and you are successful, but let's do it together in case. So here I'm going to create a simple class called program, and then I'm going to create a method to run this file. That's all. And then let's make sure that, hey, we have something to display to the user. Let's say enter the amount you want to convert, enter the amount you want to convert. Okay, so with the help of this right line, we're going to display this message to the user, and user will see this message and then they can give some sort of input. Now let's take that input. Of course, we know how to take the input. So here we're going to use read line for getting the user input, and surely there will be nothing inside. And this one is going to return the value as a string, but we got to convert this one to something called double so that we can handle that value properly, because the currency can be anything. For an example, the currency can be 45.50 or it can be 45, any data type we want to allow, any numeric value we want to allow. So that's why we can put it inside, let's say here, something like this, double, and then we can name it something like, let's say, amount. So then we need to convert it. Unfortunately, at this moment, we have the string value. So let's do one thing. We are going to use something like probably you have seen earlier, but if you have not, I'm going to explain it. You can use something called double.tryParse. What basically this method do, you can pass an input, or you can pass a string value or whatever you want, and then where you want to convert it, you can pass that one. So let's say I want to convert it into double type variable called amount. So that's all we have to do here. And now let me get rid of this one and let me explain you what basically happening here. So first of all, we're taking the string input and we want to convert that to double. That's why I'm using here double.tryParse. We want to parse this one into some sort of double variable, and that's why you need to use out, because you want to, if it is converted successfully, you want to store somewhere. So in this case, you are using amount, and if it goes successful, in this case, you can use amount everywhere in this app now. But of course, this tryParse returns us true or false. So based on the value, we can do our validation. Here I'm going to say is valid amount, and let's assign the value here. All right. And now based on this value of this is valid amount, I can handle my validation. Let's do that. It's going to be a simple one. So if is not a valid amount, in this case I'm using not, then I want to show something to the user. Of course, you remember what I tried to show here. So let me just copy and paste from here to here. Please enter a positive numeric value. So let me copy this one and let me paste here inside the console right line. There you go. And this should work. So let me show you. And here I'm going to keep invalid. By the way, if everything goes right, in this case, I want to show the option. So let's say display option to the user. Display the options to the user. To the users. So let's test this one out before adding few lines of code. So it's always better to do, when you are, writing some sort of program, after adding a small feature, test it out before adding more features. Otherwise, if later on when you have built the entire app and if you run the app and if something goes wrong, then you need to find out like everywhere. Okay, you need to check the entire code. But when you are doing small task at a time, test it out, and then when you are happy, then move on with the next plan. So that's how you should actually solve a problem. Now let me check this one out and let's see what happens if I run this program. And if everything goes right, let's give some sort of amount here. Let's say an invalid amount, ABC. In this case, it shows, hey, invalid input, please enter a positive numeric value. And then, of course, if I run it again, and if I give it so for an example, in this case, let's say 12, it's going to pass in this case. All right. And one more thing I want to test here out. Let's say if somebody gives us negative value or even 0. In this case, it shows display the option to the user, which is not at the right things to do in this case, right? Because we do not want to, convert a negative value or something if the amount is 0. In this case, we can add or if the amount is less than or equal to 0, then we want to show this message. That's all. Now, hopefully you have understood what I'm trying to explain. So let's say if someone wants to convert an amount and if they give 0, in this case, we want to show this message, hey, this is invalid because you must provide a positive numeric value. So we are not only checking numeric value, but also we are checking positivity here as well. All right. Hopefully things are making sense, and we're not going to allow any negative or equal to 0 value for the amount. Great. Now that we have already tested it out, so let's show the option to the user. So here, let me just comment this one for now so that it will make more sense. Display the option to the user. So what are the options I want to show? Let me just go back to the task and let me copy from here. This will save my time. So at least let me copy one and then I can paste. So console write line and let's say available conversions. So these are available conversions user can try. And then let's use one more console write line and let's show the first option, USD to Euro. And then we can copy and paste like this. Let's go with the next one, which is going to be Euro to USD. Euro to USD. Okay, fair enough. And then let me add few more. So let me just copy down below. This time it's going to be USD to Great Britain pound, I guess, GBP, and then GBP to USD. All right. That's all. Let's keep it this much. I think that should be more than enough for now. Okay. So we're converting from Euro to USD to Euro, Euro to USD, and then USD to Great Britain pound, and then Great Britain pound to the USD. That should be more than enough now. Of course, let's change the option 3, and the last one is going to be 4. Okay. And now we need to ask the user, hey, these are the available conversions, which one you want to try. So let's use console write line again one more time. And inside the console write line, what basically we want to show, select the option from 1 to 6. So let me paste it here. That's all. Actually, this time we have to say 1 to 4. And if we want to take the user input in the same line, that means after printing this string, we don't want to go to the next line. We want to take the input immediately. In this case, let's use write instead of write line. Okay. Now, then we need to take the user input here. Okay. So just like before, I'm going to use this one. Let's copy this and let's paste here. And let's take the user input just like before. This time, let's say is valid option instead of is valid amount. So the naming has to be very good. It should be self-explanatory. Okay. In this case, what we're going to do, we have option from 1 to 4, which is an integer value. So let's use integer data type here. It's going to be, not going to be fractional because we can see it already. And then this time we have to say integer here because we are converting the value. If everything goes right, we are converting that string into integer. And in this case, of course, I have to use out here, but here we need to change as integer. And let's say this time option here. Okay. Now, based on this option, we can do something. But again, we can check the validity just like before. If the option is valid, then we want to do something. So we can copy and paste the code one more time. But this time we want to use is valid option. just like before. So let me just copy this is valid option and let me paste it, this one here. If it is not a valid option, or if the option is not in between 1 to 4, so let's do that as well. If it is not in between 1 to 4, if it is less than 1 or greater than 4, that means it's not in between this range, then we can say invalid selection. Let's take care of that one, and please choose a number between 1 to 4. Please choose a number. Choose a number between 1 to 4. All right, hopefully things are making sense, right? And if this one passed the validation, in this case we can go to the else block and we can do something here for sure. So let's start the conversion. Here I'm going to take the converted amount. Let's declare a variable, converted amount equals 0 at the beginning, and then now based on the option we can do something. So let's say if the option is equal to 1, which is basically USD to euro, if I'm not wrong, let's check. Yes, in this case we want to find the converted amount. So the amount that we have, we are going to, let's say, 1 USD equal, in this case, let's say 1 USD equal 0.85 euro. So let's put it like that one. Okay, again it can vary day by day, but here I'm just going to put it like this. That's all. And then I'm going to print. So the result needs to be printed. Let's show the amount here. Amount USD to is equivalent. Let's put it like that way. Equivalent to the converted amount. Converted amount, and then we can put the euro there. All right, let's test this one out before moving forward. I think that should be all for now, and test this one out. Let's see if everything goes right or wrong here. So first of all, we're running this app and we can test it out. So let's say this time, of course, we're going to give a valid value because we have already tested out 45. And then if I do not give any option between 1 to 4, let's say I'm giving 5, it should give me error, and there you go, it's giving. But let's try with the valid option. This time I'm trying the value 45 again, but this time I have to choose a valid option because that's what I'm targeting. I'm selecting one option and there you go, it is already working. So it shows 45 USD is equivalent to this euro. All right, so hopefully it's making sense, and you know now what to do. Of course, it's just like adding few lines of code, adding few more if blocks. So if the option is 2, then you want to do something. If the option is 3, then you want to do something. Let me just copy and paste. If the option is 4, then you want to do something. So let me just paste it like this. If the option is 4, then you want to do something. All right, that's all. But of course, we'll make this one more better. And now let's fix this. Like if the option is 2, in this case, what we want to do from euro to USD. So let me put some command that will help me a bit. Euro to USD here. Euro to USD. All right. And then let's put the next one. The first one actually here, I forgot to put this one. So let's say USD to euro. Let me put it like this. All right. And then the next one will be, for our case, it's going to be USD to Great Britain pound, GBP, GBP, and the last one will be the opposite, which is Great Britain pound to USD. All right, let's finish this one. So here, basically, I'm going to multiply this one into 1.18. Again, the rate can be different for sure. I'm just giving a dummy value here. So let's assume that 1 euro equal 1.18 USD. And this time I'll change. Here I'm going to put euro, and on the other side I need to put USD. That's all. Same thing I have to do for this one as well. So let's give a rate. So let's think like that, 1 USD to 0.75 Great Britain pound. So here I'm going to put USD just like before, but here I'm going to put pound. And the same thing will happen like the opposite one here. In this case, let's put like 1 Great Pound equal 1.33 USD. All right. So let's say pound and here USD. All right. Hopefully things are making sense. That's all I wanted to do. Of course, there are a few if-else block going on. Of course, there are something like nested if-else going on, but it makes sense the way we finish our program. It's now better, and you can test it out. So let's run this program here. I'm going to run it here, and let's see what happened. I'm going to give an amount here, 34 euro, or let's say 10 euro. And let's say from the 10 euro, I want to move to the USD. So in this case, I'm going to use the option 2. And there you go, 10 euro is equivalent to that much USD. But of course, the conversion we're doing, it should be formatted, so I don't want to show too much after, like, let's say 2 fraction point, and that's why, or maybe 3 fraction point maximum. I'm going to use F3 after the converted value that we have, F3. Let's use F3 everywhere, F3, and same goes for this one. I'm going to use F3. That's all. Let me run it again and let me test it out again one more time because I added something new. So here I'm going to give 45, and then this time I'm going to choose 2. There you go, it shows the equivalent USD, and there are only 3 decimal point we have after the decimal point. There are 3 positions that we have. All right, so there are 3 digits after the decimal point, and hopefully things make sense. That's all for this project. If you're familiar with if-else statement, it's a very good time for us to move to the next topic, which is switch statement. Now again, switch is an alternative of if-else, so you can do exactly the same thing that you did with if-else. But I would say when you have too many conditions, it's better to use switch statement. It makes things more simpler, and you'll see that for sure. So let's say you want to build a program for digit spelling. What do I mean by that? For an example, if somebody give you 1, then you got to spell that 1. So you will say 1 as an output. If somebody give you 2, then you need to spell to 2. So somebody will give us digit, and we need to spell that. And of course, digit is basically from 0 to 9, and that's what we want to spell. Okay, so let's write a program with if-else, and then we'll convert this program to, for an example, with switch statement here. So I'll try my level best to explain. Please be patient, and surely you'll get that for sure. So here, I'm going to define a variable. First of all, let's give a message to the user, hey, what we're looking for. So let's say enter a digit from 0 to 9, okay? From 0 to 9. So this is our instruction to the user, and we're going to take their input in a single line. So in the same line, that's why I'm going to get rid of this line. And then, of course, we need to take the input. So let's take the input here. And what we can do, we can get the string, and then we can convert into integer. So let's do that. Integer digits, and then let's convert that with the help of convert dot to integer, and there you go. So we are basically converting it here, okay? And you can just add a question mark to make sure that this value can be null as well. That's all. I hope it makes sense. And now we're going to use if here. First of all, if the digit is 0, then you want to print as a 0 here. So let's spell it here 0, that's all. And again, I'm going to use write line instead of write. There you go. And then I can copy paste few times. So let's do that. Here I'm going to change it. Else if digit equal, let's say 1, and then we can keep it up just like this. So here I'm just going to copy paste few times, and of course we are going to change the spelling here. Let's put it 1, let's put it 2, and you know what I'm going to do for sure. So let's continue. The program will be a little bit bigger, so for sure it's going to make sense to you. Let's do that. Again, first of all, I'm doing with if-else, and then I will convert it to switch so that it makes more sense why you should use switch, okay? And let's continue like this. There are a few more times I have to do. I'm patient enough, and I'm sure you are also patient enough. Okay, so let's put 5, and let's put 6 here, and then let's continue a few more times here. The next one is going to be for 7. Here I'm putting 7, and then I have 8, and the last one I will have 9. Okay, so far so good. And let's change the spelling as well. So let's make it correct. Here I'm going to put 8 for this one and 7 for this one. That's all. Now, of course, if you run this program, it's going to work. We know this. This is a very basic program. So let's do that here. I'm going to make the output a little bit bigger this time. And let's run it. Let's see what happened. So first of all, it will ask for the user input. I'm going to give 1. So when we'll give 1, you know what will happen? The first one is not going to match. So the digit is going to be 1. Again, when we take the user input, it's a string. And then we're converting that string into number. So the digit will be 1 in this case. And it starts with the if statement always. So if statement has to be checked at the beginning. So digit equal, 0, that's what it's saying, which is not true because we have 1 as a digit. And 1 equals 0, this is not true, so this one will not work. Then it will move to the next else if statement. 1 equal 1, for sure, this is right. And there you go, we have 1. And it's not going down anymore because the condition is already matched. So it should print 1, and there you go, it's working fine. But the thing is here, what happens if somebody gives you, let's say, something that that doesn't belong to from 0 to 9. So somebody's trying 11, which is not a valid digit, so it doesn't show anything. So we should take care of that one as well. Let's do that with the else. Here, if no one works here, so in this case, else should work, and I can give a output here, not a valid digit, something like this. Okay, please try again or something like this. All right, please try from 0 to 9. There you go. So the message is clear enough. Now let me run it again and let's see what happens if we run it again. There you go. If this time I give 11 as an input and it's showing perfectly working. Now, of course, there is nothing wrong with this program, but we can use switch statement to make this one more easier way to read or more easier way to solve. So first of all, there are 4 keywords we need to know when we're dealing with switch statement. It will help us for sure. Switch is one of them. Then we'll have case just to match condition or just to match some values. Then we'll have break if we want to break the switch. And then for the default value, just like else, we're going to use default here, the keyword. Again, I will explain everything, so don't worry. Just remember there are 4 keywords normally we deal with when we try to apply switch statement in our program. So first of all, I'm going to start with switch. And there you go. You have the switch block. Switch block will take some input. So we can pass something here to check the conditions. So what do I want to pass? I want to pass digit here. And each time I want to check whether it's 0 or whether it's 1, then I want to do something. So in this case, what I will try if it is case 0, that means the value of digit, if it is 0, then what you want to do. Now here, you can try number, you can try string, you can try different values. So let's continue with this one. What I want to do in this case, I want to print 0. Let's do that. And that's all. So here, let's put right line. And when you're done with this task, you don't want to go furthermore. So basically, you want to use break. Now, it looks a little bit more for now for this example, but don't worry. You'll see the simplified version very soon. So let's continue here, continue understanding how the switch statement basically works. Now I can copy paste down below and let's put here 1 and we can say 1 here. That's all. Then we can continue. Let's copy paste down below and here I'm going to say 2 this time. And one thing you immediately can notice, you cannot use the same condition again. But for an example, if I try to use 0 here, it doesn't give me any error. So you can see syntax-wise, it's already telling us like which something we're doing good or bad. So it's saying you have already used that condition check already. So you check whether the digit is 1 or not. So you cannot use that one anymore. And that's how we can continue. And let me just comment all these things that I have for now with if else. There are a lot of things are going on. So whenever you have something like this, it's better for when you're creating in a menu, whenever you're creating like using too many conditions, it's better to avoid them with the help of, for sure, the switch statement that we have. All right, just let me check again. And there you go. These are the things I wanted to comment. Okay. And then we can continue like this. Let's put it like this, case 3. And then this time it's going to be 3. And I'm not going to take it any more longer. I will just keep it like this. Or maybe I'm going to copy paste and make sure that everything is expected here and works as expected. All right. So this one is going to be 4. Then we have 5. And then we have 6. And then there should be 3 more. So let me just copy and paste down below. This time it's going to be 7. And then we have 8. And finally, we have 9. All right. Let's change the value. So here spelling will be 9. This one will have 8. This one will have 7. And then this one is going to have 6. Let's put 5. There you go. Everything seems good so far. 4, 3, 2, 1. That's all. Now let's run this program. Let's see what happened. Does it work exactly the same way we did with if else? So here I'm going to put 1. And in this case, what will happen? This 1 will be passed inside this switch statement. So first we are taking the input 1, converting into integer, and that digit 1 will be passed here. It doesn't match with this one, but it does match with this one. So it will print 1 and then break. So it comes out from the switch statement with the help of break. Now let's press enter and there you go. You can see the result. But what happened this time if we try something that should not belong to between this 0 to 9. So if I try 11, immediately it doesn't give us any output. So that's why, just like the else case, if you remember, we have used else for if else. So the last statement, we can do exactly the same thing inside switch. We can use the keyword called default. So you have seen there are 4 keywords we have used so far. First one, we tried switch for the switch statement. That's the switch block. So here we have the switch block, and inside the block we have case for checking the values or conditions. And in order to break something, any break case, we can use this break keyword. And in the end, for matching with the default value, we have the default statement or default keyword there. Now let's run this program. Let's see what happens if we do that. And there you go. Now if this time, if I try 11, it shows 9, which is not the right one. I was supposed to say not a valid digit, please try from 0 to 9. And this is what I can copy, and let's go up and change the value here for the default one, just to make sure everything is functional here as expected. All right, let's see what happened if I give 11 this time, and it says exactly the thing that I was looking for. But what good thing is about this switch statement, you can even combine multiple things together. And this is what I want to show you, and then you will realize the more beauty of this switch statement. So here, so this is like basically a program that we created for spelling the digit. But let's think about that, like you want to find out the weekdays or the weekend. So in this case, what we can do, we can, let's say, take a user input. I'm going to take out everything that I have. So this time we want to create a program where we'll take the user input, let's say Monday string. So let's take a day as a string. Here I'm taking that one and give you an example, which can be Monday. And then we are going to decide by this program whether it's a weekday or weekend. Okay, weekday or weekend, that's what we need to decide. And this time you will see more beautiful things about this program for sure. So let's continue. Here what we're going to do, we are going to take the user input. First of all, let's ask the user to give the day of the week. Enter the day of the week. All right, the user will give us the day as a string, but make sure that we are taking it the same line. And here I'm going to take the input. So let's call day. Let's use console.write, actually read line, and there you go. We have the user input. And if the user give the input as a capital letter or small letter, doesn't matter. I want to convert that one. So let's use to lower, something we are already familiar. So whatever the letter they're using, maybe some user can try something like this, Friday, or some user can try Friday. They can come up with any cases here, but I want to make sure they're already converted to the lower case. So even if they provide with the capital case, I'm converting them with the lower case. After taking the input day, it's time to match the case. So we're going to use switch case here. And of course, you're familiar with this switch statement. Now this is the switch block where we are providing the day, and now we want to check which day it does match. So I said you can use multiple case here. So let's say if it is Monday, and then if it is, let's say Tuesday here, let me put it here, Tuesday, and let's continue like this. We can provide few more days. If it is Wednesday, if it is Thursday, let me put it there as well for this one, Thursday. Now the reason why I'm putting all of them in a smaller case, because we have already converted it to the lower case, that's why. And the last one is going to be Friday here. There you go. If these cases, multiple cases match, any one of them, if any one of them match, then in this case, what do you want to do? We want to print weekdays. So let's say weekday. And of course, we need to make sure that we are breaking it out. And then as a default one, we can, maybe use, or let's say we do not need the default one. Let's use something, let's say case. If it is Saturday, or there are multiple cases we are adding. So we can say if it is Saturday or Sunday, then it's going to be the weekend. So let me just write it down here real quick, just after this line, console write line, and let's say weekend. There you go. And also we can break this one here for sure. And that's all. But what about this? If no condition match as a default one, maybe we can give, say here as a output, we can say invalid day entered, something like this. So let's do that as well. Invalid day entered. And let's break this one as well. There you go. That's all for now. So you can see that if somebody gives us any day, we have multiple cases. If any one of these cases match, in this case we're going to say it's a weekday. If any one of these cases match from the Saturday or Sunday, we're going to say weekend. All right. If nothing match, this default one is going to work. So let's run this and let's see what will be the output if we run this. And here I'm going to give, let's say, the value as Monday, and it should give us the weekday. It's working perfectly. Let me run it again, and let's see if we try Saturday. And there you go, it's working fine. I hope this is making sense already to you. Now you can try some programs like Vowel console, and you can take the user input and then you can check whether it matches with A, E, I, or U. Then you can say, okay, fine, it's a vowel. Otherwise you can say consonant. So you can try that one. But here, now I will teach you how to use Enum, because sometimes you might make spelling mistake here when you are dealing with this. Let's say you can try something like this. you can make a mistake and you can put it like this. And in this case, if some user give Monday, this one is never going to match. And surely in this case, it's going to print invalid day enter. So we'll see how to use Enum to make sure like we are dealing with the constant better way, so that we do not make mistake and everywhere we are consistent. All right, let's talk about Enum now. Enum is something you can use to store the constant. For an example, here I'm going to create an Enum, and you can, assign some value to Enum. So let's say Saturday is one value, the first one I'm going to use, and then I'm going to use, let's start with the Monday. That's how the week start. So Monday is going to be the first one, and then we're going to put here Tuesday, and then we're going to use, let's say, Wednesday. Let's continue Thursday, and let's continue with Friday. Then we have Saturday, and finally let's put Sunday here. All right, so how Enum basically work, of course you need a name for the Enum, and here I'm going to put the Enum name a day of week. You can put anything, but make sure that you are starting with the capital letter always and following the best practices. Now by default, whatever value you're going to provide here, they will start from 0 index. So here for the Monday, it will get immediately the value 0. That's how it works. So here you'll get 0, but you can change the value if you want. Now the order will be starting from 1, and then the Tuesday will be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's how it will continue. But if you do not provide any value, by default, it's going to be 0. All right, so this time what we'll do, we'll take, 0 to 6 from the user for Monday, Tuesday, those type of things. We can give it a try. Or maybe you can start from 1, and then you can ask the user to give you any integer value from 1 to 6. Okay, that's something also we can do. We can go either way, it's completely fine. Now let's ask the user. By the way, this time, one more thing probably I need to introduce, because this is an Enum, and we need to put everything inside a class this time if we want to run this program. So let's do that. I'm going to put it inside class. Again, you really don't have to understand that much class, because we're going to discuss a lot in the object-oriented module. So here I have created a class. To run a program, we need a class. By default, compiler create a class for us, but this time we need to define it manually. And inside a class, you must need to have a main method. That's all. And now there should not be any error, and you can see it's going to run. So if we run this program again, it will ask the user to give an input from 0 to 6. So we can do that, but the way we have created our Enum, it's going to return, start counting from 1. Now, before even doing anything here, what I want to do, I want to comment this stuff that we have, and I just want to run it, and I want to show you how basically this Enum things work. Then we can add the Enum to the switch case. So here I'm going to use console write line, and let's create an object of the Enum that we have. So, or even we can directly access that Enum if we make that static, but let's keep it simple. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to say day of week dot, and then you can see that this time I can access any value of this day of week. So I have Friday, Monday, Saturday. So this is a very good way to handle your all the constant that you have. So instead of typing it separately, when you are typing, there is a risk of misspelling. So this is how you can manage your constant more better way. You have less chance of making typing mistake, and also you have this automatic suggestion that these are the value you can use. And you can see one thing here, Friday, the day of week dot Friday has value 5, and how it's happening, because if this one 1, then this one is 2, then 3, 4, 5. That's how it's working. Okay, so I hope it's already making sense to you. If I run this program, let me show you, it should return 5. The integer value here, it was 5, but it does return Friday. So if you try to access here, but by default under the hood, it has the value 5. When you have to match with this value with something else, then you need to try here the value 5. Now I'm going to show you a few more things here. Let's take the user input, and then what we'll try to do, we'll try to match with the value of this enum that we have. Now, of course, things will make sense slowly but surely. So please be patient here, and surely you'll get the idea. So what I want to do, first of all, I am going to ask the user to give me any number from 1 to 7 for the days. So enter the day of the week, let's say 1 to 6 or 1 to 7 actually. All right, where 1 to 7, let's put it like this. Where Friday, let's say where 1 is Monday and 7 is Sunday. Okay, so we're giving more instruction to the user. That's all. Now if the user gives us the value, we need to convert that into integer. So let's do that here. We are going to use integer this time. Let's say input. Here I'm going to change the value into input, and of course we need to convert it into, let's say, into integer. So let's use the convert function, the convert method that we have, and there you go. So basically we have now the conversion. Now one more thing I want to check: if someone give us the value, let's say anything less than 1 or greater than 7, in this case we want to handle that before doing anything else. So let's do that. Here I'm going to add an if block, and inside the if block I can control that one, and I can show a message, hey, you are going out of the range. I will say invalid input, please enter a number between this. So I'm going to copy and paste the same message that I have from here. Please enter the day, something like this. That's all. But again, what would be the condition here? So our condition should be if the input is less than 0, and here we can use or if the input is greater than 7, then this is not a valid one. In this case we want to show this message, and then we want to return from here. So we do not want to go further down. So in this case you can use return. And how return basically work? So if this one is executed, it will show this print. If this if block execute, or if it is true for any condition, it will show this message, and then it will return from here. So it just break the code from here. That's all. And it will not go further down if you have anything else. Now, first of all, what I want to do, the input that I'm taking, I want to check this input whether it does match with our enum. So how can we get that enum value? That's what I'm going to show you. So let me console write line. I want to show you one more thing. So here, if I try to print the input, of course, you know it's going to work, and it will show the input that we are providing. So let me run this program. Things will make more sense to you. And here I'm going to give 2, and it does print that value 2. That's all for now. But then I want to convert that value into enum. So that 2, I want to find out the Tuesday here with the help of that 2. So we can do that. We can use day of week, that's the enum, and we can convert the input that we have. And then we can put that day of week inside the enum variable. So let's do that. This is our enum. I'm going to name the variable as a day, and then I can try this input, day of week input. I can put it here, and then let's end here. And after that, of course, this is not the right way I did. I was supposed to do this way because we are converting it. We are converting the input to the enum. So here what I wanted to try, actually, let me do that first, and then I'm going to show you what is happening here. So let's put that here, and let's comment this one for now. So whatever the input user will give me, I'm trying to find out the value from the enum with this one. So let's do that. Here I'm going to run this. Let's see what happens if I run this. This time I'm going to use, let's say, 3, and it does return Wednesday from that enum. So I hope you are getting what I'm trying to explain. So basically this day will return Wednesday, Tuesday, or any day that we have inside the enum based on the input value. So if someone gives us 3, we are picking up this Wednesday. If someone gives us 2, we are picking up this Tuesday from the enum. So we are picking up the day based on the integer value. Make sense? Now what we can do, we can uncomment our code that we had early, and let's use enum instead of this. So what we're going to do here, this time we'll have less chance of making typing mistake because we are using enum. So what we'll do here, from the enum, day of the week, we are going to use, let's say if it is Monday, and you can see that now it gives us automatically the value of the week, so there is less chance of making any mistake. And if it is Tuesday, there you go. So we have some constant that we're using here, and let's continue day of week. If it is Wednesday, there you go. And let's continue again. Here I'm going to put day of week is Thursday, and finally if the day of week is Friday, dot Friday. And here we need to make few more changes, so let's continue doing that. Day of week if it is Saturday, and finally if the day of week is Sunday. That's what we want to check here. Okay, and we're done. And that's the beauty of enum. So you have, even though you are typing, you are thinking maybe you're typing a little bit more, but trust me, when you define as a constant throughout your program, everything will be like easier for you to navigate. So maybe in your program there are like thousands of files you have, but you created one enum in one file and that you are using that enum everywhere. You have less chance to make any mistake, and it's very easy for you to find out what type of constant you have inside an enum. That's all. Hopefully things are making sense, but let's run this one more time and let's see whether it does work. So if I give 2 here, of course it should be Tuesday, and it shows weekday here. Let's run it. This time I'm going to try 7, which is going to be Sunday. In this case, it should return weekend, and it does so. I want to show you one more thing, like if we give any invalid value, whether this if statement work or not. Let's check that one out as well. So let's say if I give -2, it shows here invalid input and it returned from the main function. That's all. Boom. Now that you are familiar with switch statement and also you have written a program for spelling the digit, it's a very good time for you to learn about switch expression. Something will allow you to perform a pattern matching, and based on the match pattern you can return a value. For an example, here we are matching a condition, so based on the condition we can return any value. And this will be more shorter way to write this type of program. Let me show you. So how does the switch expression look like? Let me give you the syntax here. So first of all, let's say you have the switch keyword, or you can start with the variable first. So variable and then switch keyword. Let me just put it like this. And then the switch, basically the expression will start from here and it will close here. And then you can have several pattern. That's something you want to match. And if the pattern match, then you want to do something. So you can run expression here. And then you can continue like this. Of course, you have to use comma, and you can continue like, if there is a pattern 2, based on that, if it matched, then you want to run another expression, which can be expression 2. And this is how you can continue. Then in the end, you will have something for the default. So if nothing match, then this one is going to work for sure. And this is going to be your default expression. Okay. So that's how the syntax of this, switch expression look like. So based on the pattern, you can run something and this will return a value here. So the result can be any data type that you want to return in the end. Okay. So hopefully things are making sense, and now it's time to use this one. And remember to end with semicolon here, by the way. So this is the syntax we have. Let me just comment it for now. And now we can start applying the syntax for writing this digit spelling program. So first of all, we are going to return something. And let's say here we are going to return string, because the spelling thing is going to be string in the end. So here I'm going to say result, or let's call spelling. That's something we can name here as well. And then we can run the program with the variable here. So we're going to pass a digit to the switch. So that's how the expression start, but remember you need to end with semicolon. So this time we're using switch expression, but then you need the pattern. So the first pattern is going to be, if it is 0, we want to run 0. That's all. This is our expression, a very simple one. And we can continue like this for sure. We need to change the value 1, 2, 3, 4, and let's continue like this. 5, then you have 6, then you have 7, then you have 8, and then 9, and then finally we need 1 for the default value. And for sure you can understand things are more simpler than the last one. You can see the last one is continuing. We have the break keyword, we have the case keyword, and a lot of things are there. But this time we do not need that many things. So based on the pattern, it will do something and that value will be returned here. So let's say in this case, I want to print, for an example here, 1, and this one will be 2. So let me just cut it down and change it, 3. Then we have 4, then we have 5. Let me change all the value real quick, 5, and then we have 6. Then we have 7 here, there you go. And then let's continue with 8, and then finally we have 9. If there is nothing matched, then we can say not a valid digit. All right, that's all. And hopefully it makes sense more than ever. And let me just console write the result that we have, which is the spelling one. So let me just print out there spelling. Okay. And here I want to do something else for an example. So if the user gives some value, we're going to spell that. That's all. I think that should make sense for now. And I can maybe command this one for now. That's all. And let's run this program. Let's see what happens if we run this with the .NET run as usual. And it is going to ask us to give a input, which is going to be from 0 to 9. I'm going to give 6 here, and it does work completely fine. I'm going to run it again, and I'm going to give an invalid digit, which is something 11, maybe more than 9. And there you go, it shows not a valid digit. I hope this pattern is making sense to you, but the more you will work with the pattern, it will make more sense. That's how basically it does work. I'm sure you can try more, for sure there are a few others programming you can write. So it's not only that you can, match the pattern here like only for digits, only for numbers. You can even try to match with, those data types such as integer, string. That's also possible, which is pretty simple. Let me show you one example here real quick. So what I want to do, whatever the data I want to take, I want to check based on the data type I want to do something. So you could do something like this. If the data is integer, you want to do something. And if the data is string, you want to do something. So that's also possible. Again, I really don't want make this one too much complicated here at this point, so I wouldn't go for that one. But what I'm saying, you can match also something with data type if you want. That's completely valid, and this expression will be very handy later on. You'll see that at some point. No doubt that the more time you'll spend, things will get more easier, and especially when you're dealing with class and object, it can be super easy to deal for sure, but that's something we can discuss later. We know how to use switch expressions, so let's write another program that will help us to find out a letter, whether it's a vowel or consonant. So exactly same thing we did earlier with if else at some point. So let's continue with that one. Here I'm going to ask the user to give a letter. So enter a letter from A to Z. That's all. And now if the letter we get from the user, then we can do with something with that one. But for now, let's take the user with the same line in the same line. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to define a variable for that. So string input, and let's get the input from the user. Then I want to make sure that I'm taking that one into lowercase. So no matter whether user giving the capital or lower, it's going to be in the end the lowercase here. Okay. And then I want to give a validation check just to be sure that we are getting the input which is not null or empty. So a string is null or empty. Let's check that the input is not null or empty. And also I want to make sure the length of the string has to be 1. If it is not 1, if it is more than 1, then it's not the right thing to do, because we are looking for only one character. Okay, so let's say here we're going to check the length of the input length, and we're going to make sure if it is not 1, not equal 1, then we want to show some sort of like error message. So let's use console write line, and let's keep some message here. Let's say invalid input, and then we can make sure that please enter a single character. Enter a single character. Good job. So far so good. And now if this one like is true for any case, then we can return the program for here. But at this moment we're not inside any main function. But let's see here. One thing I want to show you here, how basically this return one work. So if I do not use the return, what will happen? Let's run this program and let's make an intentional mistake here. So I'm going to give more than one character, which is AZ. And in this case, we can see invalid input. So this if block is working, and also the hello one is working. But if the if block work, then I do not want to go down below. And for that reason, we can get back this return keyword. And if I run it again, I'm going to make intentional mistake, and there you go. Now you can see that we are basically returning from here, and it does not go to the next line. That's expected. All right. So hopefully things are making sense. Now that we have a valid input, we can start making the condition. So, of course, this is a string, and from the string, we want to take only the first character, and we want to convert that into character. So let's do that. I'm going to use letter, and from the string, I'm just going to take the first index. So every string, let's say if you have a string like this, for an example, A, and from there, it's just going to take the first index, which is in this case A for sure, and it's going to convert it into letter. And now we can use our switch expression to check whether it's a vowel or consonant. So let's start with that one. We are going to return the string value. Let's use result, and then we can use the variable, which is letter switch, and this is our switch expression. Let's make sure we're ending with semicolon, and also we can start using our pattern here. Now the first pattern I want to use here, it's A, or it's going to be E, or we can use or for sure. We can use both, completely fine. We want to make sure it's A, E, I, or let's use it O, then we are going to use or the last one, which is U. If this is true, then what do we want to do? We want to run an expression which is going to be vowel. Okay, that's all. And if it is not, then we can go with something consonant actually. Let's put it like that way. There you go, consonant. Fair enough. But in case if it is not a letter, we also want to make sure that one as well. So it can be, you know, it can be not a letter. And how can we make sure that one? So we can start with greater than, equal. If it is not a, and if it is not between a to z, in this case, what do we want to make sure? Again, try to understand. We can use the greater than, less than here, which is completely valid. In this case, we're going to say not a letter. Okay, if it is not in between this a to z, then we're going to say it's not a letter. We can do something like this. Now, of course, you know what we're looking for. If it is not between this range a to z, then this is not a letter, right? So that's why I'll put inside a parenthesis, and here I'm going to add the not keyword. So this is how I can make sure that if this is not a letter or not between a to z, and then I'm going to show this message, that's all. And if it is a letter, we are going to check vowel. If it is not a vowel, then surely it's a consonant. And finally, we're going to return the result. So let's print the result and let's see whether it does work or not. Okay, so here I'm going to run this program and let's see what happened. So first I will check with a, which is completely valid, vowel, and then I'm going to try capital A, which is completely valid as well. Now let me try M, which is going to be consonant in this case, and finally I'm going to try an invalid input, which is going to be 1, and there you go, it shows everything perfect. Right, let's learn about one of the very important concepts used in most of the programming language called loop. Now there are many types of loop we have, but first of all, let's learn why do you need the loop. That's very essential for you to understand the need of the loop, and then we'll learn about the loop. All right, so here let's say I have few statements. I'm going to write it down. Let's say Bangladesh here. So this is the country originally I'm from, and let's say I want to print it multiple times like this, let's say 100 times. Now I can copy and paste and I can run it like this for forever, maybe at least 100 times I need it. All right, if I want to do that. But surely this is not 100 times here. Let's put it like 5 times. Maybe I want to print like 5 times Bangladesh. All right, let me get rid of this one as well. So if I run this program, it will work. There is nothing wrong with that. You know that this is going to work. But of course, we have a loop for this scenario. If you want to do something again and again, if you want to run it based on a condition, then you do that using loop. So again, loop is something can help us to control the statement based on a condition. So as many times as you want to run, you can do that. But of course, based on a condition, you are going to stop sometimes. So here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you. First, I'm going to introduce you the loop called for loop. Now, there are many types of loop available in C#. Let's say for loop, while loop, then we have do while loop, we have for each loop, and maybe this list can continue. But for now, let's focus on these first three, for, while, and do while. Let's start with the usual one, which is the for loop one. Now for loop, there are 3 important parts. Actually, for all these loops, we have 3 important parts. So if you can understand the way of working with one loop, then of course the others will be much more easier for you to follow. So first focus on one, and then you'll get automatically rest of the 2. First of all, for loop has 3 parts. It has the initialization. Now let me write it down for you so maybe you'll understand. Here I'm going to start writing the for loop. So this is the for loop we have. This is the syntax of the for loop here. And this is something like the for loop start here and the for loop ends here. Now what you want to do inside the for loop, it's up to you. So let's say in my case, I want to print Bangladesh. Now this is a statement we are controlling with this for loop, but how do you make the control? If you want to run this, it's not going to run at this point because it's missing something inside this parameter, inside this parenthesis. And what are those things? It needs 3 things here. First of all, from where you want to start. So you're saying you want to repeat, but how many times you want to repeat? So you need a starting point, you need an ending point. So these are 2 things you need for sure, first of all. So here I'm going to define a variable called integer I. You can name it anything, or you can say even count. That's also valid. Any valid variable you can use. So let's start with I. I want to start my counting from 1. So that's why I'm initializing. That's the first step. Again, I'll explain you. The first thing here is the initialization, from where you want to start. And then you can put semicolon. The next one will be condition, where you want to stop. And every time how you want to update. So there are three important parts that you need to put inside a for loop. And here your body will go. Now you can, you can control multiple statements here. Nothing wrong with that. So again, try to understand, for a for loop, you need three important parts. Initialization, from where you want to start the counting or this repeating things, and where you want to stop, and how you want to update. So now let me show you these things in real life. So here I'm going to start from 1. That's my target. So the initialization, I'm starting from 1, and I want to stop it when it is equal to 10. So that's my target. Try to understand, if the value of I is less than or equal 10, it will run. So the loop will continue working. But when the value of I will be 10 here, try to understand, or to 11 actually, in this case, this condition will be false. So the loop will run based on this condition. So again, try to understand, if the condition is false, loop is not going to run. The body of the loop will not run. That's all. That's how simple it is. Now, every time how you want to update. Now here you can increment or decrement. So the value of I want to increment by 1 every time. So first it is 1, then I want to make it 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, something like this. You can go something like this as well, I plus 1, which is the same thing. So it's completely valid. So the increment is here by 1. You can make the increment by 2, 3, whatever you like. So it's up to you. You can go also with the decrement as well. It's up to you. All right. So for now, let me increment by 1. That's the update I'm doing. And what I want to do, I want to print Bangladesh here. So let's put Bangladesh here. That's all. And now let me get rid of these things. Done. And let me just put it like this. And if I run this program, what will happen? Let's see. It should print Bangladesh 10 times. So let me show you that one. .NET run. And there you go. It should print here and you have 10 times. Now, of course, these values, I1, we have for the first time when you have the value is assigned to these I is 1. It checks the condition first. Always it will check the condition before going inside the loop. So 1 less than equal 10, which is true, and that's why it's going inside and it's going to print this Bangladesh. And then from next time, every single time it will come here to the update part. So the last value of I was 1. In this case, it will be 2. 2 less than 10, which is true, and that's why it's going to come inside the body and it will print Bangladesh. Now, I can use tracing. Something will help you more to explain how the overall thing's working. So let me show you what will happen here. So in the first iteration, you're making iteration. That means you're going again and again over something. So that's called iteration. In iteration 1, what will happen in the first iteration? Let's try to understand. The value of I is 1, all right? And then 1 less than 5, it's true. So remember, always you need to check the condition before going inside the loop. And if it is true, then of course we are going to print Bangladesh. So this is what we are going to print here. Great. And then from next time, it will always go to the update part. So we are going to the second iteration now. And the second iteration will have the value of I, which was the last one, was 1. And a 1 plus 1 will be 2 this time. And now we said that without checking condition, we're not going inside the loop. So here we have 2 less than 5, which is true. And that's why it can go inside the loop. It will print Bangladesh. And like this, we'll go next time again, the update for the third iteration. The value of I will be 2 plus 1 because the last value of I was 2. In this case, it will be 3 here. Now again, checking the condition, 3 less than 5, which is true. It's going to go inside the loop. It's going to print Bangladesh. And in the fourth iteration, what's going to happen? The last value of I was 3. Now 3 plus 1 will be 4. And again, we're checking the condition, which is here 4 less than 5 is true. And that's why it will go inside the loop body and it will print Bangladesh. And then same goes like this. Next time we're going for the fifth iteration. The value of I will be this time 5 because the last value of I was 4. 4 plus 1 is 5. And then we're taking 5 less than or equal 5. Remember, less than is not true, but equal is true. So that's why this condition is true again, and it will go inside the loop and it will print. In the next iteration, which is the iteration number 6, what do we have? Let's try to understand. So this time, the last value of I was 5, and 5 plus 1 is 6. And here we're checking the condition, 6 less than equal 5. Is it true? No. That means the loop will stop here, and it will not go inside this loop. Okay? So the last value of I, try to understand here one more very important things. Last value of I is 6, for which the loop will stop working. That's all. Now after this loop, you can run anything, doesn't matter. So here I can say end of the loop, something like this, or program end. You can do anything after the loop. It's up to you what you want to do. So here the loop is basically going to run from 1 to 5, and it's going to do something. It's up to you. So if I run this program, let's see what happened. It will show Bangladesh 5 times, and in the end it shows program end. Hopefully this for loop things is already making sense. Now you can see the value of I is changing. You can print the value here if you wish inside the loop. So of course this I is only valid inside the loop. Why? Because you are declaring this variable here. So that's why here I'm going to print the value of I, and this time it should show Bangladesh 1, Bangladesh 2, Bangladesh 3, Bangladesh 4, and Bangladesh 5. But why does it not show here? Of course something is going wrong. And what is that thing is going wrong? Let's run it again. Let's test it out. Hey, why you're not printing? Again, it's not printing anything. So let's print the variable here. We can, oh, of course, we are using string interpolation. So in this case, let's put it here. All right. We're not using concatenation, by the way. Let me run it again and let me show you that things. Of course, things are working. Now you can do many programs with this one. So let's say if somebody is asking you, find out the sum of this number from 1 to 5, or even if you want to take the starting points from the user, if you want to take the ending point from the user, you can do that for sure. And we know how to do this. We can take the user input for both this variable. So let's say I'm going to show a message, enter the starting point, enter the start number. So user will give us the start number, and let's take the start number in the same line, and then let's say enter the last number. All right. But we need to take the user input, so that's why we need a variable. So let's call start, because that's what we're using in the loop. And let's convert for now, real quick, convert dot to integer, something we can use. There you go. The same thing I want to use for the other one. So let me copy and paste here. And this time I'm going to change the variable name is as and here. So because our loop is starting from the start number, whatever the user is giving, it will run until the end number, whatever the user will give here, and that's all. And now let me show you here how this one is going to work. So here it's asking the start number, I will give 2, and the end number is going to be 4. So in this case, here basically you are saying the loop should start from 2, it should end with 4. So now how many times it will run? It will run for 2. It will run for 3, it will run for 4, but it will not run for 5 because the condition will be false. So in this case, the loop should run 3 times. All right. And let me show you that one. And there you go. You can see it's running 3 times. And hopefully things are making sense. Now you can play a lot with this one. There are a lot of things you can do. For an example, you can print a series. Let's say the series is going to look like this. The starting number, whatever you give. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, up to something, let's say 100 or up to 10. This is what you want to print. It's easy to do this because we have all this setup. I'm running this starting point 1 and the ending point is 10, and it's printing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But this time we don't want to Bangladesh. We don't want to print Bangladesh. We just want to print 1, 2, 3. That's all. And again, we don't want to print new line every time. So let me just adjust and run it again. Let's see what happened, whether it does work the way we're expecting. So here I'm going to giving the range, and it does work exactly as I wanted. Okay. And now let me get rid of this one as well. There is no need. Now let's say, extend this program more. Let's say this time you want to do something like this: 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and you want to continue this series. Okay. So you want to continue this series ... until the ending point. Let's say until the ending point is 100. Now, this is the series. We can do that for sure, but remember, from where you want to start from 2. So if you want to do that without taking user input, you can do this like this. So starting point 2, ending point should be 100. So you can put 100. And what is the update? So what is the change we are having between each of them? So the difference between each of them is 2. So in this case, you need to increase by 2. That's what you need to do. But of course, we are taking the user input. So I can put here start. I have more like control. And remember the update here, it has to be increased by 2. All right, let me run this and let me see whether it does give us the output that we're looking for. So starting point is 2 and the ending point is 100. And there you go. It prints 2, 4, 6, 8, all the even numbers. So you could say what we're doing here, we are printing even numbers even numbers from 1 to 100. You can say it like this. Now let's find out the sum of some series. So let's say sometimes you need to do something like this: 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus, till the end, let's say 10. So this is the last number, and you want to find out the sum of these numbers: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let me put it like this. Let me keep it simple. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the series, and what should be the endpoint of what should be the result of this addition of this series? 5, 4, 9, 12, 14, 15. So the result should be 15 in this case. And how can we do this? If we want to achieve this one, if we want to start from 1, we can give 1 here. If we want to end to the 5, we can do that. And the update is every time is 1. But the only difference, we need to find the sum of them. So when we are running this series, every time we want to add them to some sort of variable. So let's call integer sum 0. So initially we have 0, but every time when we have the number from this series, we want to add that to this sum. That's all. Let's add that to the sum. So at the beginning, try to understand what is happening. At the beginning, you have sum 0. And then what is happening in the first iteration, let's call it iteration 1 so that I can explain you what is happening. So I value equal 1, 1 less than 5, which is true. It will go inside the body. And what you are doing here. So sum plus 1 in this case. So the value of sum was 0. So it will be 0 plus 1 and the output will be 1. So remember, how did you start here? So initial value of sum was 0 in the iteration, first iteration. And then we had the value of I was 1, and we're checking I1 is less than equal 5, which is true. And only then we're going inside the body, and this is what's happening there. Let's continue. In the second iteration, what was the last value of sum? It was 1, so we'll put 1 here. And this time, of course, in the second iteration, we know the value of I has been changed. It will be 2 this time. 2 less than 5 is true. And in this case, it will go inside the body. So you have 2. The last sum was 1 here. So 1 plus 2. And it's going to be 3 this time. In the third iteration, what is happening? Let's try to understand. We know the value of I will be changes for sure. But remember, what was the last value of sum? It was 3. So let's put it here. The value of I will be this time 3 because it has updated. 3 less than 5 is true. And in this case, the last value of sum was 3 here. 3 plus I, the value of I is 3, and it's going to be 6. And that's how you can continue. In the fourth iteration, what will happen? The value of sum, which was the last one, was 6 in the last iteration. So it was 6. I'm putting 6. And the value of I will be incremented by 1. So it's going to be 4. 4 less than 5 equal 5 is true. So we are going inside the body. And when we go inside the body, we add the value of I with the sum. So the last value of sum was 6. And the value of I this time 4. It's going to give us 10. What about the last one here? The iteration 5. What is the last value of the sum? It's 10. And the value of I will be incremented by 1. So 5. 5 less than 5 is still true, equal true. So in this case, we're going inside the body of the loop. And again, sum plus I. What is the last value of sum? Is 10. And the value of I is 5 in this case. So 10 plus 5 equals 15. And now for the sixth iteration, let's go again. In the sixth iteration, the last value of sum was 15, remember? So the last value of sum is 15. And when we're going up, this time 5 plus 1, the value of I will be 6. And for 6 less than equal 5 is not true anymore. So this condition will be false and it's not going inside the body. So the last value of sum is 15 and the last value of I is 6. So these things you need to, watch out here. And in the end, after finishing this loop, we can print out the value of sum. Let's do that here. I'm going to print it out. And I don't want to print right. Just I want to print equal sum, something like this. So let's see whether it does work. And if I do this, it's going to show enter the starting number. Let's keep 1. But of course, here we're not using those input values. So let me use the input value, start, end. Let me cancel it for now. And let's run again. I'm going to give the starting point here 1, ending point here 5. And it shows equal 15. But I wanted to show 1 plus 2 plus those things. So in this case, every time the value of I is here. So what we can do, we can print them. Let's do that. Here I'm going to print the value of I every time. All right, and let me show you what happened. So it's basically going to print the value of I, and then I want to add some space after printing all the value of I. And if I run this again, let's see what happened. I will give the starting point 1, ending point 5, It does print, but it does not print the plus, plus operators there. So let me print the plus operators like this, and let's see what happens if we do this. Let me run it again. This time I'm giving starting point, ending point, and it does, work, of course, but there is one plus that I did not expect it in the end. And how can we get rid of that? Of course, we can get rid of that, but before, I want to add the right line for this sum. So after showing the result, it's not going to show this percentage symbol there. So let me show you what do I mean by that. Let me end this, run it again, going to give the starting point, going to give the ending point, and there you go, it works. But the only thing, I need to get rid of this, the last plus operator. So we can handle this when we want to show this one. So if here, you can put it so many ways, there are so many ways you can handle this. If the value of I equal to the end value, what do you want to do? In this case, you can put it like this. So for the last one, if the value of I, which is, let's say in this case 5, and the ending point is 5 in our case, if it is equal, then we don't want to print this plus. Otherwise, every time we want to print this plus. So that's what we want to do. So as I said, you can control it so many ways. So let me put it like this, and let me run. And then we can go for more like, improvement here. So let me run this program and let me show you what happened. So if I run like 1 and 5 again, it shows everything as in order. But can we improve this one? Of course. And how can we improve this one? Let's do one thing. First of all, when we're going inside the loop, our target is to add that to the sum. This is what for sure. This is something we want to do. And then what we want to do, we want to, instead of printing here, like directly, what should we do? We can like make it such a way. Let's say here we can create a variable called result. Okay. And at the beginning, I'm putting like empty string, and like this result will have the input, like every time 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, those numbers. So that's what I want. So immediately let me do that result, and we can do the same thing. So I have the numbers here, all the numbers inside this result. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. But now let's think about the plus, whether we want to add the plus or not. So until when we want to add the plus, as long as it is not the last one. Okay. So in this case, I can put it like this. Until it is not equal to the end, we want to add the plus to this result. So let's do that. Result. And here I'm going to use this plus operator. That's all. And this should work, but then let me print it here. So here I want to print the result first and then the sum. So let's do that all together, everything. And this should work. Let's give it a try. Let's see what happens. So we try to improve a little bit this one. If I run this program, let's see what happened. Enter the starting point 1, enter the ending point 5, and it does work completely fine. That you are familiar with if, else, for loop, it's a very good time for you to practice these things with a very popular challenge called FizBuzz challenge. Let me explain you this challenge first, and then you can start implementing your ideas to solve this problem. So first of all, you have to print number from 1 to 100. That's going to be your first task. And I'm sure you'll be able to do that with the help of for loop, while loop, do while loop, doesn't matter. So let's assume that you are going to use for loop and you are going to print the number from 1 to 100. That's all. But that's not all about this challenge. There are some conditions you need to think about here. So when the number is divisible by 3, you need to print this fiz keyword next to that number. And you can see the example. When it is 1, you don't have to print anything. When it is 2, don't have to print anything. But when the value is divisible by 3, in that case, you have to print the keyword here, fiz. Okay? And when the number is divisible by 5 only, in this case, you need to print vaz to the next value. You can see that, right? So if it is 10, I have to print vaz. If it is 5, I have to print vaz. Why is that? Because that number is divisible by 5. And when it is divisible by both numbers, which is 3 and 5, in this case, you're going to print FizBuzz next to that number. And you can see that example here, right? So you can pause the video, you can solve this problem, and then you can come back to just check my solution. All right, I think you made it, but let me do it, Here I'm going to create a basic program. So let's create a class called program. You can name anything, and then I'm going to create the main method, because in order to run this program, I'm going to use this main method. Again, if you don't do this, no problem. It's because under the hood, compiler will understand that what we are basically going to do this, because at this point we don't have multiple class. So it will understand automatically and the run point. So here, first of all, I'm going to run a program that will help me to run or iterate from 1 to 100. So let me do that. Here, this one will make sure to run from 1 to 100, and I can print out those numbers with the help of a string interpolation. That's all. Now, if I run this program, you know what will happen for sure, and you know it will print out from 1 to 100 in each line. That's our first target, okay? But of course, if I use less than 100, it's not going to print to 100. So that's why I'm going to use 101. And this time it will make sure to print all those numbers that we are looking for. So let me run again, and it should print from 1 to 100. There you go. It's already printing from 1 to 100. We can see that. All right. Now let's apply the condition that we wanted to, apply for this program. So what is the condition is going to be, if the number is divisible by 3, in this case, we want to print Fiz. That's our target. Okay. So let's do that one by one. You are not going to implement everything all together. So the first condition, okay, here, if the number, basically this is I, if it is divisible by 3, then we can say that, hey, let's print the word Fiz next to that one. All right. So in this case, what we can do, we can like copy and paste the exact same thing here, but just only difference that we're going to make here after printing this value, we are going to print Vaz. That's well, actually Fiz. All right. And let's make the variable name a little bit more meaningful. So here I'm going to use number. I'm going to use number here. So let's use number everywhere instead of this I, because that's more meaningful. And here I'm going to put this number here. Let's change this one. Let's change this one. And also let's change this one. That's all. All right. Now, if I run this program, what will happen? Surely you understand. If a number is divisible by 3, next to that number, we're going to print Fiz. Otherwise, just print the number. That's all. Let me run this program and let me show you what happened if I run this again. So this time we can see that all the numbers which are divisible by 3, they have Fiz next to them. And that's what we wanted. Now let's go back. And what was the next task? If the number is divisible by 5, in this case, we want to print Vaz. So surely we can copy and paste, simple things to do, right? And here we're going to use else if this time. And then let me put here the keyword called buzz if it is divisible by 5. That's all. Let's run this program and let's see what happens if we run this program. Does it work or not? Let's test it out. Here I'm going to run this again. And there you go. Now all the number which is divisible by 5, it should show us here buzz. So let me check. Let me go up. 5 shows buzz. Fiz, buzz, perfect. And I can check more, buzz, okay. And 25, buzz, perfect. But then the last condition that we want to check if they are divisible by both. So in this case, maybe I will take it to the top, because first thing I want to make sure so that the execution of the code, go right. Because now we're going to check whether they are divisible by both. If it divisible by both, in this case, we want to show FizBuzz here. And let me show you how to do this. So we are going to check both of them first. So here, if the number is divisible by 5 as well, in this case, we are going to show FizBuzz. If it is not, in this case, it will check whether it's only divisible by 3 or it is only divisible by 5. That's all. If nothing goes right, then in this case, this one needs to work. So let me print out this one as well. That's all. I hope things are making sense. Now let me run this and let's test this one out. Let's see whether it does work or not. So here I'm going to run this program again and let's hope that we get the right output. And well, let's check. 90 is divisible by 3 and 5. That's why it shows here. Let's check the 15. You can see the result already. I hope things are making sense and you are able to do the exact things. Maybe you have done it in a more better way. There is no one possible solution, like there can be multiple solutions of doing this one. But at least I hope this is making sense to you. All right. Now that you are familiar with for loop, it will be super easy for me to explain while and do while loop. Let me start explaining you while loop. So it's going to be super easy. Just follow here. First of all, I'm going to write a program that will help us to print 1 to 10 using for loop. So let's bring the for loop concept again one more time. This is the for loop we have. And inside the body, I want to print something. What is that thing I want to print? Let's start creating the loop. So the starting point is 1. And then how long I want to run. So the condition part is here. Let's say I want to run it until 10. Each time I want to increment it by 1. And here we're going to print the value of I. That's all. And this is something you're already familiar for sure. Now, if I run this program, you know it will show from 1 to 10. Let me show you here. And there you go. It print from 1 to 10. And again, let's do one thing here. I'm going to put a message. So let's say printing 1 to 10, printing 1 to 10 using for loop. All right, for loop. So there are three important things to notice here for the for loop. What we can see here, we have the initialization from where the loop should start. We have the condition part, and then we have the update part. Again, you can use plus, plus, minus, minus. So that's something you already know, right? Now let's do the exact same thing. I'm going to copy this one here, and let's say while loop here. Now I want to do the exact same thing with while loop. So how does the while loop work? So of course, this is the syntax of while loop. You can do anything here. So let me just copy and paste. So let's say I want to print something. But this time, let me use a different variable because we have already used I. So it will make sense if I use a different variable here. Let's say the variable is going to be j. And this is what basically you need to focus. So for loop, all the parts were all together. 3 of them were together. But for while loop, initialization will be at the beginning. And inside the while parenthesis, you are going to put the condition. So the condition will be, it will run until 10. That's what we want to do. And then if we run this program, it will run for forever. Why? Because j equal 1, you are assigning 1 to the j. And then you are checking 1 less than 10, which is true. It will go inside. It will do the task. It will come back again. Again, the j value is 1, still 1. And you are checking 1 less than 10, which is true. It will go inside. It will do this. Again, the value of j is 1. It will continue like this. So you are not changing the value of j. So you need to do that. And how can we do that? We can increment here. That's all. And now the value of j will be changed. At some point, it will go above the value 10. So it will be 11. And in this case, the loop will stop. The loop will always stop if it is false. Only then the condition is false. Now let me run it again. And let me show you what happened if I run this. And it should print as we expected. And you can see that it is working completely fine here. Okay, let me print out a few new line here just to explain you maybe a little bit better. New line. All right. So let me run it again. Let's see what happened. So the only difference for between while loop and do while loop, between the loop for loop and while loop, is like all the things that we put all together in for loop, all the 3 parts. But in terms of while loop, we are placing the initialization at the beginning. But in the while parenthesis, we're putting the condition. And inside the while loop body, you are going to update, or you are going to increment or decrement. That's something up to you. All right. Otherwise, if you do not do this, this loop will run forever because the value of j is not changing. So it will be valid for forever and it will continue. I hope the while loop concept is making sense. Now that you're familiar with while loop, let me start explaining you do while loop. So again, it's going to be very easy for you to understand because it's all about 3 parts. And here I'm going to say this time do while loop. Okay. And let's choose a different variable. So here I'm going to use k this time. And how it's going to be different, the syntax, it's pretty easy. So first you have do what you want to do. And after the do, you will put the while. That's all. That's the difference we have. Remember, this time we are using the variable k. So let me change everywhere k, here k, and also k here. That's all. So that's how you use while loop and do while loop and for loop, everything all together. I'm trying to give you the example. Hopefully things are making sense. Now, again, how the do while loop is working. So let's say you are starting with this initialization, the value of k is 1. It will go inside the loop without checking the condition. So that's a difference you are having. So you are giving k equal 1. It will go inside. It will print the value 1. Then it will increment, which is going to be 2. And only now it's checking the condition. So after the first one, it will start checking the condition. So this time you have 2 less than equal 10. It will go inside the body. Of course, the condition is true, and that's why it will go inside the body. And it will keep doing the task for us. So there is a difference between while loop and do while loop. What is that? Let me show you. So let's say if I put the value 11 here for the j, in terms of a while loop, what is going to happen? So j equal 11, 11 less than equal 10. It's not true, so it will not go even a single time. So the body of while loop will not work a single time if the condition is false. But what about this one? If I put 11 here, what's going to happen? Try to understand. So the value for the k is 11. Do has no condition at the beginning, so it will go inside. It is going to print 11, then the value will be 12. This time you are checking 12 less than equal 10, which is false condition, and this do will not work anymore. So what is the difference? For the while loop, even if the condition is false, it's not going to work even single time. So if the condition is false, it's not going to work single time. But for do while, even if the condition is false, it's going to work at least one time, because for the first iteration, it's going straight away to the body, it's not checking the condition. So that's the difference between while loop and do while loop. Alright, let's create a fun project called Guessing Game. In this project, you will learn and practice if, else, switch, loop, input validation, everything all together. I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun for you. So let's just break it down into smaller steps so that you can understand what to do, and also then you can plan and execute the plan. So first of all, it will show welcome to the number guessing game, and then we're going to create a random number. So in this project, you're going to learn how to create a random number. So let's say the random number will be something like this. At the beginning, we are going to generate a random number between 1 to 6. So let's say it's going to be 5. And if it is the case, so remember, first you need to generate this random number. This is your first step, step number 1. Okay, so we are going to take the random number at the beginning, and then what we need to do, we need to ask the user to give us a guess between 1 to 6. And then if the user gives us 0, in this case, try to understand this process, of course, does not accept in our range. It is not acceptable. So in this case, we're going to show this message, please enter a valid number between 1 to 6. So let me correct here, by the way, 1 to 6. So here we have the input validation. Remember that we are checking the input validation here. So let me put it here, input validation. All right, the text is too big, so let me make it smaller so that you can see well. All right, input validation, great. But this process will continue. So until we get the right value, we will continue. So in the next step, what we're going to do, we are going to ask the guess again. So 1 to 6, and then you have the, of course, this time the user is giving 5. So if the guess is 5, of course, it match, right? But let's say if the random number was here, the generated number was 3. In this case, let's put it like this way. So of course, in this case, first of all, when we're taking the guess, we're taking the guess number here from the user. Guess number, and when we're taking the guess number, first thing we're checking whether it's a valid guess or not. So the range has to be between 0 to 6. This is our step number 1 here when we're checking. And then the next thing we're going to check whether it's too high or too low. So if the user gives us 5, surely it's too high compared to the random number that was generated for us. So in this case, we are going to check if the guess number is greater than the random number. If the guess number is greater than the random number, then what we are going to do, we're going to show this message, hey, this guess is too high. That's what we're going to show here. You can see too high, try again. So if we try again, that means we have to give the guess number again. So it will again check the input validation. Then it will again check whether it's greater than the random number or not. And then it's also going to check, let's say if this time we give the guess number, not 0. Let's say the previous one, by the way, here was 5, and we tested out. It was greater than the random number. That's why we showed this message, too high, try again. Now, let's say this time the guess number is 2, as we have planned here. And this time, surely, let's say, or 0 in this case. So in this case, it will show, hey, it's too low, try again. So this time, we are going to check this type of condition. Let me put it here. Of course, 0 is not allowed, so let's try 1 here. Instead of this, let's try 1. Let me put 1. The guess number is 1 if it is the case. And let me put it here. Instead of this 0, I'm going to put 1. Just to explain things, of course, surely you'll get it very soon. So this time we will check whether this guess number is less than the random number range that we have. So let's check the condition the other way. So after you break down a problem into smaller steps, you'll get it very sure. So don't worry. Now, if this happens, if the guess number, in our case, guess number is 1, but the random number is 3, so guess number is less than the random number, so it will say, hey, too low, your guess is too low, try again. And let's say if this time the user give the right one, and which basically matched the guess, so this time we're taking the input again. So every time we're taking the input, and we're checking the validation, we're checking whether it's too high or it's too low. And if it is not, if it finally matched the guess here, so let me put it like this. So there are few conditions we're checking. In the end, if the guess number and the random number is equal, in this case, we'll say, hey, congratulations, you have passed the correct number, which is 3 in this case, and maybe you have taken 3 attempts, something like this. So that's the plan. Now, first of all, what we have to do, we have to generate a random number. And this overall process needs to continue until we have found the exact guess. So this overall process will continue. That means here we're going to use switch, and we are going to run loop here, so that every time we take the user input for the guess number until it matches the random number. All right, let's start. Again, we are going to do it slowly but surely. So first of all, we're going to show this message to the user. That's our first target. So let's do everything step by step. Let's create a program here. Let's create a class. Inside the class, going to create a main method. And of course, in order to run anything, we need this main method, right? So let's start here showing the message that we want to show. This is the message that I want to show here. Not this is, sorry. Let me go back and let me copy this one and paste it here. That's all. Let me get rid of this text. All right, welcome to number guessing game. And this is what we will show to the user. But before that, let's do one thing. Let's say step 1, create or generate the random number. Okay, so we are going to do that. Generate the random number. This is our step number 1. Random number from 1 to 6. So it's just like a roll dice game. All right. And now, how to generate the random number game, a random number. Let's learn this. In order to generate a random number, you need the class called random class, and with the help of this random, now you can generate the random number. So this random object basically will give us an access to a method called next, and inside the next method you can pass any range. So let's say here I'm going to pass the range from 1 to 6. All right. So in this case, it will give us the value, any value, any random number value from 1 to 6. And let's get that value inside a variable and let's print it out. Let's see whether it does work. Random number. All right, and let me print it out here. Console right line. And let's say this is going to be our random number. That's all. And I'm going to take out this one for now. Let's see what happens if I run this program, whether we are getting a random number or not. So let's run it. .NET run, and there you go. It's printing 1. Let's try again. It's printing 3. Let's run again. It's printing 4. So hopefully you're getting the concept here. Okay. Let's continue. Now that we have generated the random number, next thing we can show this message to the user. Let's do that. And what else? I think let me go back and check. Please enter a valid guess or enter your guess between 1 to 6. So we will take the guess from the user. But this is something we'll continue, okay? And also we need to check how many times the user has tried. So how many attempts the user made. So in this case, what we can do, we can create a variable here for, calculating the attempts number. So let's do that. Integer, number of attempts. Let's start with 0, okay? This variable will help us to count the number of the attempts the user is trying. Then of course everything needs to be inside a while loop, because this process needs to continue until we find the exact match. So when you generate the random number, user will try to guess. If the user give a invalid input, it showed the message, then it should try again to take the user input again. And then if we give something bigger than the random number, if the guess number is too high, it will show that message. If it is too low, it will show the message. If it finally matched, then we will stop. So we need something to run this for, until we find the exact match. So in this case, we're going to try while, and inside the while, we're going to start writing our program. But this while should depend on something. And based on that, we should also stop the while at some point. So that's why we can introduce one more variable. Let's call isCorrectGuess. IsCorrectGuess. Whenever you have Boolean value, remember to start with is. That's a good practice. And at the beginning, let's say it's false. So we haven't made any guess, and we're assuming that the guess is false. And here we're going to run this while loop until it is true. So whenever this guess will be true, immediately we are going to break. Okay. So this while loop will run until it's true. I hope it's making the sense here. So this is our step 2. Step number 2. Step 2. Start the guessing loop. So we want to start the loop here. This is going to be our guessing loop. It should run until this one value is true. So until you make this one true, it will continue running. That's what is our target. So let me just put it here. Whenever this one is true, whenever this one will be true, we will break the loop. We will break the loop. All right. So at this moment, this one is false. So false and not false is true. That's why while loop will continue. But we need to break it down based on this one when these correct guess will be matched. That's all. All right, let's continue then. Now what we need to do, we need to, inside the loop, first of all, every time we need to ask for the guess number. So let's do that. Here I'm going to copy this one and I'm going to paste inside the loop here. Let's do that. So console write line and we're going to paste it here. So the user will give us a guess and we need to take that guess in the same line. That's why I'm using write instead of write line. And let's take the guess input. So this is going to be string at the beginning. We can use that string. So this is the input as a string, but then we need to convert it into a valid number. So let's do that. Is valid number. And for conversion, I'm going to use here, you can use convert, you can use parse, but I'm going to use try parse. So let's use the try parse thing here. Try parse. And there you go. So what basically we are trying to do, of course, we can, instead of this input, the extra variable, we can put it here just like this. And let me explain you what basically we're trying to do. So this try parse is trying to convert something into integer. And what is that things it's trying to convert? The input, the string input that we are taking from the user. And if everything goes right, then in this case, we want to, out it inside a variable. And that variable name can be guess. So let's say user guess. Okay. So here, let's think like that. We are taking the user guess, or let's call it guess number. Let's keep it just like before. I think I can put it like this, guess number. So now that we are taking the guess number, if it can convert it successfully, it's going to return true here. But if it cannot convert successfully, it's going to return false. So based on this, we can add some validation. Okay. So here in step number 3, what we are trying to do, we are trying to ask the user to give us the input. Enter the user, enter the guess. So we are prompting the user, we are asking the user to give us the guess. Prompt the user to enter the guess. All right. After we find the guess number, now that we have the is valid number, this one we can use for validation. So if it is not valid, if it cannot convert into integer, we will get false. In this case, we can show some message. Let's do that here. Please enter a number, a valid number between 1 and 6. That's all. And now let me run this program. Let's see what happens if we run this program. And if you show this message that, hey, please enter a valid number between 1 to 6, that means you are asking the user to enter again. So you want to go back here again, just in the starting point of this loop. So in this case, you need to use continue after this. All right, let's run this. Let's see what happened. Every time when you build a program or build a project, you should, test it out after, adding a small feature. So let's do that now that we added a small feature of testing the invalid input. So here, let's say, hey, enter your guess between 1 to 6. So let's say I'm giving AB. And if I give the value AB, it cannot be converted here. And in this case, this one will be false. For sure, this one is going to be false. And if it is false, that means it's not a valid number anymore. And it's going to return some sort of message. So let me try, and there you go. You can see that. Please enter a valid number between 1 to 6. And again, it's asking the valid number. Now, let's say if I give it 7, it does work. But this is not something basically we wanted. What we wanted, that the range should be between 1 to 6. So what should we do in this case? In this case, what we can do, let me just get rid of this for now. We can add one more condition here with the OR, and we can say the guess number has to be in between 1 and 6. So if it is less than 1, or if the guess number is greater than the 6, then this is not the right range. And surely in this case, we're going to show this message. And if it does pass, then we can just, for now, let's put a message like this for now. Let's put it like that. Just I want to test it out. So I want to check whether this is working or not properly. So let me just run it again and let's see what happened. So let's say this time if I give 7, it should show me the message. Please enter a valid number between 1 to 6. And again, it's taking the user input. If I give something like this, let's say here, for an example, -1, and surely it's not going to work. Or let's put 0. Again, it's asking for the valid number. Now, if I give 5, in this case, the goodbye is working. That means we are bypassing this if now, and we are here. That's good. Now we're testing everything. Everything seems perfect. All right, let's do one thing now. Let's go back and execute our plan, the next plan. Now that we validate the input, so here basically we are validating the input. Let me write it down. This might help you a bit. So validate the user input, All right, now that we validate the user input, let's move on. Now we need to test it out, the number of users like making the attempt. Every time the user making attempt, even if it is invalid one, we can count that one for sure. We can increment it here. So here, if we pass this one, for every try the user is making, what I can do, I can add the number of attempts the user is making. So number of attempts, let's increment here. So every time, if this one passed, that means the number of attempts should be added. So what do I mean by that? Try to understand. So let's say the user is giving a valid value. That means we are coming out of this one. We are not using this one anymore, because if the valid input, if the input is valid, that means this one will not work. So in this case, we are coming here and we need to increment the number of attempts. And now what are we going to do? We are going to use switch to handle the guess. So let's create a switch, because now we need to test it out, whether it's greater than the guess number that we're taking, whether it's greater than the random number or less than the random number, or equal to the random number. We need to test these things out. So here in step 4, you're going to check by using switch. So let's do that. Use switch statement to handle the guess. Or to handle the comparison between guess number and random number. Right, hopefully things making sense. Let's continue now. Here I'm going to use switch, and inside the switch I'm going to pass the user guess. So let's call the guess number. Actually it should be guess number, and our switch statement will start from here. Okay, and now what we want to do, the first case that we want to check, again I'm going to use variable here, because I will check whether this guess number is greater than random number or less than the random number. So use bar, let's say this underscore, something we can use. Let me use it here, and because I don't want to give any name for the variable, when user guess, or the guess number, basically when the guess number is less than the random number, so we can say it's too low. So again, we are executing the plan. If it is greater than or less than, we need to handle that. So let's start handling the greater one. If the guess number is random number, when this is the case, what do we want to do? In this case, we want to show some message. Let's show it here. So console write line. And what is the message that we want to use here? Too high, try again. So here I'm going to paste it. Too high, try again. And then let's break it down from here. So we are breaking the switch, and again we are returning to the loop. And then now I can copy paste this one. So case bar, again I'm not going to use any variable, that's why I'm using underscore. When the guess number is less than the random number, so whenever you want to use any condition like this, you can use when. This time it's too low, try again. So if the guess number is lower than the random number, we want to show this message. But if it does match, so in this case we can use this one. When it does match, what do you want to do? Now you want to show congratulations, that message. So let's do that. Congratulations, you have guessed number. You have guessed the correct number. So instead of this one, I want to show this. But how many times the attempts were made? We're going to print that one here. So let's do that. The correct guess number, first of all. So here basically we are printing the guess number, whatever the user guessed, in how many attempts. So for that, we have the number of attempts. We are, incrementing every time, and we can use that one. That's all. And if it does work, if everything match, then in this case, we want to break the loop. Remember, we are inside a while loop, and this while loop will be only break. So if we make it true, so let's make the true that we found the correct guess. So in this case here, I'm going to say is correct guess equal true. That's all. And whenever you will make it true, what will happen? Because you found the correct guess, and if it is true, it will go back here. True not, that means false. So while loop will have false, and immediately it will stop working. That's all. That should be all. Now that we tried everything all together, and hopefully we finished this program really well, let's test this one out. Let's see whether it does work. So let me start with this one. First of all, I'm running this program, but before even running, I think one thing I printed unnecessarily, let me get rid of, because we were testing on that moment. Now that we're running and everything should fine. So first of all, I'm giving an invalid guess, and for that, this one should work. So let's give an invalid guess. Let's say I'm giving A, and it shows, hey, please enter a valid guess from 1 to 6. All right. Now I will give a guess. Let's say here 5. And what does it say? Too high, try again. So it's not exposing the random number. It's just telling me, hey, this is too high. Now I'll try 3. It will say too high, try again. I'm going to try 1. It's a congratulations, you have guessed the correct number 1 in 3 attempts. So I made 3 attempts. It shows 5, 3, 1. And there you go. Everything worked and the process stopped. But again, now if you do not want to show too high, too low, this type of message, you can just comment them for now. Let's say this is what you can do. And by doing this, you are not giving any clue to the user. So if you do that, let's say, let's make a guess. 3, 4, 5, 5, 1, 2, and there you go. Congratulations, you have guessed the correct number 2 in 6 attempts. There are many things you can play with this one for sure. And hopefully things are making sense. Let me uncomment this. I wanted to give the clue to the user, and now I can push this code to the GitHub. So let me create a GitHub repository where I'm going to push this code. Here you can see that I'm going to open my github.com, and again, this is like optional. If you don't want to do that, if you don't want to push the code to the GitHub, it's completely fine. But if you want to keep a repository, if you want to keep a copy of your code, let's do that. Guessing game, C#, and now let me just create the repository from here, and let me select that this is going to be my own GitHub account. And there you go. Now it has created a repository. Let me copy this one. It will be needed. Let me open the terminal. The terminal is already open here. So I'm going to initialize Git here. Git should be already initialized, but I'm doing that intentionally. So the Git is initialized here. And then I'm going to add the file, which is this program.css, the only file I want to push. So I'm adding that one, and then I'm committing with the message. Let's add the commit message here. Finished guessing game. All right. And now I can add this to this local repository, to the remote repository, the things that I already copied from the remote repository from here. This one, I have copied the entire one, and basically I paste it here. And now if I push this code, it should go to the GitHub repository, and it already shows successful here. I can see that. Now I'm going to reload this one, and let's see what happened. And this one should be here, and I can see the program.cs file here. And there you go. This is our entire code that we tried so far. Thank you very much. Let's learn about method now. First of all, I'm going to create a basic program without method so that you can feel the need of the method. All right. Anytime you are learning something, of course, you need to make sure you know why you are learning, how to use that, and when you should use that. All right. So let's start. I'm going to create a basic program here just to run the application. So here I'm going to use class program. You can use anything. Again, maybe it's not that much necessary, but in this case, it will help us to understand things more better. Okay. So I'm going to create a main method from where basically our application run. Okay. You can have several methods, thousands of methods, but of course there is an entry point for our application, and this is the main method. One thing to notice here, very important, the methods in C#, they always start with capital. That's a best things to do. So it's a best practice to follow. And here we are going to run hello world. Now this is something you might have seen earlier, no problem so far. Let me run this program and let me show you what happened. Just give me a moment. I'm going to run it with .NET run. There you go. It should work, and it should print hello world. All right. So there you go. You can see the output there. So let's do one thing. We want to create a program that will help us to add two numbers. Also, it will help us to subtract two numbers. And also, it's going to help us to multiply two numbers. All right, let's do that. So first of all, what we're going to do, we're going to create two variables. Let's name them number 1, number 2, and we can assign some value to them. So here I'm going to assign, let's assign some value, let's say 10, and number 2 will be 5. Let's put it like this. All right, and let's say you want to add them up. So basically, let's define one more variable here. It's going to be sum, and let's say sum equal number 1 plus number 2. There you go, and then we can print the results. So nothing complicated for now, right? Things are going really well. All right. And then of course we can print the number 1 and number 2 as well. So let's do that just to make it a little bit more easier to follow. So here we're going to print number 1, and also we're going to print number 2 and then the result. All right, let's run this program and let's make sure everything is going well. It's very important for you to add something and then test it out immediately before making it too long. All right, so we can see that the output is completely fine as expected. Now let's say you want to add 2 more numbers. So in this case, you are going to change the numbers here. Let's say you are going to put it like this, 20 and then maybe 18, and then you're going to run them again. So of course it should work this time. 20 plus 18 will be 38. It will hold that value 38 and it's going to print that number. So let's run it again and let's see what happened here if we run this one. Everything seems completely fine. Let's say I want to add 2 more numbers. So let's do that. We are continuing, of course. And this time, let's say I'm going to put 20 and 30, and it should work. Nothing wrong with that, okay? And I want to do exact same thing, same kind of thing. So let me copy and paste for the subtraction. Let's forget about the multiplication for now. And let's make some changes. So instead of sum, maybe I can use result. That will be more better for all the variable that we have here. So let me change them. You can change them, like there are many ways to change and select at the same time, but let me use the easiest way here. So I'm going to use option and I'm selecting one by one. In your case, maybe you need to use alter if you are using Windows. So let me continue. All right, that should be all for now. Of course, we could use Control H or Command H and find it and change it. All right, let me use result. Fair enough. And then I want to change in some places. I want to use subtraction. So the subtraction symbol needs to be used. Minus symbol needs to be used. And let me change it here. Of course, we have to change here as well. Great. So we are doing few operations, and of course one thing you are noticing, we are repeating quite many times. So we have same kind of thing. We have 2 inputs, we are adding them up, we are printing, and these 2 lines are kind of identical at this moment. These 2 lines here, these 2 lines here, and then we have these 2 lines. All of them are kind of identical. So what basically we're doing, we're adding them and we're printing the result. Now, in order to avoid this kind of scenario, so you want to do something again and again, what you can do, you can create a block of code, something called method. You can put this block of codes or these multiple lines of codes, you can put inside a block, and you can call that block anytime you want. So let me show you what do I want to do here. I want to create a method that will hold these 2 lines of code. Now you can keep like multiple lines, 5 lines, 8 lines, doesn't matter. And you can call your method and that method will be executed. Now let me show you how to define a method. You can define inside the class anywhere. So I'm going to say, of course, it's going to be public because I want to allow, to be called from anywhere. Then I'm going to keep it static because I don't want to create any object to call this method. So let's keep it like static for now. And then we are going to use void because I don't want to return anything from that method. I just want to call the method, and then you need a name for the method. So now you can name it add or anything, but of course use capitalization at the beginning. So try to use the capital letter when you're defining the method name. And then you can, just create the method like this. So this is a method that we created. Public basically will make sure it's accessible from anywhere. Static will make sure that you don't have to create object when you are calling this. So you will just call it by name. And void is basically the return type. So in this case, the method is not going to return anything. You can do anything here, printing, doesn't matter, but you are not going to return any value from this. So you are not going to return any integer, double, you can print or do any operation here. Now, instead of like doing anything like this, what we can do, we can maybe copy this for now. Let's do one thing. I want to show you first of all, like how to do all this stuff. So here, I am going to keep it like this, and let me do one thing. I'm going to comment everything for now so that I can show you the best use cases of this method thing. And immediately we have errors because the number 1 and number 2, they are not defined. So of course we can declare them here as well. So number 1, number 2, this is completely fine. And also I can define the result here. All right. So that's all. Now there should not be error in this case. Okay. So now we can call this method from anywhere. Okay, from one method to other, you can call it. Of course, the main is the entry point. So whenever you run this program, of course, the program runs from here. Now, when it runs from here, what do you want to do? So let's say I want to call this addition method. So if I call this addition method, what will happen? So this is how you can call the method. It's not going to receive anything from us. At this moment, we're calling with this add, the name of the method, and then we have the parentheses. So it will go there inside the function or method. And then you have whatever you have here. So you are defining two variables, you're giving some value to those variables, you are adding them up, and then you are printing. That's fine. So it should execute all this line of code by just calling with this one line. And if I do it again, that means it's going from here to here, and it's going to execute all this line just by calling from here. So you can see, instead of like repeating them 100 times, you can just call them from here just one time. That's fine. So now every time when you say add method, it's basically executing this block of code. So that's how you can make your code more organized, and of course it's like more reusable now. Now if I run this program, what will happen? So of course we are calling this add method 2 times. So in this case, let's say first time when we'll make the call, what will happen? Let's run this program. It is supposed to print 10 plus 5, 15. Now if I call it again, what will happen in this case? It should work. And if I call it, and then you can see still the same result. So in this case, this method is not that much helpful, because every time we run, exactly the same result we are getting. Maybe sometimes we don't want to do anything like this. Maybe we want to pass different values. So here the concept of parameters or argument will come in. Again, try to understand. Of course, we have a block of code, reusable. We are reducing the number of code here. So instead of like putting them here 2 times, 3 times, so instead of this add, I could put something like this, and then again I could put something like this, but now we have more better option. So we put everything inside a block, and now we are calling them with the help of this method name. That's all. But now we're talking about making it more better. So what about this? Let's say we want to pass some value here instead of like giving them directly like this. So we want to pass the value. The method needs to take the input. Based on the input, method needs to give us some results. So it's going to print something here. So what we are going to do, let's say I want to pass 10, 20 at the beginning. And then maybe I want to pass another 2 numbers, 20, 30, just to see what will be the addition of them. So now the methods, when you're passing the argument, it needs to receive them. So you're passing to integer, so you need to receive them by using the integer variable. So let's say number 1 and integer number 2. So whatever the first value you're passing, it will go to this number 1. Whatever the second value you're passing, it will go to the number 2. That's all. And now we don't have to declare them anymore here. So that's all. It's pretty simple. Let me get rid of this. And of course, we'll have one error now. We are getting number 1 and number 2 as a parameter. So when you pass something here, it's an argument. You're passing those 10. At the beginning, it goes to number 1, 20 goes to number 2. Then you are adding them. But of course, the variable result needs to be declared. So that's why I'm putting integer, because the result will be integer in this case after the addition. And finally, we're printing. Now this is more better example than the previous one. This is more dynamic, because we can pass any number and it will show the result. Different time we can pass different values. So let me show you now how it's going to work, and definitely you see the result is working completely fine. So you know how to create a method, we know how to call a method, we know how to pass arguments, and how to receive parameters. That should be clear enough to you. So hopefully you are getting the concept of method. It can help us to make our code more reusable, more organized. Why? Because the main method is not becoming too much bigger, and anytime you're calling add method, it goes to the other part here. So we have separation of concern here. Our code is separated. Now let's say you want to add the subtraction functionality. So in this case, you will create another one. Let's give a name for the method. Let's call it sub. And then here I'm going to change a bit, just the symbol here, just the operator. So this time it's going to be subtract. That's all. And now you can try to understand here. We have a main method. So this is one method we have from where our code start. Then we have addition method, which is only responsible for adding. Then we have subtraction method, which is responsible for subtracting. So each thing are separated. So if something goes wrong, let's say addition function is not working, the method is not working, you know exactly where to go. And let's say now we'll call the subtract method here, and we'll pass to value because it's ready to receive those value. And if something goes wrong in the subtraction, then you know where to check. So this is the subtract method, which is responsible for doing the operation. So this is how you are separating your code. You are making it more maintainable. If something goes wrong, you exactly know where to go. Hopefully things are making sense. All right. Now, instead of all these things that we did, now our code is more simplified, it's more better, more manageable. Many ways it's more better than before. You can pass any number here as well for this one, and you can run this program to check what will be the output. So let me run it and let me show you what happened basically if I run this, and there you go, everything is working perfectly. Now the only thing I want to show you here, when you want to return something, so let's say you are doing some operation and then you want to return. For that, let me create one more method. It will help you to understand how basically this works. Everything I'm going to explain again. So let's say you are creating a method for squaring something. Okay, so let's create one method, public static void, and let's call it as a square. All right, and what basically this square method is going to do for us, let's say if I pass 2 here, let me put it at the top here. If I pass 2, then in this case it's going to multiply 2 into 2 and the result has to be 4. That's what I'm expecting. And let's say if I pass a value 3, so if our number is 3 in this case, the square of 3 into 3 should be 9. That's what I'm expecting. All right, so let's give it a try. And here, what do I mean by square? Basically I'm doubling up here, that's all. Now let's get the number here. I'm going to receive the variable, the parameter, so someone can call and it's going to work with that. Now if I don't pass the parameter, what will happen? Let's say I can call this method, which is the square method, and then by calling this, of course we are going here, and then you can do something here. All right, let's say here we're going to do something like this, result, then 5 multiplied by 5, and let's print it out. So console write line, and let's print the result. Let's say result here, and of course I want to make sure that I'm using string interpolation, so let's do that. Here I'm going to use string interpolation, not this one for sure, this is the one. And then let's say square of 5 equal this. Now no matter how many times I call this, you know what will be the output for sure. For the square one, it will always show 25. 5 into 5, so it's always going to show 25. Now what happens if I call again? It's going to give us the same result. If I call it again, it's going to give us the same result. So this is not useful. That's why what we do, we pass the parameter. So we pass some value as an argument and it should receive that value, so it becomes more dynamic. And that's why we can give it anything here. Name can be anything, doesn't matter, it can be X, but let's make sure it's more meaningful. So here I'm going to use number into number, that's all. And now this is more dynamic because we can pass any value. You can pass 4, you can pass 5, whatever you prefer. You can pass anything there, right? But let's make sure the value, the number we are passing, we are printing here, so everything goes fine. And now let me run it and let me show you like how it's more dynamic, and you can see things are working pretty much well. Now the last thing I wanted to show you, that let's say after doing something in a method, you want to return the result, or the operation after doing something, you want to return the output. So you are giving some inputs, it's taking the input, you want to do something, you are doing some operation calculation, and in the end it's going to return something from where it was called. So from main method you called it, and after doing something it needs to return. So if you need any scenario like this, what you can do, you can use, let's say if you want to return integer value, you're going to use integer. In this case, let's say you are not going to print, for an example, you want to return the result, you can do that. So let's say return result, that's all. And now when you're calling this one, let's say what is happening here, so square, you're calling the square method with the value 4, so that 4 is passed here, 4 into 4 into 16, and then you have the result 16. It's returning that 16 value. You're returning integer, that's why it has to be integer. If you're returning double, here you are going to put double. If you're returning float, here you're going to put float. If you're returning string, you're going to put here a string. That's how simple it is. And now here you will have the value 16 as a return value. Now you can print it, or you can store inside a variable, and then you can do something whatever you want. So let me show you. I will print it directly. Here I'm going to use console write line and let me print it. So here we're calling that method, that's all. And of course this one as well. Now for this one I will give you one example. You can store the value. Let's say even here you can declare the result. This is a different result because we are declaring in this result inside this block. It has nothing to do with this result here. Remember that. You can define anything else, whatever you prefer, like result 2, but it has to be something meaningful. All right, let's always make sure that this is meaningful. Now let me print this result. So you can call the method even inside something like this, inside the console write line method, you can do that. And let me print the result here. That's all. Let me get rid of this one. Let's see what happened. If we run this, it should work just like before. So we should have 16 and 81, and you can see it's working completely fine. So I hope you got the concept, how to create a method, how to pass any value to the method, how to return any value from the method, and also you felt the need of the methods very well. And we have executed our plans, we have learned method, and we have seen what are the benefits of method. Chapter, you're going to learn about two very important concepts called debug and exception handling, something every software developer must learn. Debugging is a process of finding errors by running your application line by line. So let's say you are running your application, you can see the variables value in every line, for an example, and also you can see the values of functions parameter, and you can make your decision whether you are getting the expected value or not. So debugging helps the developer to observe what changes it does to the variables when you execute line by line, and also the function parameters. And then you can make the decision if you see something goes wrong, if it is not going to the right function, if it is not passing the right values, if it is not doing the right calculation, you can, fix this. So debugging is a very crucial thing. Instead of like using console write line, or instead of like running your application 10 times or reading your application 50 times, it's better to use debugging. And then you learn about the exception handling. Now there are some errors can happen when you are running your application. So before you run, you do not see any error, but after running your application, there can be some unexpected issues. User can give some inputs that cannot match, or that's something you are not expecting. Also, maybe you are trying to access some file, it is not maybe exist at all. Maybe you're trying to access some data from the database, but there was some network issue. So something can go wrong during the runtime, which is called exception. And you need to know how to handle them, otherwise your app will crash. And also in the end, you will do a project which is something called unit converter app, where we are going to put all the knowledge of operators, if, switch, loop, input validation methods, and also we're going to use the exception handling as well, just to make sure that we have understood the exception handling and we have a real scenario where we can use this exception handling things. Let's talk about code debugging, which is a very crucial skill in the software development process that every developer must learn. That's what I believe. Now, let me tell you what is code debugging. In very short, you are running your application line by line and you are examining the code, whether it's behaving, the way you are expecting. So that's called code debugging. And again, we have code debugger by default that will enable us to pause our application and step through our code line by line, so that we can observe the state of variables and function parameters. Again, try to understand what I'm saying. We have debuggers, something we can use that will help us to run our application line by line, and we can observe what is happening with the variables and function parameters, and also the function calls. We can see the process like from where to where it's going. All right. So let's give it a try here. I have a very basic application and I'm sure you understand what is happening here. So we have a variable called sum and we're running a loop from 1 to 6. Each time we are checking whether the number is visible by 2 or not. If they're visible by 2, then we're going to add them up. So basically what is happening, we are finding the sum of even numbers from 1 to 6. That's all that are happening here. All right. So let's use the debugger here. I'm going to go to the run option. And here I'm going to use start debugging. So let's run this one. And immediately there are a lot of options will be here on the left and right. You can see in your case, maybe this option will be, this window will be in the downside of the VS Code. That's completely fine, at the bottom of the VS Code maybe. But let's see what we have here. We have variables. So we can see what is the states of the variable they have at this moment. We can see sum is an integer type variable and it has the initial value 0. And then we can see the initial value of integer I, which is a variable again. It has 1. All right. And now you can set your debugger where you want to set the debugging. So let's say in my case, I want to set the debugging here to check how the sum basically behaving each time. So here I'm going to put a debugging option. Again, you can click and you can take out the debugging. It's up to you. So if I click again, there is no debugging at this moment. If I click again, and there you go, you have a breakpoint. So these are breakpoint that will help you to, stop your debugger, and it will be here so that you can watch the value, what is the current value of the sum. And then there are a few options at the top. You can see these are called step into, step over, step out. So there are quite many options. Then you have continue, and then you can stop the debugger as well. So let's say I want to stop the debugger. There you go, the debugger has stopped. Let's run it again, start debugging, and we should have those options already coming back, and you can see they are here. All right, so let's do one thing. Of course, it did not stop the way we wanted because the debugger was running already. So click to add a breakpoint. Here you can see that you can add the breakpoint. Let me close this one. I can close, I can stop, and there you go. Everything you can see is like coming back. Again, anytime you want to run, you can go here, start debugging, and then you'll see the state of your variable. As I said, I already mentioned something. All right, now let's do one thing. I want to add a breaking point. So breakpoint is very important. It will help you to stop there, and then you can watch. So you can add as many breakpoints as you want. So if I add 2 breakpoints, basically when I will run the program, it will stop first here, and then it will stop here as well. So let's run and let's check how the debugging process works. We're starting the debugging, and at the beginning you can see these are the initial value we have. Now we have to step into, so we want to go step by step from this one to this one like this. So let's do that. So here you can see that at the beginning the value of I is 1, and it's going there. So that's how it's working. Without checking the condition, it cannot go inside the body. So here I'm using step into, not step over. If I use step over, then it might jump. So I'm using step into so that I can follow the flow of this program. So let's do that. There you go. We have 1, by the way, but the value of I, and we are inside. Now it's checking the if block here, whether this 1 is divisible by 2 or not. Of course, this is false. In this case, it's not going to go inside, and it will go back to the loop again. So the value of I will be incremented, and this time the value of I is 2. Now it's checking the condition whether 2 is less than equal 6, which is true. In this case, it will go inside the body. So you can see the flow of the program. Absolutely everything is working fine, and you can understand like how your program is behaving, how the values of variables are changing. So let me just continue like that. So now 2 is divisible by 2. That means we can go inside, and there you go. We will have a change of the value in the sum variable. Previously the sum was 0, but this time sum plus I. So this time we have the value of I is 2, so it should be 2 in this case. And there you go, you can see the values are changing on the left side. So hopefully things are making sense. Anytime you want to jump, you can do this. So you can go real quick. You can see that I'm jumping from one place to another. All right, and it should give us the final value. This time we have value 6. Let's check the last one. There you go. It is going to finish now. So when will be the value 7 this time? The condition is false, and that's why the loop breaks, and finally we're here. So hopefully you understood like how to use the debugger. Again, this is not something you will be able to learn within a day. The more you'll practice, the more you'll get familiar with the concept of debugging. For example of debugging, let me get rid of all the code that we have. And here I'm going to create a basic method. So let's give a name for the method. Let's say the return type will be void. And here I'm going to print display, or let's add method. And it's going to take 2 parameters. Let's say integer number 1. And then it's going to take number 2. There you go. And then what we are going to do here, we are going to print the addition of these 2 variable called number 1 and number 2. So let's add them up first, and then we can print it out. All right, so here I'm going to print out the result, which is this result. That's all. So we have a function, and then we want to make sure this is public. So let's put it like this: public static void add. And let's do one more thing. We're going to put everything inside a class called test, and then we'll have the main method as usual so that it can run our program from here. And let's say hello. Okay, of course not this. We're going to use console write line. All right, let's make sure that we are using console write line. All good. And then we're going to put the function or method that we created. So we have a method, and we're going to run this method several times, and we're going to use also debugging. So let's say we're going to call the add method with 2 numbers, first 10 and 20, and then we're going to put 50, 80, 5020, and let's continue. 5020, and here let me change the value 30. Let's make sure one more thing that we are using the main method with the capitalization, and then let's change the string as this. All right, now that our program is ready, it's time to start debugging. So I need to add some breakpoint. I can add one breakpoint here and then maybe one for the result. Again, if you want to remove them, you can remove them by clicking here again, and also from here as well. So you can remove anytime or anyway, no problem. And let's start running the app. So let's see what happens if we start debugging one more time, just to test out how the add method behaves and also the result one. So at the beginning, we can see the number 1 takes 10 and number 2 takes 20, which makes sense. When the first time it was called by these two variables, two values. And now let's step into, let's see what happened. And the value of the result should be changed. It should be 30. There you go. It shows 30. So each time we can step over or step in, both is completely fine. Now it's moving to the next one. You can see the flow of the program execution. Now basically we have two values here, 50 and 20. That's something we're going to use to call the add method, and it goes to the add method with those values and it shows on the left. You can see that. And then let's continue. It's working fine as expected. We can go with the next one now. Now 50 and 30 should be passed, and there you go. It is passed to the function or method. And then the result should be, in this case, 80. There you go. It shows 80. So you can check the flow of the program. Now last one, 20 and 30 has been passed, and we can see the result is 50 now. And that's how the flow of this execution should stop, and it should be over now. That's all. So you can see it's showing the output, and also the program execution has been finished. So hopefully debugging is making a bit sense to you at this point. All right, let's talk about one of the most important features in programming called exception handling. Now, before I move into the topic of handling the exception, first of all, you need to know what is exception. So let's talk about the exception first. Here I have a very simple example. You can see that I have a class, then I have a method, main method, by which we can run this program. And then we have a console write line that prints something. Then we have a few lines of code where we are dividing number by 0. And then we have few more lines here just printing few information. That's all. Now, if you look at this program, immediately you can say there is something wrong here. Without running the program, you know what exactly wrong here. So there is an error, syntax-wise error. We are missing the semicolon. That's fine. Now that I solved this issue, you know that we can run this program, and probably you're expecting that it will, print this line, it will show something here, and then in the end, it will print this line as well. So this is your expectation. So remember here what I'm saying, without running the program, you notice something was wrong, and this is completely fine. You sort out the issue. But when you are running your application, something can go wrong, and that can crash your entire application, which is something known as exception. So exception is basically a runtime error that can crash your application. So in order to prevent this type of scenario, you need to learn about exception handling. So we're going to talk a lot about the exception handling, but again, before even starting how to handle the exception, you need to know where the exception can arise. So there are many scenarios that requires exception handling, which can be, for an example, when you are taking the user input. Let's say you are looking for integer number. Somebody gave you the value like a letter A, B, C, and you are trying to convert that into integer. So in this case, it will throw an exception. And if it does throw exception, if you do not handle that properly, your entire app is going to crash. So here, let's try to understand one example. And there are a lot of other scenarios where exception can arise. For an example, when you're accessing a file which probably does not exist. Maybe you are trying to get something from the database, but the database is not responding because of the network issue. So there are a lot of common scenarios there, like we need to handle the exception just to make sure that our app is going to run smooth. So let me give you one example here. So I'm going to give you a lot of examples where the exception will arise, and you will see that runtime error arise, and you need to handle that in order to get get your application running smoothly. So let's start. First of all, when you see this application, for sure you don't see any error, and probably you're thinking, okay, we'll get the expected output. So let's run this program and let's see what happened. Here I'm going to run this one in my terminal with the help of .NET run. And then, of course, what you're expecting, even before using the entire, what I'm going to do, I'm going to explain a bit. So we are expecting, my name is Anisul, I am passionate teacher in the end, and of course, we are also expecting this one and some sort of result from this line. So let's run this program and let's see what happened. So it's running and we are expecting, but hey, we just got welcome everyone. So this line is printed, that's fine. But then we have not received anything else. So we are expecting at least this line should work, but it doesn't show anything like that. So what happened, it shows line number 10, there was an exception and we did not handle this exception. And what kind of exception happened? It shows here unhandled exception. So an exception that we did not handle. What kind? It was divide by 0 exception. So when you try to divide a number by 0, in this case, it will throw an exception and we did not handle it. So it shows unhandled exception, and because of that we did not handle, so we do not have any output after that, nothing will work. So exception basically arises here when you are trying to do something which is not okay. During the runtime there was an issue, and what was the issue? Issue was that we were trying to divide this 3000 with 0, and of course it's not possible. So here exception arises and immediately the program crashed, and that's why we don't have any output for these two lines. I hope it makes sense and you are getting the concept of exception or runtime error. Now let me give you a few more examples. But before even doing that, how to handle the exception. There will be more exception I'm going to show you one by one, but let's try to focus on first now how to handle the exception. So the exception arises, how can we handle that? In order to handle that, what we can do, we can use something called try catch. So here I'm going to put try this time. So try is a block, and try block normally comes with catch. So here try will throw an error, which or exception, catch will handle that exception. So in our case, whatever the code can generate exception, or whatever the code you think that will throw an exception during the runtime, something can go wrong during the runtime, those code you're going to put inside try block. So what I'm expecting here, something can go wrong, because let's say you are taking the user input and the user can give 0. So in this case, you want to handle this scenario. So these are the line of code I'm going to put inside try. And this time we know that it will throw an exception, so we need to handle that. So what was the exception? The name of the exception was divide by 0 exception. But here one more thing I want to tell you. All the exception, they belongs to this parent class called exception. So it can handle any exception. So for an example, if we have any kind of exception, that will be part of this parent class called exception, and it can receive anything, any child classes. So in this case, let's say we can do anything with this exception now. So let's say at least what I'm going to do here, I'm going to print the exception just to show you what does it give us here. So let's say I'm going to print that. So in this case, you can name any variable, doesn't matter. I'm naming E, you can name it EX or whatever you prefer. And then you can do whatever you want to do with that. So at this moment, we are handling the exception. If anything goes wrong in the try, and it will throw the exception, which is in our case, of course, it is divide by 0, we something know already. And that exception is a child for this exception, which is the parent of all the exception classes. So it should, handle this and it should print that exception. So let's see. If it does handle the exception, in this case, our entire program should not crash like before, and these two lines of code should be printed. So if something goes wrong here, it should not affect the other parts of the application, right? So let's give it a try and let's see what happens if we try again. I'm running this. And this time you can see welcome everyone, that's printed. Of course, at the beginning, we just like before, it is printing again. And then we have here, it's printed by line number 12. You can see that. So here something went wrong. There was an exception, but that exception was printed here. We were able to handle the exception. This time it doesn't show that unhandled exception anymore. It says attempt to divide by 0 and it's printed here. And then we have my name is Anisul, I am a passionate teacher, so these lines are working at this moment. So I hope you got the concept of runtime exception, runtime errors or exception, and also you have understood how this try catch block is basically working. Now what is good practice here? Of course, you know that we will have the divide by 0 exception. So in this case, it's better to use the exact one, which is this divide by 0 exception. Why we're doing this, because you know that exception is the parent class of all exception and it has many others like child classes. So there is no need to use all of them when you are exactly sure that this is going to happen. So this exception class, let's say, have hundreds of classes. So you know the exact one, so there is no need to go to the parent. You can go to the exactly one, the actual one, and this will save the time, and it is going to save the runtime as well. So hopefully you are understanding what I'm trying to explain here. Familiar with try catch block? Let's add one more, which is final block, something you might see quite often. So here, let me add the final block. What does this final block does? it will execute. Doesn't matter whether an exception is thrown or not, it will always execute. So when basically we use this except is this final block. So let's say you are using some resources here. You are making a call to the API for an example. So you are using some resource, and that resource you want to release in the end. So you can put that resource or release that resource inside the final block. So I hope it makes sense. Again, what I'm trying to say, if there is an exception thrown or not, this final block will work always. All right. So here I can write a message for you. Let's say in this case, I'm going to put a message, anything you can put at this point. So in my case, this block will always work, always executes, and then let's put some other message here, whether an exception is thrown or not. So this block will always work, doesn't matter whether any exception happened or not here. So let me run this program, let me show you how this one basically behave. And you can see that this block always execute whether an exception thrown or not. So it will always work even if the exception is handled or not, doesn't matter. All right, let's continue. Now I want to show you a few more exception, and then I want to add a few more exception type just to introduce here some of the common exception types. So here, let's say you have a variable string and you are taking user input. So let's say user input, and that input is basically you wanted to ask the user to give you 2, but they gave you something like this. So you ask for something, let's say like this. Let me give you an example. So when the user gives you input something like this, then you can convert, of course. This is something convertible into integer, which is completely fine. We can do that. But what user is giving is like some letters, which is not the right things to do. But of course, this is something happening in the runtime. Let's think like that. So here you can think like that. Let's take the user input. I can give you one real example. So let's say console read line. We're going to read the line from the user. User will give some input, and we really do not know what user is going to give. And then what we're trying to do, we are trying to convert it into integer. So let's say integer value integer.parse, and we're trying to convert that input. That's all we are trying to do. So if I run this program at this moment, there is nothing wrong. We can run this program. Let's do that here. I'm going to run it, and let's see what happened during the runtime. So here we were supposed to take a value, but of course when that exception happened, it thrown that exception here, so this part did not execute, right? So of course we can execute. Let's do one thing. I'm going to do this intentionally. I'm going to comment this one for now just to test it, and let me show you what basically is going to do for us. So here I'm running this application, welcome everyone, and then it is looking for some input from us. Let's say if I give 2, nothing wrong, everything works. So there is no exception arising in this case, because when you gave 2, something like this, it is convertible into integer, and this is the case why the exception is not happening, everything going smooth. But what happened if I run this again, and this time I will use some letters. So here I'm using 2. Let's just use TW2, and now we'll have an exception. And you can see the exception. It shows unhandled exception, format exception. The type of exception we are receiving, it's called format exception. And when does this happen? When you give an invalid format that cannot be converted. So it's saying the input string 2 was not in a correct format. So you cannot convert it into integer. It's not possible. And because we have not catched it yet, so we did not handle this exception with the catch block, that's why we have the error and the program is not running or running smoothly, or we are not getting the expected output in this case. So let's do one thing. We're going to handle this. How can we handle? Let's add one more catch block. And this time we know that it can be format exception when we're running this. So let's use the format exception, and this one should work. By the way, from the exception object, you can specifically run only the message. You can just print out the message. That's what I'm going to do. All right. So it allows us to use a property called message that will only give us the message, which is, let's say the input 2 was not in correct format, something like this. So let's run this and let's see what happened if we intentionally make a mistake. Let's say TOW2. And there you go. It shows the input string was not in correct format, but of course our finally block works and other part also works. All right. Hopefully things are making sense. So there are 2 types of exception you have learned so far. Let me write down here. First one is divide by 0 exception. The second type you have learned is called format exception. When you are not getting the value in the right format, it will happen. And then let's look into the third type of the exception. So let me do one more thing. I'm going to comment this part, and so that I can show you the third one. So let's say you have a string called text, and of course the data type is string, this one, and let's keep the name of the string is text, and let's say you put null there. So you are taking some user input, let's say it's null, or you pass some value to somewhere, it's null. And now you're trying to find out the length of the program, this string. So here you're saying text.length, and at this point nothing looks wrong, but let's print the length and let's see what happened. So length, and we're going to print the length here. That's all. Now if I run this program, what will happen in this case? Let's see. So without running, you cannot see what is happening, and there you go. Now when you run the program, you saw there is an unhandled exception. And what is the exception? Null reference exception. So when you have null value, you cannot find the length. It doesn't make sense because null means nothing. So imagine you are passing null to a method or a function where you're trying to do some operation with that variable or value. In this case, it's going to throw an exception. So the exception that we have countered at this moment called null reference exception. So let's see how can we handle this one as well. But let me write down it here. Null reference exception. All right, so we can catch this exception as well. Let's catch it and let's use it here. Null reference exception. And that's all. Let's see whether our program executes this time well, whether we can finish everything without crashing, and there you go, it's working fine. So you can see the need of the exception handling already. All right. All right, let's look another type of exception. What I'm going to do, I'm going to comment this part and I'm going to create an array. So let's say integer numbers, and then here you have some numbers, fair enough. And now let's say you want to access these numbers. So let's do one more thing. Of course, we are using array notation here. And then what do we want to do? This should be, of course, type of, here the square bracket needs to be used here because of the syntax. All right. And here you can use curly brace or square, doesn't matter. It's completely fine. Now let's say you want to access any value from this array. You can use the index number. So in this case, let's say I'm using numbers1, which is completely fine and it should work. We know that. But let's say at some point you made a mistake, or somebody did not give the exact value that looking for. The user may be looking for the third element. So instead of using index 2, you are using index 3, and it doesn't show any error at this moment, but when you will run, you will see the things for sure. And you can see that the block always execute, this is fine, but we did not print out. So let's try to print them, and then you will see the exception because we do not notice any exception at this moment. But what you're trying to do, understand, of course, the array index start from 0, then 1, then 2. So when you're trying to print out the index 1, this is fine. But when you're trying to print index 3, of course, this is not right. But before running, there is no exception. You cannot tell something went wrong here. So let me run this program and then you'll see the exception. And there you go. It shows unhandled exception. You cannot access this one. Index out of range exception. So the index you are using that doesn't belong to the range. So the range is from 0 to 2, but you are trying to access 3. So this is index out of range exception. So now let's handle this one as well. Let me just copy and paste, and let's call index out of range exception. And now that we came to know about another type of exception, let's put it there, index out of range exception. All right, and this time it should work. Let me run it again. Let me show you whether it does work or not. And there you go. It is handled very gracefully. All right. The next type of exception, probably something I want to show you, called invalid cast exception. So when you are casting something, or when you are changing the data type one to another, it can also cause some exception. And let me give you one example. Let's say we have an object, obj, and the object is, let's say this is a string for an example. All right, so we are assigning an exception, the string into object. Of course, object is the parent type for all the types that we have in C#. So let's say it can hold any value, but then you are trying to convert it into number. So you are trying to convert a string into number. Let's see what happens if we try to do that. So here we are trying to, typecasting. We are changing one type to another. The initial type was object, but now we are trying to convert it into integer. And let's see what happens if we run this program. There should be one exception I'm expecting, and there you go. You can see that invalid casting exception, cast exception. So let me write it down here and handle this. So here I'm adding one more catch. Let's call invalid cast exception. That's the one I'm looking for. And now that we are familiar with one more type, let me put it here, invalid cast exception. There you go. If I run this program, this time it should work and it should not show the unhandled exception anymore. And there you go, it's working completely fine. Now you're familiar with quite many, at least one more that I would love to add in the end, which is the overflow exception. So sometimes the range may be overflowing, and I can give you one example. Let's say a variable called decimal x, and it has 400, and then you are trying to store that value inside a variable called I. So here I'm going to convert that value decimal into bytes, and there you go. That's the code I wanted to use to show you the exception. Let me just comment this line. Here, of course, decimal data type can hold the value 400. This is completely fine. It can take more bigger number than this, but byte, which means 1 byte equal 8 bits, which can be converted into 2 to the power 8, basically 256, something like this. So it cannot hold more than 256 in this case, and this is called out of range. So when you're using some smaller data type that has like a specific range of value that can store, in this case byte is going out of its range. So in this case it should throw us an exception. Let's see what is that exception. We are running this one, and there you go, it shows overflow exception. And now we can handle this. So let me just copy and paste, and here I'm going to use overflow exception. And now that we are familiar with one more type of exception, let me add that one here, overflow exceptions. And now let's see whether it is handled or not. We can run this program and we can test this one out, and there you go, it's working fine. So I hope you have understood different types of exception and how to handle them. But there is one more thing I would love to show you in the end. Now, what happens if your exception type doesn't match with any of the catch block that you are using? So in this case, it's also a good practice to use the exception, which is the superclass of all the exception type in the end. So if nothing match, this one will surely match, and your program is now more secured. So here I'm going to say an unexpected error occurred, something like this. You can put anything, it's up to you. All right, and for each one of them you can give a better message. So let's say this one can be overflow message. Here I can put error, let's something like this. Let's put something like this: overflow occurred during arithmetic operation, something like this. You can put whatever you wish, nothing wrong to here. As long as they are understandable, it's completely fine. So hopefully this made sense. And now one more thing I would love to show you, how to throw an exception in this certain scenario where you want to create your own exception and you want to handle it. So let me give you one example. Let's say we are going to take the user's age. If the age is less than 18, we want to say invalid user, and we want to throw an exception on our own, because if the user's age is less than 18, by default there is no exception is going to happen. So you want to create an exception on your own and you want to handle it. You can do this with the help of error, with the help of throw exception ideas. So let me show you that one. So here I'm going to take the user input. So let's say age, something I want to take from the user, but before that I want to ask the user to give me the age. So let's say enter age, and then I'm going to just use the right instead of right line because I want to take the input in the same line. And let's take the value from the user with this help of input. So this will make sure that we are getting the user input, right? And then we can convert that, and let's do that. Integer try parse, you can use anything, doesn't matter. And let's use this try parse to convert, or you can of course use the convert as well. So let's keep it simple, convert dot to integer, and we are converting that input into the age. Now let's do one thing. So what we can do, if the age is less than 18, we want to create our own exception. Otherwise, let's say you want to do something, you will say you are eligible to enter our computer club. All right, otherwise we want to throw an exception and then we want to handle the exception. So now by default it is not going to throw any exception, you know that. So let's say here I'm going to run something, let's say not eligible to enter the computer club. All right, and let's run this program. Let's see what happens if we run this program. Here I'm running this, and surely you'll notice it's asking for the age, and we're giving 12, and it shows you're not eligible to enter the computer club. So by default, it's not going to throw any exception, which makes sense. There is nothing wrong at this moment. But let's say you want to create your own exception and you want to throw it. You can do this. So in this case, you can write here throw new. You want to create an exception, and what is the exception you want to create? It's up to you. So we are creating something called argument exception, because this is the argument I did not expect. So the value user gave, it's not something I'm expecting. And I'm saying, age less than 18 is not eligible to enter the club. Now we are throwing an exception, and sometimes you might want to throw the exception like this. So you want to handle it. In order to handle it, what do you need to do? You need to use catch. But at this moment, we're not using any try. So it doesn't make sense using catch without try. So let's put all the code inside the try block. And now if we throw any exception, it will be catch by this exception catch block. But we need to handle that. How can we catch it? In order to catch, we need to use this format exception class. And then you can use this object whatever you want. And now we can print that exception. Let's do that. Here I'm going to print the exception, ex. Of course, I want to put it inside the variable, inside the block, these curly braces, and there you go. Now again, you can use the exception class here, which is the parent class. Nothing wrong with that at this moment, because you might throw many other exceptions like this, but exactly it will come to this parent, and then it's going to work based on that one we are sending from. So here I'm going to run this, and let's see what happened. This time I'm going to give age 12, and there you go. Age less than 18 is not eligible to enter the club. And where this one is coming from. So when the age was less than 18, it was thrown an exception. It threw an exception, and the catch block handled that, and it print the message that we post here. So whatever the message we gave there inside this argument exception, it's going inside this X object, and that X object printing the message, which is the string here basically. So I hope you have learned how to throw an exception on your own and how to handle that. Alright, let's create another project called Unit Converter app. In this project, you'll have the chance to practice operators, if, else, switch, loop, input validation, methods, exception handling, everything. But not everything all together. So first you will start with operators, and only then whenever you'll feel the need of if, else, switch, loop, you'll introduce them one by one. And this is how you basically practice, you understand the concept, and then you apply the concept. This is going to be a bigger one, so surely it needs a lot of patience from your side. If you know already these topics such as operators, if, switch, that will help a lot. I have already created videos about them, and of course I believe you already been through those. But again, if you're already feeling comfortable with these topics, you can continue with this project, no problem with that, because I will also try to explain as much as possible in this project. In this repository, I have many problems, and one of them is related to operator. Here we are going to create a unit converter app. Basically, we are going to create an app that will help us to convert between kilometer and miles, Celsius and Fahrenheit, and then finally kilograms and pounds. So I'm going to tell you all the formulas that you need in order to do this operation. But again, what I will do, I will create a new repository where I'm going to push all the codes, because later on when you learn if else, we'll make some modification in this assignment. And also when you will learn switch, we'll again make some modification in this one. And let's say when we'll learn exception handling, we'll add something in this assignment. So this assignment is something we will work a few times. So that's why I want to create a repository, and I want to store that inside the repository. But again, if you have no knowledge about Git and GitHub, you can watch this video of mine. You can search it like on YouTube, or maybe I will put that one in the description. So if you search GitHub Anisul Islam English tutorial, I'm sure you'll be able to find out this one. But in case if you don't find, you can just leave a comment. I will try to reply. But on the other hand, if you do not know, or if you're not interested about Git and GitHub, no problem. You can write a program, and you can create a different file. You can create you can store that in your computer. That's completely fine. So you can create a new repository or new folder, new console application, and then you can store it somewhere else. But let's start. What we are going to do, I'm going to again share the repository with you. So this is the one we are looking for. Again, if you go to my GitHub repository and if you look for C#, learn C# by solving problems, this is the name of the repository. So if you come here and then search for all the repositories, let's say I will go here, and then you can search by learn C# by solving problem, and you can see this is a public one, so you can access anytime. One more thing I want to tell you, if you have not covered operators, if you have not covered variables, no problem. When I will solve, I'll try to explain a little bit. So basically, first of all, I will pause the video so that you can solve on your own. But if you cannot do that, if you're someone who doesn't want to go through everything about operators, or who doesn't want to go through everything about variables, data types, maybe you're just interested to solving this problem and move to the next chapter of control statement. So let's start. I'm going to share again. It's a very simple thing. If you have learned what I have taught so far, I'm sure you will be able to do this. So pause the video, finish the problem, and then come back for matching the solution with me. But again, if you are not someone familiar with operators, this and that, maybe the things we need in order to solve this one, you can wait a minute and then you can come back and then you can see the solution where I'll explain everything. All right, I hope you have tried. Now let's start. I'm going to start. First of all, here we're going to create a console application. We can start from this scratch. So for this one, maybe I'll give it a try for you. So let's do that. I'm going to open my terminal. And what I will do, I'm going to go to my documents folder, and then I'm going to create a folder called unit converter. Again, we can create an application directly here. So let's do that. I'm going to say dotnet new console. So we are following the first step, and then we can give a name and we can give an output to somewhere. We can give a name for that folder. So let's say I'm going to give a name for the folder. Let's call it unit conversion, unit converter C#. Let's put it like that way. Converter, I'm just trying to be sure. C#. All right. And this will create a new console application for us. Let's go to that folder called unit converter C# and let's open that in our VS Code. So I'm going to open that in our VS Code. And for now, I'm going to minimize this one. Let's do that. Let's focus on only this one at this point. Okay. I can close the terminal. So the first step is done. Let's continue. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to adjust my VS Code so that you can see well. There you go. So we have a very basic program. First of all, I want to ignore the things that later on I do not want to push to GitHub. So git ignore, and then let's say what are the things I want to ignore. I want to ignore the bin folder. I want to ignore the object folder. So anybody that wants to run our application, they need to use .NET build, and then immediately they will get this folder back. So we don't have to push them to the GitHub. Okay. So again, I'm making sure everything is correct. And now, first of all, what I will do, I want to start following, let's say this one, but let's go one by one. There is no hurry here. What I want to do, I want to create a GitHub repository where I'm going to store this program that I'm doing. Again, this is an optional. If you have no interest about pushing that to the GitHub, you can skip, this step, and you'll follow me for the next steps. So here I'm going to create, let's call unit converter C#, unit converter C#. All right, I'm creating a project. You can give any name, doesn't matter. And I'm choosing myself as an owner, and it's going to be a public repository. And let's create the repository. So first of all, what I have to do here, in order to connect with my remote repository that I created, here I need to initialize Git. Let's do that, git initialize. And now I have Git here. So what I can do, I can push my codes. So let's add the changes that I have, and let's make the initial commit. So git commit -m, and let's say this is my initial commit. All right. Or let's say console app created, create console app. All right. That's all done. And it's time to connect with the remote repository. So I'm going to copy and paste everything. It will, add that remote repository and also change the branch name into main. And finally, it's going to push all the code to the remote repository. There you go. So I'm pushing all the codes. And if I go back, reload, let's have a look. What do we have here? So we have the basic setup here. And you can see that we are ignoring the bin and object folder. So no one basically needs to have this bin and object folder. Now if someone wants to use this one, they will just go here, they will clone, and they will get it, this project. So if they click here and if they open something like a terminal, if they clone it, they will get everything back for sure. I can show you that step as well. Let me continue. So I'm going to move from here. I'm going to delete the folder that I have here, which is this unit conversion, and I have deleted that one. Now I will close everything. I just want to show you all this process so that you don't get confused and you want to know like how everything moves here. So if someone push their code to GitHub or repository or a project, then how to get that project, that's what I want to show you. Now I'm going to the documents folder again. I want to clone that repository. Let's do that. So again, git clone, and let me paste it. Give me a moment, git, and let's run it. We are having some issue here. It says we have one project already exist and it's not an empty directory. Let's check that one here. So it seems we have that project already. I'm going to delete that one, remove rf, and then unit converter C#. I have deleted that one. Now I'll try again cloning, and there you go, it has cloned. Now I can move to that folder and open that to my VS Code. So you have seen the process, like how can you work in a GitHub repository. That's all. For sure, it makes sense. So we're keeping a backup, and also it's a shared repository. Anyone can, share it. They can see it, and if we allow, they can see it for sure, and also they can contribute. But let's continue. We are done with the first step. Also, we have done an external or additional step. Hopefully, this one is also making sense. Now let's start implementing the unit conversion calculation. All right, so let's go to the program again. Here we are in this file. We're going to work. So let's start. I'm going to increase the font size so that you can see well, and I'm going to minimize the Explorer. So first of all, what we're going to do, we're going to work with the, the kilometers to miles or miles to kilometer one. So in order to do that, we're going to just write a welcome message here. Let's say CWL, and let's say welcome to this unit converter app. Okay, let's put a message here. Welcome to the unit converter app. So this is going to be a welcome message or greetings. Let's put it like that way. And then I am going to copy and paste a few times. So here we're going to say, let's say available conversion that we have for now. Later on, of course, we're going to add if, else, switch, and we will make this one more better. But at this moment, let's keep it like this. I will say available. Let's add one more new line here just for, to make it a little bit more beautiful when we're going to run it. So available. And I'm sorry if I make any spelling mistake, by the way. Conversions. Great, and now I'm going to add a few more. Maybe I'm going to add colon here just to make it a little bit better. That's all. And then let's put it like this. Here I'm going to say number 1 for kilogram to miles. Sorry, kilometers to miles. Kilometers to miles. And then let's put dot here. Well, that's not necessary. And then I'm going to put the second one, which is going to be miles to kilometer. So let me put it like this, miles to kilometers. That's all. And for now, I have two options. Let me work on this one. First, kilometer to miles or miles to kilometer. Now, the formula that we are going to use here, first of all, I need to take the user value. That's the first thing I'm going to take. And then I'm going to show you the formula. So let's take the user input. We're going to take the input value here. Console write line, and let's say enter the value you want to convert. Enter the value you want to convert. Great, convert, and the user will give us the value, but we want to take the input as the same line, so that's why I'm going to use this one. Okay, and then I need to take that one input. Let's give a variable input value, and then let's use the console.readline. So we'll take a string here. And after that, we're going to convert that string into integer or some sort of number, let's say double number. So somebody can give us, integer number or the fractional point number. So let's convert it into double. Let's name it value, the variable. After convert, we want to store that variable. And how can we convert? There are three different methods we have learned. We have learned convert. Then we have learned the other one was integer.parse, and or let's say double.parse. or the other one was double.try parse, so we can use any one of them. Now here I'm going to use the convert one, which is the easiest one. So the input that we have taken by default, readline gives us string, that's why we're having it as a string, and then we are converting into double. I hope things are making sense. And now let's put it here. Let's say the first one, what we want to do here, we want to convert it from kilometers to mile. Let's do that first. Again, this message might not make that much sense, but later on, let's say I can put it like this for now. Let's say kilometers to miles, if it is making a bit confusion here, and miles to kilometers. Now the first one, probably we can run it that way as well. Let's keep it, doesn't matter. I think I will comment it for now. Let's finish this one first, kilometer to miles. So somebody we're expecting they will give us kilometers, and we need to convert into miles. Now 1 kilometer equal how many miles? I guess 0.621371. Again, you can check Google and you can find it out. So let me do the conversion here. Let's say double converted value. So I will use the same variable for all the conversion result. And I can put it maybe at the top, a little bit top here, somewhere here. Let's put it here, doesn't matter. Or maybe after the conversion, it's completely fine. Okay, now let's start the conversion. So we are going to store the result inside this converted value. And what do we want to do? The value that we have received from the user, which is something going to be, let's say, kilometer. And now from that kilometer, we need to convert into miles. So we just have to, multiply with 0.621, 621 and 371. That's all. And our job is done. Now this will give us the value as miles, and we can run this program. So let's run it. Convert the value, let's say miles. Or I can put it like this. Kilometer value kilometers is equal to the result that we have received. So instead of this string concatenation, I'm going to use string interpolation. And if I want to use string interpolation, I need to put a dollar here. I'm sure you're already familiar with this symbol. And this will help us to print with the curly braces. So we can print any variable with the curly braces. Now here, the one I want to print is the converted value. So let me write it down here, converted value. That's all. And now let's run this program. Let's see what happens if we run this program. Does it work or not? Let's check it out. All right, I hope you can see the program. Let me open the terminal. So here, Control Shift, and there you go. It opens the terminal. And if I run this, .NET run, what will happen here? So first, it will show us, welcome to the unit converter app, and that's what it's showing us. Then we have a new line. That's why we have extra new line. So after the right line, we know normally we have a new line. So after printing the string, we had already a new line here, but then again, we started with this \n, which is also helping us to create another new line. So we have the available conversion, kilometer to miles. That's the only one we have at this moment. And we're asking the user to, give us a value to convert. So for an instance, if I give a value here, let's say 1, it should return us something that we are expecting, 0.621371 into miles. And it does, but it should show as a miles, so that's why I can add miles here. So it will make more sense. Let me run it again. And let's see if I give 1, does it show? Exactly. But of course, we can make this result a little bit better. So we can show maybe 2 decimal point. So that's why I can format this one a bit. Colon F2, that means after the decimal point, we'll show only 2 digits. That's what we want to do. So let me run this again and let's see what happened. Does it work or not? If I give 1, it's working perfectly. Now let's move on and do the other one. So which is this miles to kilometers, something I want to do. And for that, we're going to take again user input, and then we'll continue with the same procedure. So what I will do here, I'm going to copy paste everything that I have. So let's do that. I think I need to copy paste the same thing. And for now, let's separate our code in a nice way. Later on, of course, we are going to use here if else, and you'll see things will be more better. So for now, let's say here what we have, I'm going to remove this command. And for now, let's say this one, I'm going to make it so better. So let's say this is going to be for kilometers to miles. Okay, kilometers to miles, just keeping some notes for me. And what we're doing here, we're taking the user input, fair enough. Then we are converting the value, that's also good. I think what I will do for now, I will declare this variable at the top. And the reason is why I'm going to tell you very soon. So let me do that. And from here, let me get rid of these. Okay. What else I want to do here? Of course, this is not what I'm trying to do. Let me just copy and paste. And then now, if I want to repeat it here, this one is going to be for miles to kilometers. Then we want to take the value from the user. But now we are having an error because we have already defined that type of variable. So that's why what I want to do, I want to define these variables that I have here at the top so that I don't get the error. Let me just close them up and maybe I can define all the variables here for now. So string input value. And then I want to have double value and also the convert value. All right. That's all. So I have all the variables that I declare at the top. Now throughout the app, I can use them. For now, things are looking a bit messy, which is completely fine because later on we're going to use if else and things will be better. So let me just remove this and remove this. All right. And also maybe I do not need this one anymore. I can get rid of this line. There you go. All right. But in the end, of course, this time we're not going to multiply with 0.61231. We're going to divide because we want to convert miles into kilometers. So let's put it miles here and kilometers here. And that's all basically. Now we need to run this program. So let's see what happens if we run this program. All right. And let me take it to a little bit top so that you can see well. So we will run this application. First, it will take the value from us for kilometers to miles in order to complete from kilometers to miles. So I'm going to give 2 kilometers and it shows that value into miles. And then we have miles to kilometers. So there could be a little bit more gap. So for now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to add new line here, few new lines. Let's do that, /n, the other slash, not this one I'm looking for, /n/n. There are a few new lines I have added. And now I'll run it again, just to make it a little bit better. Okay, and let's give 2. There you go. Now miles to kilometer, I'm going to give 1.24 miles and it should return me to, so here we are trying to convert miles to kilometer. I'm giving 1.24 miles. It should be 2 kilometers after the conversion. And there you go. It's working perfectly. Now that we are done with this conversion between miles and kilometers, we can push our code to the GitHub to keep a version history. So I'm going to add the changes that I made. I'm going to make a commit here with commit hyphen, and let's say add miles to kilometers conversion. All right, miles to kilometer or kilometers to mile. Miles and kilometers conversion. All right. That should be more than enough. Let's push the changes. All right, and we can reload. We can see what do we have at this moment. All right, so it shows add miles and kilometers conversion here. If I click it, and it should show all the things that we did already. All right, let's move on. We're done with the first conversion. Now it's time to convert between Celsius and Fahrenheit. So again, it's going to be super easy for us because we have the things that we need. We're just going to copy paste now. So here I'm going to copy this code that I have, and everything I have to do, basically I need to change some things like textual basis. So let's say this time I'm going to say Celsius to Fahrenheit for the first one. Let me copy this and let's paste it here. Celsius to Fahrenheit. There you go. Okay, Celsius to Fahrenheit. And let's do one more thing. I think it will be better for later. I'm going to add a number here. So this is going to be number 1, the conversion one, and then I'm going to use miles to kilometer number 2. Something might help us later on. So at this point, I'm just leaving them here like this. And then maybe for the last one, the next one will be number 3. Let's put it like this. And from Celsius to Fahrenheit, we'll take the user value. We will, of course, taking the user value here, and then we are converting into double. That's completely fine. But what about the formula? So in order to take Celsius to Fahrenheit, in order to convert, the formula will be value into 1.8. So if you divide that 9.5, let me just put it like this. So value into 9.5, that's the formula basically. And then we can put it inside a parenthesis. And after that, we can divide it by 5 or maybe plus 32. That's the formula. Okay, you can check this one out, of course, from the Google. So this is the formula in order to convert to Celsius to Fahrenheit. But again, there is sometimes, of course, the value is double. So that's why if you, multiply with 9 by 5, it's completely going to work fine. But sometimes when you divide integer by integer, the result will be integer and you are not going to get the actual result. So what I will do, I can convert here the data type. I can make this one double, which will make sure everything goes fine. Or even what I can do, I can keep the decimal value. So if you divide 9 by 5, then the decimal value will be 1.8. That's all. Now here I'm going to show it's, let's say, Celsius value, Celsius to Fahrenheit. That's all. Fahrenheit. That's all. More than enough. It should work. And I'm going to copy paste this one as well down below from Fahrenheit to Celsius. Okay. So let me just cut it from here. This time it's going to be number 4. And then let's put Fahrenheit to Celsius. That's all. And we'll take the user input again. We'll take the value, and then in order to convert from Fahrenheit to Celsius, the formula is value minus 32. And then let's continue. After dividing, after subtracting that 32, what we need to do? We need to do the multiplication here according to the formula. Again, nothing memorizing. We can check Google and we can find out this formula. And then we have 5 by 9. That's all. Again, this 5 by 9 we can maybe put as a, let's say, 1.8 divide by 1.8. That's something also we can do. All right, let's see if we run this one, how this one works. Let's check this one out. And here, one more thing I need to change. I need to convert it to Fahrenheit to Celsius. So here I'm going to put Celsius. All right, let's see whether it does work or not. I'm going to run it again. So we have now 4 conversion altogether. And let's test this one out. Oops, not the right one. I just want to run it. Okay, I want to first convert from kilometers to mile. So let's keep 2 kilometers and 1.24 miles. Again, I'm testing this one out. The third one, Celsius to Fahrenheit. Let's keep 24 degrees Celsius. The Fahrenheit is 75.20. I want to do the opposite one, 75.20 as a Fahrenheit, and I want to see what the Celsius value it returns. And it does return 24. So it seems everything going well. Now it's time to add the changes, commit it, and push it. So edit, commit it. So this time we're going to say add converter between Celsius and Fahrenheit. So let me just copy this and paste it here. That's all. And let me just get rid of one extra C, commit and push. That's all. And this should be pushed here in our repository. If I reload, and there you go, you can see all the codes are here. So it seems everything is going fine, but maybe I want to add some notes again as a command, It's too obvious, and that's why maybe I can, forget for the comments for now. I can skip the comments. So kilometers to miles, and here miles to kilometers. I don't see the need, but let's keep it. Miles to kilometers. Okay, and the next one, Celsius to Fahrenheit. So these will help me to recognize the code that I have related to individual task. Here, Fahrenheit to Celsius. Fair enough. And now that I made some changes, I can maybe add one more commit here. It's a good practice to add commits too often, but of course not too often here. So add comments. All right, that's all. Even though it's not that much meaningful, but let's put it like that way. hit push, and it should show all the comments that I made. All right, so all the parts, they're separated with the comments, and easily I can recognize which part is responsible for what. We have nearly finished this assignment, just one more conversion left. Let's go and check the problem. So it says convert between kilograms and pounds. That's the only one left. Remember that we are using arithmetic operators so far, which is plus, minus, into, divide, modulus, nothing more than that. We're also taking the user input, and then also we're showing the user the converted value that we are getting after the conversion. So let's do one more thing, just copy paste, super easy for us for sure. Here I'm going to copy and paste these two, or maybe one for now. So let's copy and paste. Down below, this one is going to be number 5, and what we're going to do in this one, we want to convert from kilograms to pound. Okay, so let me just copy this, paste it here for now, kilogram to pounds. Good, and let's say kilogram to pounds. That's all. After that, and the value that you want to convert, still the same thing. We're taking the user input into string, then we are converting into double. But then how can we convert from kilogram to pounds? Let's do that. So with the value that we have, we need to multiply with 2.20462. 2.20462. That's the formula if you want to convert from 1 kilogram to pounds. Again, nothing you need to memorize. You can search it, you can find it on Google. All right, so let me write it down. 1 kilograms equal, let's say 1 kilogram, the other way, not grams. Kilogram equal 2.20462 pounds. 20462 pounds, yes. All right, and then what we can do here, we can show here kilograms, and here we can show pounds. That's all. Now if I want to do the other way, by the way, let me just copy and paste this one and put it here. That's all. Now if you want to do the other way, pounds to kilogram, again, super simple for us. Before we multiplied, now we are going to divide. That's all. And we can change here, pounds to kilogram. Let's do that. Kilograms. Same thing, I can just copy and paste. Let's be real quick and put it here. All right, and the number can be 6 this time. Alrighty, and then what else? Pounds to kilograms. Kilograms, and of course, this time, you know, the formula changed. So 1 kilogram or 1 pound, we can put it other way. If you divided it, then you will find something like this, 0.462. or 0.45392. That should be the right one. Again, you can search it. Kilograms. Kilograms. All right. So if you divide 1 by this one, the result should be 0.453592. 3592. Again, you can check. If I'm wrong, maybe you can adjust it. All right. So that's all. This one should work. Let's run it and let's see what happens if we run it. So git, not git, we're going to use dotnet run. All right, there are a lot of things, a lot of warning going on, and maybe we can fix this warning right away before doing anything else. So in order to get rid of that, we want to make sure that it can take null value for now. So that's how we can get rid of the warning that we have, and there you go. So when we added that comma, the question mark, what we said, the value for this input value can be null or something else. All right. So for now, let's keep it up like this. Let's run it so that we don't have that warning. Enter the value you want to convert. So let's say 2 kilometers, 1.24 miles. If I give 1.24 miles, it should show 2 kilometers. From Celsius to Fahrenheit, 45 or let's say 20 degrees Celsius equals 68 Fahrenheit. And if I give 68 Fahrenheit, it should give me 20 degrees Celsius. And that is something happening. Let's say 5, or let's put it like this, 72 kilograms equal 158 pounds, point something. If I use the same value, 158.73 pounds, it should return me 72 kilogram. And there you go. So everything seems working fine, and we are done with this assignment for now. But remember, later on when you learn switch, we'll change this one, we'll update this one. So this problem will, have a little bit more fewer steps. When we'll learn if else, we'll make this one more better. When we'll learn while, for loop, while loop, do while loop, this one will be more better. So the more you learn, of course, the assignment will grow bigger. And in the end, we'll have a project, converter app project, where we'll apply all the things that we are learning. Of course, we'll be creating few others projects. So this is not the only one. We are solving many problems. But of course, if you do not want to go through all the topics that I'm discussing and then I'm giving the assignment, if you just want to go with this one, like solving one problem and getting like rid of one chapter, that means by solving this problem, you are finishing operators, variables, introduction chapter. And when you are done with this one, the next problem, again, you can go directly to that problem and start solving that one. By solving that one, you will finish if else. And again, this problem will be same for switch. So when you will do that problem, that means you will finish the switch chapter. And again, this problem will be introduced for a loop. So when you're done with this, problem, inside the loop chapter, that means you don't have to go through everything about loop. But again, if you want to go through, all the topics that I'm covering, that's also fine, completely fine, and surely you'll learn a lot. Now let's add, commit, and push. Add, commit. So here I'm going to say add kilogram to maybe pounds conversion. Add convert between this one. So let's just copy and paste. There you go. Press enter. And let's push this, all the changes that we made. All right, let's reload it and let's see what happened here. Good. So far so good. Everything looks completely fine. If we are familiar with if else, we can make our converter app more better than before. And if you see the final assignment for if else, if you recall, we did this one earlier for operators. When we learned operators, we did one assignment related to this unit converter app. There we only used operator. But now that we have learned if else, it's time to use that one in this converter app, and so that we can make this app more useful. So what we can see, the only difference this time, of course, everything looks familiar to us. The only difference what we can see here, ask the user to enter the value and the type of conversion they want to perform. So here we're going to take the user input for the option they want to check. For an example, they want to convert from kilometers to miles, or maybe miles to kilometers, or maybe Celsius to Fahrenheit, or maybe Fahrenheit to Celsius. So we'll give them some option. Based on their option, we are going to run our app. So at this point, if I run this one, if you recall, for sure, it's going to run all the conversion that we have. So if I run this program, you will see that. So at the beginning, it starts with kilometers and miles. If we get kilometers, then the next one comes here from miles to kilometers. For an example, if I give the miles, then it asks for Celsius to Fahrenheit. But in real life, maybe when we have like a real application, we do not provide it such a way. So we give the user an option. Hey, if you want to do this, choose 1. If you want to do that, choose 2. If you want to do something else, choose 3. So we'll give an option here, because at this point there are 4 different type of, or 6 different type of conversion we can do here, from kilometers to miles or miles to kilometers. Then we have Celsius to Fahrenheit, Fahrenheit to Celsius, and then we have kilo to pounds or pounds to kilo. But we want to give one option to the user. If they wish, they can go for any option. So let's do that. Here I'm going to stop this one. Let's cancel it. Let me clear it, and let me take out this terminal from here. And you can read again the problem. The only thing we are adding here, we are getting user input for the option. So that's the only thing we want to bring in. So let's take the user option, from somewhere. So let's say what I want to do, I want to put all the option at the beginning. All right. So let me cut it from here. So this way we can make things more better. So let me just cut all these from here, and I'll put it here. Okay. And then I'm going to get rid of many things here. For an example, we are just converting the value. So we'll take the value from the user as well. And here I'm going to show all the options. So first of all the option needs to be here. Let me get rid of this, get it here, put it here. That's also, we have option 1, option 2. And in this case, there is no need to, put all the new lines there. And also try to understand, we are taking the user input. So I do not need these 3 lines anymore. So we are reducing the number of lines for this code as well. And here I will take this one. So let me just take it to the top here, paste it. That's all. And then let me just close it. Here I'm going to get rid of this new line. and then which one we want to pick up. We want to choose this one as well. So let's get it at the top. Let me just bring it at the top here. All right, let's go down below, and we do not need to take user input every time. We'll take only one time and we're converting. That's all. Again, we do not need these things here. That's all. Also, let's continue. Now this is the option I need, so let me take it at the top. There you go. I will put it here. Great. Then let's continue. Let's see whether anything else I need to get rid of from here. I do not need this one anymore. Great. I need to take this option at the top, so all the option will be top. User will see and they will give us an option, and based on that we can run any of this conversion code. Okay, let's continue, and I will get rid of these line of codes because we are taking user input one time and then we're choosing the option that we want to execute. Okay, that's all, more than enough. Now let's continue and let's get rid of all these new lines that I have here. Let's be real quick and get rid of them. All right, so now we're going to show a few options to the user. They will give us an option, and based on that we are going to run the code that we want, because we have different block of codes. We have kilometers to miles, then we have miles to kilometers, Celsius to Fahrenheit, Fahrenheit to Celsius, kilogram to pounds, pounds to kilogram, but we don't want to run all of them together. Maybe we want to run one based on the user option. So let's take that user input here for the option, so you can give anything. Let's say double, or yeah, let's do that. I think any option is completely fine. So let's say enter the value you want to convert, or enter the option you want to go for. So in this case, I think integer will make sense because we are using 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, integer option, and let's say here we are going to take the user input. So that's why we are going to use system console.readline. Let's use that console.readline. We need to take user input, and there you go. At the same line, we are converting it to integer. All right, and before that, I want to maybe put it there at the top. So let's bring it here. So first we are taking the user input, then we are taking the user value, whatever the value they will give. Based on that, we are going to convert. That's all. But now this option can be from 1 to 6, and based on that we are going to run this block of codes that we have. So what I will do, I'll cut this one. I'll put here, I will use if. Of course we are familiar with if, else if, and else. So if doesn't work, then we'll go to the else if block. If else if doesn't work, then we'll go to the next else if block. That's how if else work. And if no one works from the top, then the last one, which is this else, will work. So we can keep a condition here. For an example, if the option equal to 1, then we want to do something. In our case, we want to convert it from kilometers to miles as per our instruction. And then if this one doesn't work, then it will go for the next one. If the option is equal to 2, then we want to do something. And what is that? We want to convert from miles to kilometers, and we have the code already for that one. So let me just get rid of this from here and just put it here. That's all. And that's how we can continue. If the option is 3, then we want to do something. And what is that thing? If the option is 3, we want to convert from Celsius to Fahrenheit. So we need that code. Let's get that one real quick, cut it and paste it here. That's all. I'm sure you're getting what I'm trying to explain here. And now we need few more else if. So here I'm going to add one more. Else can be the last statement. Remember that if no one works, then else will work. Okay. Here I'm going to add one more option. Option equal 4, and there you go. I can copy paste few more time this one, 5 and 6. So for option 5, what do we want to do? For option 6, what do we want to do? That's what we can declare here. So again, remember, if will be always the first statement if you have multiple if, else, if, else. So if this one it works, if the condition is true, only then this block will work. So this conversion will happening. But if doesn't work, then it will move to the else if. If this one works, then completely fine. That's where we are like finishing this program. But if this one doesn't work, only then it will go to the next else if, and that's how the letter like continue. Here, let me continue with cutting this one and pasting inside this option 4. All right, then let's see what else we have to do here. We need to cut this one as well. So let me take this one as a top inside this. That's all, not this. I think one more. Let's go one more. There you go. And the last one we need for the option 6. So let's go down below. We just need to select this line of code and let's take it to the top. All right, and that's all actually. But now what happens if no option match? Maybe the user can make mistake. They can give us 8. So in this case, that option will be invalid. Let's show that option, the invalid one as well. So here I'm going to write a console write line and I'm going to put invalid selection. Invalid selection. Please run the program again. Please run the program again. That's all. That's more than enough that we need, and I'm sure we have done it, and it's time to check the output. Okay, so here I'm running the program, .NET Run, and this time we have something like a menu. So we can choose an option and then we can give a value. For an example, I want to convert from Celsius to Fahrenheit. So I'll choose 3 here, press enter, and it is asking for the value that I want to convert. So let's say Celsius value is going to be 45 or 20 that I want to convert into Fahrenheit, and it shows 20 Celsius equals 68 Fahrenheit. So you can see that it's working very fine. What happens if we want to run this program again and if we want to give an invalid input or option? Let me run this one. Let's see what happened. So this time I will choose 7, which is not a valid option, and it of course it is asking for the value first. So of course we could get rid of this, like when the option is not valid, we can immediately show that instead of taking the user input, but this is something we can do later. So let's give some value, and if I give the value, it shows, hey, this is an invalid selection and please run the program again. Of course we could make this one a little bit better. So first of all, even before going furthermore, we can end this program from here. That's also possible. But for now, I think it makes sense to keep it like this so that it doesn't make our situation too much complicated. All right, now that we are done with this assignment, let's push it to the GitHub, and we are familiar with that. So let's add the changes. Let's make the commit. Let's say add if else statement, and let's push it. Git push. There we go. And now if we come back again to our assignment, let's see what happened. Does it get the recent commit? And it does. Everything looks perfect. To the unit converter app again, and this time we're going to apply switch knowledge. So if you see this assignment, basically everything as usual, just like before, but the only things that we are changing here, we are going to make sure to check what type of the conversion user wants to do with switch statement. And that's why we need to get rid of this if, and we're going to apply a switch statement. That's all. Now again, there are two things important to notice here. We're going to use this switch block, and inside the switch block we can pass multiple things. For an example, you can pass only value that you want to convert, or you can also pass the option that you want to check, whether it's option 1, option 2, option 3, option 4. Now if you do not recall, again, you can see here option. If it is option 1, we want to do something. If it is option 2, we want to do something with the value. If it is option 3, then we want to do something with the value. And now with the help of switch, we can pass multiple things inside that switch, inside a parenthesis like this, and we can say we want to pass the option and also the value. And now we can do something with this option value if we wish. Okay, so let's start with checking it. So what's the case we want to check? Again, you need to use parentheses here to check the case, and then you can do something. So first of all, I will check whether this option is 1. If it is 1, then what I'm going to do, I will take the value here inside a variable. You can use anything, it doesn't matter. So in my case, for an example, I'm going to use var a. You can use anything. Again, I'm reminding you, you can use any type of variable here. And then now we can perform this operation that we wanted to do. So let me copy this one, let me paste it here, and let's make sure that we are breaking it. That's all. And after that, let's save it, and we can continue like this. But again, the name of the variable that I want to use here, it's something maybe not like this. Let's say we're going to name it as a value. And now we have a conflict here because both name match, so you can use anything again. So let's say user value or input. Let me put it like input value or user value, doesn't matter. Or we can use v here. Well, like this. That's all. And hopefully it's making sense to you. But again, if you're confused with the naming, you can change the name and you can give anything. Okay, so value from user, I'll put it like this. Maybe I want to change a bit here just to make it more reasonable or meaningful. That's all. And that's all we have. And now we can copy paste multiple times. Let me do that here. I'm going to change it, and this time I'll use option 2 and then option 3. Let me just continue like this. Here I'm going to use option 3 and then option 4. Let's continue like this. Here I'm going to use option 5. All right, and the last one, which is going to be option 6. Let me do that as well here. Good job. And then what are the changes we want to make inside those blocks? We can start doing that one. Okay, so let's start doing with that one. We're done with option 1. Let's get rid of this. We're going to copy this one and let's take it to the top. So copy, and then let's get rid of this option 2 and let me paste it here. Great. What else? So we can get rid of this one now. It's done. And remember to add the default one, otherwise we'll have some sort of error. So this one is going to be default, and then we can show something for the default one, something like this. Let's get copy this one, and let me get rid of this one. Let's go up, and here after this one I'm going to put here, and also we need the brick. That's all. We have an error here and we need to figure out why do you have this error. Okay, so we have if else, and that's why you have the error. Don't worry, we'll get rid of that one. And then let's cut this one for the option 3. Let's get rid of this statement, and let's go at the top. I'm going to paste it for this instead of this. That's all. What else we are going to provide here? Let's have a look. I think I'm going to get option 4 now. It's a good time to use the option 4. Let me cut it this one from here. Let's get rid of this one, and let's go at the top. Instead of this, I'm going to put the value here, and there you go. Let's continue. The next one is going to be this one. Let's get rid of this. No need to use this one anymore. Go at the top and let's paste it there. Good job. Let's continue. We're going to use this one, pounds to kilogram. And let's get rid of this one as well. That's all. That's going to be the last one. And hopefully things are making sense already, and things are looking much more better than before. But of course there are a few changes we need to make. I need to copy this and I have to paste it nearly everywhere here. Actually here all the value will be changed this time. So let me change this one here as well. And of course this value needs to be changed as well. So instead of this value, we're going to use the value from user. Let's continue. We're going to change here, and then we can continue like this. All right, I'm sure it's not going to take that much time. Of course we could use some shortcuts to change everywhere, but this is fine. All right, and that's all basically with switch case. And we can run this program. Let's see what basically it's going to work at this point. So if I run this, let's open the terminal. Oops, no, this is the one. Actually I'm going to use dotnet run to run this program, and it shows like what we want to do, what is the available conversion that we want to use. So let's say I want to use something from Celsius to Fahrenheit, so I'm choosing number 3, and then it is asking for the value, and I'm going to give 20 degrees centigrade, and it's giving us 20 Celsius equals 68 Fahrenheit, so which is something working completely fine. Now there are a lot of shortcuts we could use, like even we could use switch expression. There are a lot of ways we can use or make this one more easier or maybe more efficient. But let's have a look how can we use here the input validation to make this program a little bit more better and efficient. Also make sure that we are pushing all the changes to our GitHub repository where we are tracking the app. So this is the repository basically where I'm pushing all my codes, and this one will tell me exactly, if I check the commit history, it will tell me what are the things I have done so far. So first I created the console application, then I added the miles to kilometer, then I converted Celsius to Fahrenheit, then I added the code for kilogram to pounds, then I added the if else, and finally I'm working with switch now. And let's add that. So git add dot git commit, and let's say add switch statement with multiple parameters, and there you go. And now I can push this code to the GitHub. That's all. And now the commit should be here, and there you go, it should come up here as well. Right, everything is going fine. As I said, we can add the validation, and this can be another part for us. So we'll add loop, validation, and we'll continue with this one. Let's see how far we can go with this one. So far we have done quite much with this project, but it's time for us to add some validation and make it more better, more user-friendly, and more efficient. Let's say what happens if the user gives us the option 7. So in this case, the 7 option does not exist here, but user can make mistake. And what will happen? Of course, we are taking user option here 7. So in this case, it will move to the next one and it will ask for the value to convert, but it doesn't make sense when the user is giving us an invalid option. Unnecessarily, it's going there, it's taking the user input, and then it's going to the switch statement, and finally here it's showing that invalid selection. But before even taking the user input here for the conversion, we know that it's not a valid option. So that's why we need to handle this more better way. And also when you're taking the user input, you might take some string from the user, which is something you cannot convert. So we already discussed about these things, but again, if you are not familiar with the input validation, I'm sure after understanding next few minutes, you'll be able to add validation to any project. So let's continue. First of all, here I'm going to ask add a if condition just to make sure that the user is not giving us any invalid option. So let's say if the option is not in between 1 to 6, then surely it's an invalid one. So I will say if the option is less than 1, so less than 1 is something we're not allowing, or if the option is greater than 6, in this case we can say, hey, this is an invalid option. So from here even we can make sure that this is an invalid option. We are not going to let the user to go to the switch statement for sure. So inside the switch case, we do not need that message, but let's keep it for now from there, and later on we're going to change it. For now, let me copy this one and I'll go at the top, and here I'm going to paste it. So what does it say? Invalid selection. Please run the program again and give us the option from 1 to 6. So that's what we can say. Please give the option, select the option from 1 to 6. Please select from option 1 to 6. All right. And this message should help. But after running this console.write line, so that means after showing this information to the user, we want to start everything again so that the user can see the option and they can give the option again one more time. They can select something one more time. So for that reason, what we can do here, we can select everything and we can put everything inside a while loop here. So let's put everything inside a while loop and make sure that while keep running. So that's why we're going to put true. That means this while loop will keep running until we make it, until we break it. So for that reason, I'm keeping it here, everything inside that while loop. And now what I will do here, if this is a failed option or invalid option, we want to run again. We want to start from here again. So we want to continue. So here we're going to use the keyword called continue. What will happen if the option somebody, let's say giving 7, option 7 is greater than 6. In this case, this message will be printed and we are continuing from here. So it will go back to the while loop again. It will start from here. So that's how it will make sure that we are giving a valid option. So now let me run this and let me explain you what's basically happening here. So if I give a value here 7, after that, let me run it first and then select the option. So dotnet to run. And now it is asking for an option. So let's see, if I give 7 right now, what will happen if I press enter? The 7 is going as an option here. The value 7 will be assigned to the option. And if condition here, 7 is greater than 6. So for sure, this one will be true. In this case, we'll see this message and it will continue. So it will go to the loop again. That means it will start from here and then you will see the message again. And this will continue. This process will continue until you give a valid option. So it will not bypass this if block until you give a valid option. So now let me press 7 and immediately it shows, hey, invalid selection, please select from option 1 to 6. And then you have the message again. All right. Hopefully things are making sense already. And then let me just make sure one more thing, that there is a still, let's say one more new line added in the end. So there should be some sort of separation. That's what I want. So I'm going to add one more new line. That's all. So hopefully this one is making sense. Now let's continue. We are passing this one for sure. But there is one more thing I want to check here in this if condition. It's possible. So what happens if someone give here string value? So, the string value we cannot convert into integer. So in this case, instead of this convert, I'm going to use parse. So you can use that one. So here I'm going to use try parse integer dot try parse. That's what I want to use instead of this convert, because convert does not throw convert normally throws an exception, but this try parse, it returns true or false. If it can convert a value, it will return true, but if it cannot convert a value, then it's going to return false. So in this case, you can handle this better way. So let me show you what do I mean. So first of all, we're taking the user option as an input. So maybe here I will put it something like this, string. I'm just breaking it down for you, input, and then I'm going to take the user input here with the read line. And after taking it with the help of read line, what I can do here, let's call one more parameter here. Let's say Boolean, and let's say is integer. You can put anything, it doesn't matter. Is integer, and then what I want to do, I want to use integer dot try parse, and this will help us to convert it. And what we want to convert, we want to convert the user input that we already took here. Okay, and that user input we want to convert it into something. So you need to use this out keyword. So if it goes right, if it can convert, then we are trying to get out that integer number from here, and you can give the data type because we are trying to convert it into integer. And then you can name any variable where you want to store the result after the conversion. So here we are saying, try to understand basically what we're trying to do. So input, we're trying to take the user input. You can maybe directly keep it here. There is nothing wrong with that. So you can keep it here, so it will try to take the user input. Other way, every way it's fine. So let's say we're taking the user input here, and that input we're trying to convert it into integer. So if everything goes right, it will convert and it will store the value inside option, and we are using option everywhere, fine. But if it cannot convert, in this case, this value will be false. If it can convert, then this value will be true. So with the help of this value, we can add one more validation here. So if it is false, then, in this case, we might want to throw some message, hey, invalid selection, or maybe we cannot print out well. So that's something we can also, try here. So we can add one more at the top, even if you do not want to add here one more if block. So let me paste it here. From here, if the option is invalid, so let's say that here, if it is false, so is integer. If it is not integer, then we want to show a message, please give us an integer value. Please give us an integer value, not a valid numeric, or let's say only numeric value is allowed. Only numeric value is allowed. So if it is not a numeric value, that means you cannot convert. This value will be false, and if this false, this one is going to work. All right, let me try and let me show you what basically I'm trying to do here. And we can give a better naming for this one, maybe option input. This is something I can try here. So let's say option input instead of just input, and then let me paste it here. Fair enough. Let's run this program. Let's see what happens if we run this one more time. And this time what I will do, I will try with, small a, and small a will be inside of this option input, and then we are trying to convert it. So in this case, it will give us false value, and if it is false, this if block is going to work and this message will be shown, and then it will go back again to the loop and it will start from here. So everything will run again. So let's do that. If I press enter, there you go. It shows only numeric value is added, and now we have one more validation. I hope things are making sense to you. Now, exactly same thing, we can continue. When we're taking this user input, we can also add one more logic as well here, just to check whether it's a valid numeric value we have received or not. So for that reason, what I can copy and paste the same one. Don't worry, later on we'll make this one more better, but for now, let's continue doing that. So first of all, we are trying to use here double value, and then we are going to use try parse. So if everything goes right, then it's fine here, and we are going to out that variable, the value, inside a variable called value. And let me get rid of here. So here we'll use Boolean, and let's call is double, is valid. You can name anything, doesn't matter. So is valid value, something that's what I want to add. And then this will be our value that we want to pass there. So what does it say? Use of unassigned local variable, and this is something we can of course figure out. But before that, let me continue here. So we are trying to convert an input from the user into double. Now if something goes right, we will have it here. Of course, if something goes wrong, this one will be false, and this should work. And in this case, we can show a message to the user. Let me go at the top and let me copy and paste this one. Let me keep it here inside this one and show a message. Only numeric value is allowed. And let me get rid of this. Okay. And here, only the numeric value is allowed. That's all for the conversion. Let me add something here for the conversion. And now I can go up, and I think there is one more thing I need to change. Only numeric value is allowed. That's what I wanted to show here. Let's see what else we have. We have just one error that we want to fix. And if we can fix this, that's all. We can continue from here. Now, again, you can use continue. You can, of course, if you are not using while loop, you can return from here. That's also possible. But what is the error we have? Let's figure that one out. It says unnecessary assignment of a value to value, a local variable. Okay. And what to do that? Okay, we can change the name of this. We can name it anything, doesn't matter. So let's say converted value. All right, and it still shows the error. It shows the value is already defined, converted value. Let's say converted valid value. And now this is what I'm going to use here. That's all. And our job is done. So I don't see any error at this moment. If everything goes right, then we are converting it, and then that converted valid value we are using here. All right, let's run this and let's see what happened. I'm going to stop and let's run this one more time. This time I'll give the valid option number 2. Then the value that you want to convert. So in this case, I'm going to make intentionally mistake, which is a string, and the string cannot be converted. So this one should be false. If it is false, this one is going to work and it will show only numeric value is allowed. And then it will continue again. So if I press A, immediately you can see that it's asking again. So I'm sure it is making sense to you, right? So then, of course, you can, handle it so beautiful. Like there are many ways to do that. It is starting from the beginning. But what you could do, you could add one more while loop inside that one, and you can continue from there as well. So let me run it again. Let's try 2 and let's give a valid value 23. And what is happening here, it is working fine, but it is still running. So even though the execution is done, everything was valid, but it's still running. So it's never breaking. So this is something we can do. We can break it anywhere. Whenever like it's complete, you can break. And for an example, if we go end of this switch, we can break this based on any condition. So here I can break it. So that means the loop will be break if it goes end of this switch block. So let me show you what basically is happening here. Here I'm going to run this again, and then let's give number option 3. From there we want to convert 23 degrees centigrade, and there you go. It runs, it finished. Hopefully things are making sense, but there are a few more validation, or maybe at least 1 or 2 validation we can add. So let's say what happened here, if the value that user is giving for us to convert, which is less than 0 maybe, So in this case, you can also, take care of that one as well. It's up to you. If you wish, you can deal with the negative value as well. Otherwise, you can use a condition just to get rid of like those negative values here. So you can add if there is valid value, or if the converted valid value is less than 0, maybe you want to show something. So only positive value you want to allow. So in this case, what I will do, I will say here, or if the converted value is less than 0, then I can say only positive value is allowed. That's something I can say here. Please, only numeric positive values is allowed. That's something I can say here. I've added few validation, which is very nice. Let's add few more additional validation that will make our program more efficient. So let's think like that user will give the input value that we want to convert into something. But if they give us an empty value, for an example here, they can give a space and press enter. That's something can happen. So we need to take care of that, white space, or they can give us null value. So those things also we can, take care. It's going to be super easy for us. So first of all, before even starting the conversion, we want to make sure the user is not giving us an empty string. And how can we check that? So we can add a string here, or another if block. And here we are going to say, hey, we have the string class. From there, what we want to use is null or empty. This is what we can use, or maybe you can use is null or white space. That's the one. So if the value that we are taking from the user, which is the input value here, input value. So here we're taking the user input as a string. If the string is a null or white space, in this case, we can show some sort of message here. Okay. So let's show a message here, console write line, and let's say here, maybe invalid selection or empty value is not allowed. Input cannot be empty. So let's say that here, input cannot be empty. Input cannot be empty. All right. And if it is true, if the user is giving us an empty one, then in this case, we want to continue to the loop. Again, let's go back to the loop. That's what we can do. All right. We're doing quite many validation here. That's good. So far, so good. And then we can add a few more things here. Please enter a valid numeric value. That's sort of things as well. So this will make sure to understand, the user will understand more better if you add that. Please enter a valid numeric value. All right, hopefully things are making sense. Now let's try this one, and oops, not this one. I'm sorry. And let's continue again. Let me just run it here. So of course we are going to use dotnet to run in order to run this one. And let's see what happens. So this time we'll select the option 3 again, and then we'll try to enter a value which is going to be empty. Press enter, and immediately you can see input cannot be empty. Please enter a valid numeric value. So you can see the message really well. Okay, that's good. So far so good. We are doing really well. And again, welcome to the unique converter app. This is something maybe giving us too many lines, new lines. So after that one, I want to get rid of this. All right. That's all. So far so good. Let's continue. And what else we can do here? So there are sometimes also when user giving us the input can be really, really big, and we can also take care of that input, the big input. So if the converted value after the conversion value, if the input is really big, you can handle that. You can give some sort of warning. Hey, the value is too large and may not be realistic in this case. This is something also we can do. So let's see where we can use this. So here the user is giving us the option. There is nothing wrong with that. We are handling already that one. So when we have the user option from 1 to 6, okay, good. That's good. 1, and here, let's go down below. So we are first checking whether it's a null or white space. After that, we are converting. So after the conversion, we can check the converted value whether it's too large or not. And for that, what we'll do, we'll go down below. Let's copy paste this one. And let's make a little bit change here. So here we are going to check the converted value that we have, if it is too large or not. So let me change this one. And here I'm going to use the maximum. You can use quite many things here. So there are many ways you can check the threshold. One way is 1E10. This is something you can add just to make sure the threshold is not that big. The other way, maybe we can try the maximum value. Okay, represent the largest possible value of an integer. This is something you can check as well. So if it is greater than the maximum value, then well, there is something must be wrong. You can give a warning here. Let's give a warning here. Warning. And now, of course, the value is not integer. We are trying to deal with double. So let's put the double maximum value here. For the double, we'll take the maximum value from the user. Okay, and then the value is too large. Let's say it here. The value is too large and may not realistic. All right, so far so good. I think things are making sense. And let me change the value here a little bit. So I guess things are making sense. That's all for now with the validation. But of course, this validation can be done more better way. We'll see that later on. But for now, that should be all. Later on, we're going to add here some methods, and that will take care of all the validation so that we are going to separate our codes later on. All right. Now that we are done with adding validation loop, it's time to push this code to the GitHub. But before that, there is an unnecessary variable that we are not using. So let's get rid of that one. And now it's time to push the code. So let's add, let's commit, and the commit message can be like loop and validation added, input validation added, validation is added. And let's push the code to the GitHub. Good push. And let's make sure we have all the code to the GitHub. So here I'm going to reload again. And there you go, it shows loop and input validation is at. So there are 8 commits we made here, and you can go from here. Let's say first we started with create console app, then we added the conversion, the first one, miles to kilometers, then we added Celsius to Fahrenheit, then we added comments, then we added conversion between kilograms and pounds, then we added if statement in this program, and then we added switch statement, and now we have added loop and input validation here. And now what we can do, maybe we can add methods here to make this one more powerful, more better, more reusable. Let's create some function and make our program more better than before. By creating function, you can separate your codes. You can break down the larger code into smaller pieces. You can make it more reusable. So when you break it down into smaller pieces and each function is responsible for each thing, you'll be able to find out any kind of error if something goes wrong quite easily. So let's do that. What we're going to do, let's say this is basically something we're using for displaying the menu. So what we can do, we can create a function called display menu, and we can put everything there, and it will be very easy for us to figure out. So let's do that. So here I'm going to cut everything from here, and let's create a function anywhere. You can do that. But before doing that, what I want to do, I want to put everything inside a class. That will be very easy for us to handle. So let's give a name here for this class. You can name anything. So by default, everything basically inside a class, but so far we have not created any class, but the compiler already knows that everything inside a class. So here I'm going to give a name. Let's call unit converter app. You can name it anything, doesn't matter. And then inside the class, I'm going to create a main method. So from this main method, or you can say function for an instance, you can start running your app. From here, the app will basically start run. So here I'm going to paste all the code that I had, and I can run it for sure. So we have everything as it is, nothing that much changing. We'll make the name of the function with the capital letter. So always you should start with the capital letter. That's like a convention for all the functions that we create in C#. Now that's all for now. So what we should do, what we have planned, that we are going to move all these things inside a function called menu. So this is how we are separating our code. So let's create a function here. So this is your main function, and top of that you can create function, or even under this main function you can create new function as well. There is nothing wrong with that. So either way, you can create a function here or after this main function. Okay, so let's create one here, and we're going to make sure that this is a static one, so that we don't have to create any object to call this function. So we can just call with the name, that's all. And then let's call display menu. And there you go. We have a function which is basically responsible for displaying the menu that we have. So here we're saying, welcome to the converter app. Then we have the available conversion from 1 to 6. And then let's add one more line here. Maybe I can say, please select an option between 1 to 6. That's what I can, give the instruction here. So after this, please select an option from 1 to 6. From 1 to 6. There you go. Now the user will give the option, and we will take that option in the same line. So the input will take in the same line. So that's why I have this one right here. So now that I have separated, from here I can call the display menu, and this is how we are separating everything. So let's call the display menu from here, the method that we have, and there you go. That's all. So we have separated our code in a nice way. Now let's see what other things we can move from here. So we have quite a lot of codes for validation, and we can validate them inside a function. So let's create a function for validation. I mean, basically I want to just move this part inside a function for the validation. Okay, and this will return true or false. And for that, let's create a function here at the top, and you can name it anything again. I'm going to name it as a static. This one will return a Boolean value. That's why I'm using bool. So after doing something, this function is going to return true or false. And then I'm going to call is valid option, something like this, is valid option. There you go. So this is the method that we are creating, or function. And this will take 3 things here, or at least 2 things. What we are going to pass, we're going to pass this option input. And let's do that here. So let's say string here inside the parameter, by the way, not outside. So let's say string, and it can be null. And here I'm going to say option input. Fair enough. And the other parameters I will use here as a out integer, and it's going to be option here. All right, let's keep it like this. And you'll understand for sure why I'm going to use this one. So just wait a second here. What I will do here, I will just copy this and I will move everything there. So let's do that. I'm going to copy these things. I'm going to paste it here and it will return something in the end. Okay. But that's not all. We are not done yet. So let's try to understand what is happening. We're trying to convert something into integer. What is that? We are trying to convert this option out. And here we are going to use, of course, I don't need to define the data type. I'm going to use out option. Again, try to understand what basically we're doing. We'll pass something here that will be out as an option. And one more thing, what we want to check, the option has to be between 1 to 6. That's what we want to do. So whatever we did there, basically the same thing we'll do at the top. So let's do that. Here I'm going to add one more condition after that with the help of AND operator. And what we're saying basically, if the option after the conversion, if it is greater than or equal to 1, and if it is also, here we can use AND again if the option is, let me put it here, less than or equal to 6. So if these are the cases, then it's going to return true, otherwise it's going to return false. That's all. Okay, and now we can use this function that we created. Let's go up here, actually let's go down. So after this, what we did here, we took the user input for the option. Here we have the string value, and then we try to convert. Now instead of this conversion, what I will do, so let me get rid of everything from here, or maybe I will keep the code so that you understand what I'm trying to do. So let's continue from here. I will call that isValidOption function that I created, isValidOption. And basically that is waiting for 2 inputs. So we'll pass 2 inputs there. The first one we want to pass is the option input. And then we want to pass that one. You know, you remember that we have used a parameter out integer at the top. So we'll pass that one as an option here. That's all. Now, if everything goes right, then we want to do something. But if it is false, if it does return false, that means it's an invalid option and we want to show something here. So in this case, I will copy this and I will copy everything from here. Now I do not need this line anymore. I can get rid of them. And also I can get rid of this one as well. So I have separated quite many things and you can already see that, right? Hopefully things are making sense. Again, try to understand what we did. We took the user input, we passed that to the function here. So it will receive that value, and whatever the value we had here, we are passing that as an integer there. So it will get the value. Again, you can do it many ways. It's not necessary to do it. For an example, let me get rid of this one. So I'm passing the value there. And now I can get rid of this one. So we are passing the value. After the passing the value, it will try to convert into option. And after that, that option, what we're basically is trying to do, you are trying to check whether it's greater than 1 or whether it's less than equal to 6. So you're just making sure it's in the range of between 1 to 6. That's all. And if everything goes right, then we'll have the result here as a true or false, and then we can do something. So for now, I want to run before adding a few more things. Let's run this and let's see what happened. So it is going to ask us for the value, but again, we do not have anything we're using dotnet help because we have some sort of error, and it's line number 5816. Let's go there. So 58, it should give us some error. And what do we have? It's basically here, the option, it's showing the error. So let's continue fixing this one. And why it is showing that? Because we do not have that out option here. And that's why what we did actually, we passed the other parameter. Now let me bring that one back, because after that converted value, we need that one. And that's why, let me go back and fix everything and keep as it is. So what we did here, after the conversion, you need that option, right? So here, if everything goes right and if you check the validation, you also need that option back. That's why we pass that one as a parameter from here, out in option. And if everything goes right, we'll get that parameter here back, the option value. And now the error in line number 45 should not be valid anymore, or 46, whatever. So let me just run it again and let's see what happens if we run it again. So now it's running completely fine. So let's say we'll make a mistake intentionally, and this time we're not going to give a value in between 1 to 6. I'm going to give 7, and there you go. It says only numeric value is allowed. Select from option 1 to 6, and from where this one is coming from is the function that we created. So hopefully things are making sense. So if you want to get the value back after the conversion, you can pass that value here, whatever the value you're passing. So we are sending an option from the user, and also we want to make sure that after that value is true or false, if it is converted, we want to get it back. That's why we're passing this parameter as an option there. That's all. Hopefully things are making sense. Now let's continue. What else we can do here? So let's think about more functions now. Again, probably the same thing. We can do that for the input value that we are taking from the user for the conversion. So let's take that one as well. But before doing anything, I want to make sure it works. If I give 5, it does work completely fine. But now I know that it works. So whatever we are checking for the input value here, we can put everything inside a function for the validation. So we can move a lot of calls from here. So let's create a function for checking this one. But also what you can do when you are taking the user input, you can create a function for that as well. So let's do that as well. What I'm going to do, I'm going to create a function for taking the user input. So let's create a function here, static, and it's going to return a string, and we can name it get input value. Get input value, and there you go. Now this one is basically responsible for getting an user value. That's what we want to do. So now let me go down. Instead of this, I can maybe copy everything and I can paste it here. So what we want to do, we want to show the user, enter the value you want to convert, and then we want to take the user value and return that one. So we're basically going to return from here. Now if we call this function, it will return us a string and it will take the user input. So here I can get rid of this one now, and then from here, instead of this, we can get the user value, right? So let's implement this function in our code. So here I'm going to say get user input, or get the input value. There you go. That's the function we're calling. And again, we can define the string here directly, so there is no reason for us to declare it at the top. Let me get rid of that one. So somewhere we're declaring the variable. There is no need for this one anymore. And hopefully things are making sense. So we are separating our code. I'm sure you are getting it. So again, after the conversion, after checking everything, after the conversion, if everything goes right, we basically need that converted valid value, right? So that's why what I will do, I will make sure that if I pass anything for the validation check, I'll pass these two things. So let's do that. I'm going to create a function at the top that will make sure about the validity. Here I'm going to create the function. Let's call it static. And just like before, it's going to return a Boolean value. And then we can name it anything. So let's call is valid. Is valid. Again, I need to start with capital V. Is valid input value. Okay, we just want to check whether the input value that we're taking, is it okay or not? Is valid input value. Okay, and now we are going to take two inputs. Remember, I already copied them. So we are going to take input value, which is going to be string in this case. And then we'll make sure to pass that in after the conversion. This converted valid value is important for us, so we want to get it back. So that's why we're passing this one as a parameter here. Now let's continue and let's see where we can make the change. So now that we created the function, we are going to move all the things that we have from here to here. Let me just move them. So this one will also, we can move. This one is also something we can move. Also, we can move everything from there. So let me copy for now so that it doesn't make that much confusion to you. So here I'm going to paste. And now we are going to read like what is happening here. So first of all, try to understand. We are receiving the input value. Okay, makes sense? So we are receiving the input value. By the way, it can be null. So I'm just putting the string here as a null. Input value can be null. And then we are going to convert it into double, something if everything goes right. That's our target. Inside that, we are checking whether this input value is a string or not. If it is not, then we are going to return false. So let's do that. So if it is an empty string, then we are going to return false. That's what we want to do here. Okay, let's continue. After that, what does it show here? It says must be assigned before leaves the current method. We'll check that one for sure. Let's continue. And then what we have here, let's check is value. We're trying to convert it into, we're trying to parse it. And now we do not need to specify the data type here anymore because we already mentioned that it's going to be double. So we will pass this value to here. That's what we want to do into this converted valid value. And then we are checking the condition, which is completely fine, nothing wrong here. If something goes wrong here, so if the value is not valid, we are going to return false from here. So if it does not make the condition true, in this case, of course, it's an invalid, and we're going to return from here. Hopefully things are making sense. And what else we can do? I'm just thinking, let's check. Let's continue here. So if something goes wrong here in this one, converted valid value, what we want to do in this case, we're going to return false. We're not going to continue. So let's return false. Good, so far so good. Is there anything wrong? So we have something wrong here and we need to fix it. So if something goes wrong, in this case, it says it does need to return a value. So private member, unit converter rep is valid member is unused. Okay, we have not used it, but we will use that. That's not a bigger issue. The out parameter must be assigned to before control leaves the current method. So it must have some value before we return from here. So let's do that. We're going to assign some value as a 0 for now. So it's a default value we're setting up here. And now what else we have? So this is the method that we have, and it shows some error to us. So we are using static boolean, and then we have the method name is valid input value. Let's use the method. No worry, we'll fix this one for sure. So far so good. I hope everything is making sense to you. Now let's use it, and let's get rid of all the code that we have written so far here. So inside the function, in the main function, what we are basically trying to do, we are going to call that one from here, the function that we had, and there we are going to pass two things, is the input value, that's the string, and also out the converted value. So we want to get that value as a double. So let's use double here. That's all. But it seems we have an error here, and we'll fix this again. So we have something that we have defined here, and we need to get rid of that one. That's all. Okay, now everything should work. Let's go down below. If this one returned false, only then we want to continue. So input cannot be empty, or you can put more things there for sure. But for now, I think it makes sense. And now I can get rid of many things. For an example, I can get rid of all these three things that we had earlier. Let's continue. Let's see what else we have to do here. So converted valid value. I think that's what I want to, mention here as a variable name. Otherwise, it will give us the error here. Okay. So I think I need to change everywhere now. So if I use converted valid value, that means everywhere it has to be converted valid value. Okay. So let's use converted value everywhere. I think it will make sense if I put it here. Okay. Everywhere seems things are going really well. Now let's go up. Do you have any error? Still, we have one error here, and we'll fix that very soon. But what is basically happening, we're taking the user input, we are passing for the validation check. And if everything goes right, we'll get the converted value here back, and then we can do whatever we want to do with the converted value, okay? And then let's go up. Let's see what is the validation we have, and then we can make sure if everything right, then we can check the function again. So here, this was the function that we created, the get input value, and then we have static boolean is valid input value. I just want to make sure we do not have anything with the same name. Not all code paths returns a value. Okay, so something is going wrong. We'll check that. So we're taking the string input. We are also converting and that to the double converted valid value. We are taking out that value. And then what we're checking here, we're checking whether it is null or empty space. Okay. If it is, then we're setting the value here. Input cannot be empty. This is something we're going to return false. And then we are checking the Boolean value. If everything goes right, we are converting into converted valid value. And then also we are checking this condition. Hey, if the value is not a valid value, or if it is less than 0, then we are going to return this. And then we have the large value thing, and it should return false. It does. But if everything goes right, then we should return true. That's what we're missing. That's all. So if this one is not returned from here, if this one is not returned from here, that means no false value has returned. In this case, the true value needs to be returned. So that's all for the validation, input validation. Now we can add more things for sure, and we can make this code. Well, this code is already better, but all the code that we have inside the switch block, we can move this code from here. So let me just copy this. So whatever we have inside the switch block, from here to here, I guess I can move them. So let me cut them from here, and then let's move them inside a function. So let's go at the top. Just before this one, I'm going to name static void, let's call perform conversion, and it's going to take two things from us, and we'll see that what are those things. It is already giving us the error here, and we know we need to have option and converted value. So let's get them. Option is going to be integer. Let's put integer option, and let's pull double converted value. There you go. And here converted value, not converted valid value actually. So we are using converted value. That's all. And now there should not be any error here. So we just need to make sure when we're calling them, we are passing these two options. And let's go to the main function here. So we can call them and we can pass this to this function, right? Again, we can make this one more shorter, and you will see that very soon. But for now, this much is completely fine. From my perspective, what I'm thinking, this is yet better for sure. So now what we will do, we want to convert it, right? So if you want to convert it, then we need to call it from the main function. So we are here just before this one. We'll call that perform conversion, and we're going to pass two things. We're going to pass the option there and also the converted value. That's all. Now everything should work at this moment. And then if you go to the switch case, we can make this program more better. So if you go to the switch, let me go to the switch here. There are a lot of conversion or calculation going on, and we can make those calculation more shorter. Few more functions that will help us to do the calculation for all the conversion that we are doing. But before that, what I was thinking, we're taking the user input here, so maybe we could reuse one of our function, and that was one of the reasons why we created them. So let me use this one. This will help us to get the input value. So first one here, you can see this is basically responsible for displaying the menu. So if I click here, you can see that this is the part which is responsible for showing the menu. So if there is something wrong with the menu, I can go immediately there. I can find out the problem. This one will help us to get a string, okay? And then we're checking is valid option. We're checking the validity with this method, something we already checked. Again, we're getting some value, input value here, and then with that one, that input value, we can, convert, and we can check if it is a valid input value or not. Okay, if everything goes right, only then we are going to ask the user to perform the conversion or all the calculation going on there. So let's move on. First of all, you can see this is what we're basically doing here. We are converting. So this conversion we can do inside a method. And let me show you how can you do that. So we can create one more function for this type of thing. So here, I will create all the conversion method. Now, why I'm calling them method? Because we are creating all this function inside a class. So that's why we need to call them as a method. So let's say conversion methods. And the first one we want to create is, let's create that here, static double. And it's basically going to help us for convert kilometers to miles. Okay. And what basically it's going to take as an input, we'll see that very soon. But if we get the value, then what we want to do, let me paste it here. Now I do not need too many stuff. I just need the value from the user. That's what I'm looking for. And then I can convert that. So here we'll take that value from the user, which is going to be in the kilometers. So let me use kilometers. You can use anything, doesn't matter. Kilometers. So whatever value will pass, that will be, used as a kilometers. That's all. So we created the function here, and this is what we can use now at the top. So let's go at the top, and let's actually from here, instead of this, so this value, we need to call this function and we need to pass that. Remember, this one is for converting kilometers to miles. So this value is going to be the kilometers, and after the conversion we will have the value as a miles. Now if you're not familiar with this, is a lambda expression. So after the calculation is done, it will return the value as a double. So let's do that. We can call it from here, And let's do that. So let's say convert kilometers to miles, and we're going to pass the value from the user. So value from user. That's all. And it should work. That's all. And hopefully things are making sense. Now we are moving all the calculation at the top. And this is how we can continue. So let me create all the function and then I can use them from everywhere. So here I will just copy and paste this one. This time I will call convert miles to kilometers. So let's do that here. Convert miles to kilometers. And this time we'll take the value as a miles and then we'll convert. Now how we are going to convert, we'll divide the miles by this value. That's all. And then now it's time to change whatever we have here. So I'm going to call that one that we created right now, which is going to be convert miles to kilometers, and then we are going to pass the value from user here. All right, let's do that. Value from user. Hopefully things are making sense. We are moving all the calculation inside functions. Let's continue doing that. This time I'm going to create one more, and this time it will be called convert Fahrenheit to Celsius or Celsius to Fahrenheit. Let's put it like that way. Celsius to Fahrenheit. Okay, to Fahrenheit. Looks good. And we'll take the value here as a Fahrenheit, as a Celsius, and we need to convert that. And how we're going to do that, so let's get the formula from down below, wherever we are converting from Celsius to Fahrenheit. So this is the formula. I can copy it and I can paste it here. So let me paste, but instead of this value from user, we are using Celsius. So let's put it here, Celsius, that's all. And of course we could put rep everything inside a parentheses here. That's all. Hopefully things are making sense. And now let me copy one more. This time it's going to be from Fahrenheit to Celsius. Fahrenheit to Celsius. So let's change it. Celsius. And we can say that we'll take the value as a Fahrenheit. And now, of course, we can copy the formula that we have for Fahrenheit to Celsius is this one. So let me copy everything and let me take it at the top. I'm going to paste here. Let's paste it here and let's change the name here as a Fahrenheit. All right, now we have both of them are ready and we can use them. So let me come back here. This time we're going to call convert Celsius to Fahrenheit, and we're going to pass the value there, which is value from user. That's all. Now again, the same thing we will do here. So we're going to call convert Fahrenheit to Celsius, and we're going to pass the value from the user. That's all. So hopefully things are making sense. We have two more functions to create for the calculation. So let's go at the top. We'll create two more functions for kilograms to pounds and pounds to kilograms. So let me copy and paste. And this one is going to be kilogram to pounds. So let's write it down, kilograms to pounds. All right, things are making sense hopefully. And then here we're going to take the value as a kilograms, and let's get the calculation from there. So this is a simple calculation that we need to do. Let's go at the top and let me paste it here instead of this. All right. And let's get rid of the semicolon and we're going to use kilograms here. That's all. And now let me copy and paste this one. This time it's going to be pounds to kilogram. Pounds to kilograms. Let me put it here. Kilograms. And this time we will take pounds as an input and we'll convert that into kilograms. So let's divide it by this value. That's all. And hopefully things are making sense. Now let's use them. Instead of this, we are going to call the kilograms to pounds, but of course that one should have convert word because that's what we're using everywhere, so we should be consistent. Let me add the word convert here. Okay, now let's go down below and let's add convert. All right, let's do exactly the same thing for this one as well. So instead of this, we're going to call convert pounds to kilograms, and let's give the value here. So that's all. Hopefully things are making sense. Now we have separated everything inside methods. So this is called separation of concern. Now the code is modular. If something doesn't work, you know exactly where to go. So let's say if there is something wrong when you're converting from kilograms to pounds, you will go to the calculation exactly there. And if something goes wrong with the input validation, so you'll come here. If something goes wrong with the valid option or not, you will come here. If there is something wrong with the menu, you will come here. So you know exactly where to come. Okay, so this is something will basically enhance the code maintainability, and also all the input validation methods are separate. So if there is something wrong, as I said, we can find that easily. So hopefully things are making sense. And now it's time to push all this code to the GitHub because we added the methods. And let's do that. Here I'm going to use git add, and then let's say commit. This is something we want to do. So let's say add method here. Let's go and let's say add methods. There you go. And then what do we want to do? We want to push this code to the GitHub. There you go. So that's all for now, and hopefully things are making sense. Now that we have added quite many things in this application, it's time for us to refactor this code. So we added if else, loop, function, switch, input validation. But of course, the naming of the function, they needs to be consistent everywhere. And we need to look at whether we can combine few more things here. So we'll go through the code, we'll make sure everything they're following the best practices and we're consistent everywhere. If we see something that we can adjust, that's what we call basically the refactoring here. So let's start from this one, the display menu. I don't think so that I can do anything here, so I'll just leave it like this. And then here, what we're trying to do, we are trying to take a user input and then we are trying to validate the option. So we could combine these two. So what I will do here, instead of is valid option, I will say try get option. Let's do that. Try get option. So basically we will take the user input. Let me just copy and paste. I'll paste it here. Again, you can continue with the existing. There is nothing wrong with that. So let's say string input here, and let's define a variable string input. And then let's use this console.readline. Let me just get rid of this return. There is no need for this one. Okay, so we're basically taking the input and then we can check whether it is like a valid or invalid option. And for that, we have already the code that we need. So basically I'm going to add if else. Let me do that. So here we have if, and let me add the else as well. And well, in this case, else might not be necessary because we can return. So let me just get rid of this one and let me copy everything from here to here, something that we have already written, and we're going to use that code. That's all. And let me cut this one now. There is no need for this one. So if this is true, of course, we know that if everything can go well, we can convert it. And if the option is between 1 to 6, then we're going to return true. All right. Otherwise, we want to return false. So let me just write it down here. Return false. And why we're not using else? Because if this condition is true, we are going to return immediately from here. So it's not going down. So again, you can use else, or there is no need for that. But before returning as a false, I want to show a message that only numeric values are allowed. And this is something we did earlier. And why I'm writing this one, let me go down and maybe I can show you there. So in the main function, you know that this is something we had. And basically I want to get rid of this one. So instead of this one, I'm writing everything there. So let me just copy and let's go up. And then we'll fix, of course, a few more things. So here I'm going to paste instead of this. So we are combining one more if else here in this one. That's all. And then let's continue with the next one. So basically what we want to do, we are going to pass the input here instead of this. If everything goes right, then we have the option. This is what basically we're going to return. And in this case, we're not going to receive this string as an input. So what basically we're doing, we'll call this try get option from the main function. And we'll pass this option so that in the end we can get return if everything goes right. We're taking the user input, we're checking the validation. If everything goes right, then we are going to return true, otherwise we are going to return false. Now that we created this one, it's time for us to use this one in the main function. So let's do that. Let's go down below. And wherever we have used this code, now let's replace that. So we do not need this one anymore. So instead of this, we are going to call that method that we created, which is try get option. So something will try to get the option for us. And here I'm going to just use the method syntax. And if everything goes right, then of course it will go next. But if something goes wrong, In this case, we'll continue to the loop again, something we did earlier, exactly same thing we did here. But remember that you need to pass a variable so that you can get that value if everything goes right. Okay, so let me pass that. That's all. And that should be understandable to you. So instead of this, now we can get rid of this. We have moved our code there. And also we do not need to take the user input anymore. So you can see that there are a few things I'm changing. That's good. Main function should be always more cleaner as possible. We can do the exact same thing for the next function that we had, which is basically checking the user input that we are taking. So it's making sure whether that user input is valid or not. So let's continue with this one as well. So this time, just like before, we can take the user input here. So let's say here, let me check. Enter the value you want to convert. Okay, so let me just use this one, paste it here. And also let's change the name just like before. Let's be consistent. So the last one, what we have done here, try get option. And this time we'll try with the function called try. Let me change the name. Try get conversion value. Conversion value. Fair enough. We're not going to take the user input. So we'll take the input here inside this function. Of course, it's going to give us some error, but let's wait for that. We'll figure out why this one is causing the error. Of course, we are missing the parentheses. Let's bring that back. We are going to take the user input here. So let's add string input value here. Input value. And let's read from the user. Console.read line. There you go. And of course, make sure that you have no typo there. Okay. And then we are checking if the string is null or worthy. Completely fine, just like before. Then what else? We are making sure if the here we can pass this one directly maybe inside. So instead of maybe just creating one variable, we can put it here directly. That's also completely fine. So let me paste it here. All right, and in this case, there is no need for this one, just clearing out a few things. That's all. Return false, and then we have for this one, we have also return false, return true. Okay, there is not too many things I can do with this one, it seems. So let me just cut this one. There is no need for this anymore. Let's go down below and let's use this function that we created in the main one. So let's go down below. And now we do not need to take the user input. Of course, we are doing it already in that method. And what is the name of the method? Get valid, try get conversion value, and we are going to pass the converted value there. That's all. So this one will bring that converted value for us. If something goes wrong, then we'll continue from here. Otherwise, we're going to the perform conversion. That's all. And now things looks more better than before, I guess. Let's run this and let's test this one out. Okay, so here I'm running this program, .NET to run. And there you go. Now let's say if I want to try number 3, enter the value you want to convert. Let's say let's give 45 degrees Celsius, and it shows the current Fahrenheit value. So it's completely working fine. Let's check the input validation a little bit. Let's say if I give 7, it shows only numeric values allowed. Please select from option 1 to 6. So we need to select from option from 1 to 6. So let's say I have selected option 3 again. And if I want to give an invalid value for conversion, then immediately it shows, hey, please enter a valid numeric value. All right? Things are making sense for sure. We made some little bit refactoring. Let's add that to our GitHub. So here I'm going to add the commit, all the changes that I made. And let's add a commit message. Let's call the refactoring methods. And let's push this code to the GitHub. There you go. Now let's go back to the repository that we are working. And at this moment we have 9 commits, but I guess this is not true. So let me check again. Refactoring methods. That's something happened right now. So we have almost 10 commits. Now the last thing I want to add in this app is exception handling. Last thing we want to add is exception handling. Sometimes you cannot predict the scenario, so in this case it's better to use exception handling or try catch. Of course, when you can predict, you can use if else. There is nothing wrong with that. So let's go to the example that we have at this moment, and we can see where we can use these try catch things. So for an example, when you are taking the user input, based on the user option, of course you can predict what will happen here. But when you are making any network request, for an example, or file input output request, or anytime there can be something wrong. Let's say user gave an input and you are trying to divide by 0, or maybe you're trying to access an index which is something not available in an array. So in that kind of scenario, it's better to use try catch. So let me show you how can use try catch. I think I will use here. So all this if else block that we have, let me just minimize a bit so that I can show you. There are 3 if we have at this moment. So what I will do, I think okay, I think I can do it here. So let me just cut all of them from here to here, and I'm going to use try catch. So let's put the try block there. Inside the try block, I'm going to paste all the if code that I have, and after that here, I'm not going to use catch here. I guess I will use it outside. So let me think a little bit. So we have the try block. After this one, we have the try block, and inside the try block, we'll keep all the if related code and we'll throw them. So that's what I want to do. Okay, so let's continue one by one. First of all, I'm not going to convert anything. Let me get rid of this one. I'll throw an exception here. So let's do that. We can throw an exception, and the name of the exception will be argument exception for this one. So this is what I'm going to use, and let's put them inside a parenthesis. So what I'm trying to do, if somebody is trying to give us null or white space, we would say input cannot be empty, which is true in this case, right? We cannot take empty input. So this is an argument exception that we have. Somebody is trying to give something and we're not happy with that argument. Okay, and for the next one, we also can do kind of the same thing. So here I'm going to copy and paste. Let's do that, and let's put it here, and we're going to throw the exception, and this time it will be, of course, we are checking whether it's a positive value or not. So let's put it that here, and we're going to say only positive value is allowed. Positive numeric values are allowed. All right, and this should make sense to you. Okay, fair enough. Let's continue. The next one, what I want to add here is checking the maximum number. If the value is too large, we want to give a warning. So in this case, we're going to do exactly the same thing. We'll just use throw new argument exception. This one will be argument out of range exception. So you are not expecting a bigger range, that's all. And from here, I'm going to return the false. I'm going to remove that one. And after the if everything goes right, in this case, we're going to return true. Okay, that's all. But if something goes wrong, in this case, just here, we have the catch block, and the catch needs to receive all of them one by one. Remember, if something is going wrong in this if, you are throwing it. In this if something goes wrong, you are throwing it. If here something goes wrong, you are throwing it. And if nothing goes wrong, then we're returning true. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, we need to handle all those things that we threw already. So the first catch is going to receive the argument exception. And let's give a name of the variable, whatever you want to give. In this case, I'm using X, and we are going to print it here. That's all the exception that we have thrown from the above code. So here I'm going to show error, and let's print the message from the exception that we have. That's all. So if something goes wrong here, you're throwing this message, input cannot be empty. You're throwing this argument exception, so it will go down below and handled by this catch. And it will show that message that you thrown from the try block from here. Input cannot be empty. In this case, this one will work. Great. And now we need few more catches to catch the exception, few more exceptions. So let me just copy and paste down below. In this case, of course, there are 3, throwing that we have in this one. Of course, the argument exception will work. Then we already handled the argument exception, but we did not handle the argument out of range exception. So this is something we need to handle. Let's go down below and let's paste it. That's all. And this should work in this case. the argument out of range exception that we have. Is there anything else we want to do? Just let me check. The previous catch clause already catches the argument range exception. So it says the last one that we have used, it can already handle that one. Okay, if it does, then it's nice. The previous clause already catches all exception of these of a super type argument exception. That's fine. So this means all of them are like handled by one, so we don't have to worry about that. And if something goes wrong, then we want to make sure the value is going to be 0 and we're returning as a false value in this case. Okay, and what do we mean by return false here? Just to give a moment. So the converted value, valid value, that's the one we are using. Let's go at the top. Yes, so you can see this is the parameter name converted valid value, so we have to make sure that one we are using here. That's all. And now everything should be fine at this point. And we wanted to use try catch, and we have already used try catch here in this program. So hopefully things make sense. Now let's push the code to the GitHub. Let's do that. That's the final step for us. And here I'm going to make sure add exception handling, and let's push the code. But don't forget to test it out. So let's give it a try here. What I'm going to do, let me show you from here. So let me run this program and let's go there. Okay, so here I'm running this program with .NET run, and then it will ask for the option. So we'll give a valid option. Let's say it's 3, pressing enter, and then it shows enter the value you want to convert. Now intentionally I'll give space and then I'll press enter. So I'm giving space, pressing enter, and there you go. It shows input cannot be empty. So basically from here it has thrown an exception. That exception was handled by this catch, which is this argument exception, and it showed that message. And then again, it's returning because we are returning false. And you know that if something we are returning as a false, let's go down below, how the main function is behaving. If something goes wrong here, then it's continuing again. And we are having this message, input cannot be empty. Please enter. So we do not need this message anymore. We can get rid of this one now, because we are showing the message twice. Now let's try again. This time I'll make another mistake intentionally so that I can test this one out. So I'll give a negative value here. First, let's select the option 3, and then I'm going to give a negative value, let's say -5, and it should show that input cannot be empty, not this one. So here only positive numeric values are allowed. So we can see that all the try catch, they're working completely fine. And that's all with this program. So far we have done quite many things with this, so that we have tested our knowledge that we have gained so far. We have tested our operators knowledge, we have tested our if else knowledge, then we have tested our switch knowledge, then we tested our loop kind of knowledge, and then we tested how to use method. Also we have tested our knowledge with exception handling. That's all with this one. Let's start with array and string. They're very important concept in any programming language. Here I'm going to start with the concept, why do you need an array, how to declare array, how to access array. I'm going to also discuss about the types of array. Then you will come to know about some of the array related properties and methods that we use often. And of course, there will be one project called Student Grade Manager, find maximum, minimum, sum, average, those type of things we're going to do there. And then we'll start understanding string. There will be some string related methods you will come to know, and you'll get familiar with them because normally we use them quite a lot. And you'll come to know about some of the string formatting methods and properties as well. And there will be one project related to string. Now, if you are already familiar with array and string, you can go straight away to the project. You can finish those projects, and then you can move to the next chapter. So there is no need for you to go through if you are already familiar with array and string. But I will highly recommend you to do the project so that maybe you will get a little bit practice one more time. All right, let's create a program where basically we're going to store 5 students' result, and then we need to find out the average of their result. Okay, so let's create the project here, project. And what basically we want to do, we want to find out the average of 5 students' result. And probably you're thinking it's going to be very easy for sure, but we are going to add one more concept here. We're going to learn about the array here. Okay, so of course, without array, how you're going to do this, you're going to say, okay, let's say double result1, and then let's put a result here. Let's say it's going to be 55. Then let's put one more result here. Let's say it's going to be 67.5, and this one is going to be result2. Let me copy paste few more time. Let's put 3 here, then 4, and then 5. I just need 5 students results. Okay, and let me change those values here. Let's say this one is going to be 77 here. Let's put 80, and then let's put 90. So we have 5 results that we want to find out the average. So this is going to be very easy for us. Let's say double sum, and then let's add all of them, result plus result 2, then plus result 3. Let's continue doing this, then plus result 4, and finally result 5. All right, so this basically will give us the total of that result. Now let's find out the average. What we need to do, it's pretty simple, sum divided by 5, that's all. And now we can print out this average of the results. So average of the results here, let's put it like this, and then there you go. All right, so now it should work. Let me run this program and let me show you what happened if I run this program. And you can see the average of the result is 74. Nothing wrong so far, right? Let me change the value here. Let's say 80.5, and there should be now decimal point. So let's see whether it gives us the decimal point. There you go. Everything seems fine. Now, of course, there is nothing wrong in this program. Now, let's think about in a real life. You can have hundreds of students result here. In this case, if you declare variable like this, it will take a lot of time, and surely this is not efficient. So what we can do in order to store similar kind of data, we can use something called array. An array is a collection of variables where you can store similar type of data. So let's create an array instead of declaring all these variables. How can you create an array? Let me show you. First of all, what data type you want to store. You're going to define that, and then you need these curly brackets, the square brackets, and then you're going to define the array name. So this is going to be result, and then let's give the size. So here, let's give 5 because we want to store 5 variables or 5 values. Let's say it like this. So by declaring this line, basically you have created 5 variables. And how is that? Let me show you. So the first variable will be here results index 0. So here, let me put it like this, index 0. This is going to be your first variable. The next variable will have index 1. So the index for the array always start from 0. Remember this, the index for the variable always start from 0. Negative index is never possible. So the next index will be 2, then the next index will be 3, and the next index will be 4. But remember this, it starts from 0 and then it goes to 4 because you said the size of the array here will be 5. So there has to be 5 variable maximum. Of course, it makes sense. And array is basically static, so if you have defined the size, that's all, you cannot exceed that. All right, remember this. And now we can assign values to this index. So if you want to access array elements, you have to use this index. If you want to assign value, you have to use this index. That's all. So here I'm going to give 55, whatever the values I had, and here I'm going to give 67.5, just the value that I have used at the top. So I'm going to use the exact same value here. And then let's continue with the next one, which is going to be 77.5. And the next value is going to be 80.5. There you go. And the last one will be 90. All right. Hopefully things are making sense. Now let's get rid of all these things that we have. Let's command them here. Now we have more better structure. Of course, now we can say instead of this, let's say results 0. And then we can say results 1. So let me just copy and paste. And then we'll change them. Of course, there are many things we're going to learn, many shortcuts, but for now, let's stay with this. So result here, and then result here, and then result here. And now let me just change their index. This one is going to be index 2, this one is going to be index 3, and finally this one is going to be index 4. And now if I run this, surely it should give us the expected output. So let me run this, and it will show the expected output. There you go. So nothing has changed that much. But by declaring an array, immediately we create a lot of variables. Now let's say if I define here 100, that means there will be hundreds of variables that will start from results 0 index and it will go up to results 99. Remember, you are starting from 0, so you can go up to 99, and that will create hundreds of variables for you. Okay, hopefully things are making sense. But of course, there are a lot of shortcuts, as I said. Let's continue with those shortcuts. What you could do here, when you are creating this array, you could give this value. So for an example, when we created the array, let's say the size of the array is going to be 5, and we can assign those array value directly here. So you could say 55 for the first or the 0 index, then you could give 67.5. For the next index, then you could give 77.5 for the next index, and then you could give the value 80.5 for the next index, and the last value we could provide 90. So instead of this, we could directly give them value like this, okay, which is completely fine, nothing wrong. So let me run this program and let me show you what happened if I run this program, okay? So there you go, still we have the same kind of output. Now you can make sure this one more, so you can get rid of this because it already knows you're dealing with double data type. So this is completely fine. This syntax is completely fine. Let me show you. If I run this program again, we should have similar kind of output. Now, in modern way, you can define the array values inside a square bracket, which is completely fine as well. So let me run this and let me show you this one as well. There are many ways to deal things here. But then the next thing is, of course, the way here we're declaring. Now, of course, you can add more values here. Let's say 80. You can add more students value 67. Let's say one more student's result is 45. Now you have multiple students here. But is this going to work, the sum? Of course not. We have to add more values here. But this is not user friendly, right? This is not the right way. Now, if I have to write, if I add more students result, I need to make changes here because it's missing result 5, result 6, result 7, those values. So what we can do, we can use loop to change this index value. But before even moving to the loop, I want to show you, let's print the value of this array that we have. So in this case, probably what would you try? Let's say you can do something like this. First of all, you want to print result 0, 0 index. Of course, you need to use the index if you want to print out the array value. Then you can use result 1, then you can use result 2, then you can use result 3, and then you can use result 4. Then you can use result 5, then you can use result 6. How many items we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need to go to until index 7, right? And if you do this completely fine, it's going to print all those values for you. Let me show you here. And you can see everything is working fine. But instead of this many console log or console write line, we could use only one. And how is that? So here, let me show you how to do this. You can use for loop because you remember, you can generate the value with the help of for loop. And here, we are going to put one console log. This time, we're going to use I because the value of I will be starting from 0, then it will go 1, then it will go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we want to run it until 7. So that's why I'm putting less than 8. Now, if I run this program, what will happen? It should work, and there you go, it's working completely fine. But again, if I add one more value here, it's not going to work accordingly because we have added one more item. And in this case, I have to change here. So what would be the safest things to do? You can get this length of the array, results dot, and you could use here array length. So length, this is something you can use. And now let me show you, if I run this program, it will work completely fine for any number of values that you will add here. Okay? So if you want to get the length of an array, you can use this one. Now this loop will run until the length of this array, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So here, basically it will replace the value 9. So it will run from 0 to 8 index. I hope things are making sense. And now using this concept, we can combine this idea here. So let me bring it back, everything here. And of course, let me define the sum outside of this block. So sum initially will be 0. And then each time I want to add with the sum, the result index. All right, that's what we want to do. So each time we are adding the index value here. That's all. And now we don't have to redeclare this sum here again because we already declared that at the top. So what will happen? It will start from here, from the 0 index, then 1 index, 2 index, 3 index, and it will go in the end. That's how the loop is working. And each time, whatever the index value, that will be added to the sum, and sum will get that value. So every time it's happening, and you know, of course, how it's working. And then now we need to find the average. So in the end, we can just comment this one out, and we can find out the average of these, students' result, and then we can print this average. That's all. Let me run this program. Let me show you what happened if I run this, and it should exactly give us the same output. Of course, 170.1 is the right output for this one, and that's why it's showing like this. So hopefully things are making sense at this point, and you know how to create an array, how to access an array, and how to deal with the array, of course, how to find out the length of the array. Now, there are many ways to do this. This is just one way I've shown. You can deal with string array, you can deal with integer type of array, you can deal with any type of array that you like. Now, instead of this for loop, you could use for each as well. That's another thing, and probably you have already learned, but let me show you here. So here, basically, we'll use for each this time. And how for each basically work? So each time you can get a variable. Let me put it like this. So double result in result. So that's how we can use for each loop. So basically this time what will happen, this from the result collection or array, each time we'll pick up one item, that result will get that one item. And now instead of this index, we can just use result. That's all. So it will start from here. It will first pick up 55. Result will pick up 55. It will add to the sum. Then it will go to the next one and it will find that 67.5. It will be here added. And then it will pick up the 77.5. So basically it will start from here. It will go to the end one by one in a sequence. And that's all. It should work. Let me show you. If I run this program, it should work exactly the same result. So hopefully this much you have got the idea of the array. Now, of course, you can deal with the string array as well. So let me show you real quick. Let's say you have name of the students. So not double this time, surely. This time we're going to define string array. So let me do that here. Anywhere it's completely fine. So maybe here. Let's do that. String, and we have names of people. And let's assign their name. Let's say Anisul. Let's put just Anisul. Then let's put Rob. Then let's put here Marley, and then let's say Sonia, and let's say here Hilton. All right, we have quite many names. And now let's say you want to print their names. That's quite easy. You can use again the for each loop. There you go. And from the collection, so which is the collection here? The names is the collection for us. So here we're going to put names. Each time we'll have one name. And now that we know the data type will be string, it's a string array, so each time it will pick up one string. So that's why I'm using string here. And let's print the name here real quick. There you go. Now if I run this program, it should print all the names one by one. And there you go. It's printing all the names here. Now, of course, there are a lot of things we can do this with arrays. Like we can use, let's say, some of the methods with array. This is something we're going to see. But at this moment, you should have a better understanding of array index and how to access the array elements, how to use loop with array. In how array basically work, now we're going to see some of the array related methods and also the properties. So let me get rid of the things that we have already here, and let me remove everything from here so that we have a clean, array. And here I'm going to use numbers instead of results. Let me put it like this. And then you can put any number. Let me put only 5 or 6 numbers here. Maybe 5 is more than enough for this case. Okay. And now let's see what we can do with this array. First of all, you have already learned how to use the length property. So numbers.length will give us the length of this array. If I run this program, let me show you, it should print the length of this array. But in this case, it's not working. And of course, it should not work because we did not put this one inside the curly braces. So let's do that here. I'm going to put inside the curly braces and let me run it again. Let's see what happened this time. It should print the length of the array. Okay. And then what else we can do? We can find out the maximum number of this array. So basically you have to use the array built-in one, the function, actually the method, which is the maximum method. And then you can use the minimum method to find out the minimum value from this array. So here I'm going to say minimum value just to make this output a little bit better. And here I'm going to say maximum value. And then let's say length of the array, length of the array. That's all. And let's run this again. Let's see whether it gives us the expected output or not. And there you go. It's working completely fine. Nothing wrong so far. You can also find out the sum of an array very easily just using this sum method. And let's see what happened here. If we run this program, it is working completely fine. Let's try to find out the average. Let's see whether it's available for us. Here I'm going to run this again. Nothing you have to memorize. Just you need to practice this, that's all. Because whenever you use dot, immediately it will show you that method name. Okay. And then what we can do, we can, of course, we know how to print the array. This is something we already know, but let's do that again. So here I'm going to use for each, and I'm going to print out the collection, which is numbers in our case. So the array name is numbers. Each time it will get one number from that array, and then we can print that one. So here I'm going to print number, and then I'm going to keep some space after printing each value, and I'm not going to use write line. That's all. So here I will just put a message, let's say console write line before sorting, and let's print this one out. Let's see what happens if I run this time. Okay, so I'm running this program and it shows before sorting. These are the values that we have. Okay, and let me also get rid of this line from here because I want to print everything in one line. All right, so let's see what happens if we just run it again, whether it's giving us the expected result or not. And there you go, we have the expected result. Then let's continue. I'm going to copy and paste everything, but this time I will use the sort method for the array. And how can you use the sort method? You have to use array first. So that's a array class. From there, a lot of methods available. The one I'm going to use, it's called sort, and I'm going to put the collection that we have, which is the numbers. That's all. And now after sorting, let me show you what will be the output of this array. Before doing anything, I want to put two new lines so that the output will be separated. And let's run this program again. Let's see what happens. This time we can see the value is exactly same, just like before. So after sorting, because the array was already sorted. So let's change the value here. Let's say this one will be 90 or 80. This one is going to be 12 or 23, whatever. And let's keep here 17. So we have different kinds of value this time. Let's run this one. Of course, we're using here ascending by default, the sort. And now you can see that first value is the smallest one and then it's going up. All right. This is called ascending. Ascending means basically you are sorting the values from smaller to bigger. Now, if you want to go to the other way, then in this case, let me write it down here. After sorting in ascending order, and now I'm going to do exactly same thing. Let me copy and paste down below. This time I want to use the descending order or the reverse one. Well, after sorting, if I just reverse it, so whatever the items that I have in this array, if I reverse it now, it will be a descending order, right? So here, let's use the reverse. And now let's try this one out. And here I'm going to use descending. That's all. Let's run this and let's see what happens if we run this program. And there you go. After sorting in descending order, now we can see that it's starting from the bigger number and then it's going to the smaller number. So hopefully this much is already making sense to you. Now let's continue. What are the other things we can do with this array? There are a few more methods I want to show you, at least the index of. So here, let's use that one. Array dot index of, that's the method I want to use. And then which item for the index here. Let's say the array that we're going to use is numbers array in this case, and you want to find out the item in index, let's say 3. So this will return that value, and you can store that one inside, of course, a double type variable because we're dealing with double array. So let's put it here, index, and let me just console write line this index. And let me show you what basically it's going to return in this case. Okay, so let's run it and let's see what is the output. Now after sorting in descending order, that was the output, but then we are printing this in the same line. That's why it's giving us some sort of error. So let's do one thing here. I'm going to put a new line here. There are many ways we can do this. Even before this one, I can print a new line. All right, let's do that. Let me run it again and let me show you what basically it's going to do for us. So this time we're getting -1 because we are checking whether we have these 3 in this array, and if it has, then it should print, return that index. That's what we are trying. But of course 3 does not exist in this array, so let's use something like 80. In this case, we can see that after after reversing, the index of 80 is basically 1, so it should print 1. Let me run it and let me show you, and there you go, it should return 1, and it is doing that. So in case if it cannot find that value, index, it's going to return -1. All right, hopefully things are making sense. And then you can check the existence of an item as well with the help of this exist method. And let me show you how basically that one is going to work. So here, maybe I can do that here. Let me just copy and paste everything down below. This time we're going to use the exist method, exist. And with the exist method, what basically will happen here, each time you'll get one number, and from that one number, you can check whether it has, like, it does match with anything. So let's say I want to check whether we have any item that match with 80. Of course we have that one. So here I'm going to use isExist, and isExist basically will return Boolean value. This exist method returns Boolean value, so we can print out here the exist, and then we can say number 80 exists, number 80 does exist in the array. All right, let me run it and let me show you what basically happened, and then I can explain you here. So of course we do have an error here, and let's figure out why do you have, because we need to use arrays here, of course the name array, and then we have exist. Each time we're getting one number. So first of all, of course, I did make a mistake. I need to pass the collections here, which is the numbers. And from the numbers, we'll get one number at a time, and we're checking whether that number match with any sort of value. Okay, this is how you need to continue. So let me just run it, and let me show you what happened. Basically, in line number 40, we have an error. So here we have an error, and why is that? Let me check here in line number 40. isExist does not exist. Okay, so I have a typo there. So let's figure that one out. Let's fix this and let's run it again. And this time it should show true because 80 does exist in this array, which is something we already know. But let's say if we put 30, which does not exist, in this case, it should return false. And let's see that whether it does return false or not. And of course, you can see that it is returning false. Familiar with the concept of array, let's try to understand what are the types of array available. So you're already familiar with the one-dimensional array. So we're talking about the types of array, and you're familiar with 1D or one-dimensional array. Let's try to understand how the multi-dimensional array works. So here we're going to see how two-dimensional work. Of course, it's possible to create more than two dimension, but here mainly I'm going to discuss about the two-dimensional array. Now, what do I mean by that? You are already familiar with this one. So if you use one bracket here, or let's say one square bracket, that means this is like one-dimensional array in this case. And you can name it anything, let's say numbers, and then we can create one-dimensional array because you have one dimension here. Now, if you want to create two dimension, basically you just need to use here, there should be two parts, and I'm going to show you how to do that very soon. So it's a bit different than any other programming language, I guess. So let me do it like this. Here, I'm going to create a two-dimensional array. Now, what is two-dimensional array? Two-dimensional array is, you can say something like this. It's an array of array. And now what is that? I'm going to explain very soon. And why do you need two-dimensional array? Let's say when you want to represent image, you can use two-dimensional array for the pixels. You can use two-dimensional array for game boards, like such as chess, tic-tac-toe. So you can use two-dimensional array for them. Also the spreadsheet. If you remember the Excel sheet that we have, it works basically with row and columns. So in this case, we can use two-dimensional array. So there are a lot of use cases of two-dimensional array here, but at least let me explain you how two-dimensional array works. So I said it's array of arrays. So let me prove you that one. Here, I'm going to prove you. So let's say if I open my drawing, that will be easier for me to explain you. And let me open this drawing here. All right, let me explain you how basically this two-dimensional array work. So let's go down below. I think here I can explain you. Just a moment. Okay, fair enough. That should be enough. Now, how the two-dimensional array basically look like here, let me put some values. So here, let's say 1, then we have 4, then let's say we have 6, and then we have 7. So let's think about a matrix here. Then we have 8, and then we have a 9. So if you want any, if you want to create a dimension like this, where we have rows and columns, so this is an example of two-dimensional array. How many rows we have? We have 2 rows and 3 columns. Now, how basically it's going to work? So first you need to think about rows, and each row. So let's say this is the first row, and now you need to decide how many columns you want to create. So this is your row 1, but of course when you work with array index, it's going to be 0. And this is your second row. In this row, you need to decide how many columns you want to create. So first, you need to think about the number of rows, and then you need to think each row how many columns you want to create. So there are two things you are thinking here. There should be 2 dimension. And let me create this matrix here with the 2-dimensional array. So this time you need to put parentheses in between, and then let's call it as a matrix. You can give anything. Then I'm going to create the 2-dimensional array. So how the 2-dimensional array is going to look like here. Let's say first you need to decide how many rows you want to create. So here for the row I'm going to use 2. I want to create 2 rows, and in each row I want to create 3 columns. So that's my target here. Okay. And now how can you access these metrics? Of course, you know how normally we access. This is basically, this is 0 index. Of course, you know that already. And let me just remove this one so that I can explain you well, and also this one. Let me draw it again so that you know exactly what is happening here. Let me put them like this so that will give us more like easier way to understand this one. Okay, so we have this element for now. All right, great. And we know the index, basically how they work. So this is going to be 0 index for this row. This one is going to be 1 index for the row. So this is for row, by the way. Remember this one? This one is basically, just, identifying the row here. So they are representing the row here. And this side, we have the columns. So let me just put it like COOL. I'm sure it's not that much good, but at least you are understanding what I'm trying to do. And the index will start from 0 as usual. So 0, 1, 2. And now you can, configure what's basically happening here. So this cell that we have, it's in the 0, 0 index. And then this one we have, first always the row will come and then the column. That's how things work in real life. You know that. So the index for this one will be 0, 1. And the index for this one, always the row come first. So 0, 2. The index for this one will be row 1, column 0. So the index will be 1, 0. For this one, it will be 1, 1. And for this one, it will be 1, 2. So let's give it a try. We can do this. So first of all, we need to make sure that we are following the syntax. For the 0, 0, we're going to put a value here. And what will be the value in our case? 1, the first one. So 1. And then let me just copy paste a few more time here. The next one is going to be value for 4. And the next one is going to be value for 6. And how do I know that? Because we are completing the first row always. So for 0, 1, it's going to be 4. For 0, 2, it's going to be 6. So let me just change here 0, 1 and 0, 2. Now let's start thinking about the next one. For 1, 0, so always row comes first and then the name, a number of the column or the index of the column. In 1, 0, we have 7. So let me just copy and paste real quick all of them here. For the second row, it's going to be here 1. Of course, here 1 and 1. So for number of row, of course, you can see the row number is 1 index and the column number is just changing. And the value will be 7, 8, 9 in this case. So let me put 7 here, 8 here, and finally 9. That's all. And exactly same way, now you can print out them. So here, let's say we are going to use console write line. And here I'm going to print the value for the matrix. So matrix is the name of the array. And then we can use their dimension. So let's say 0, 0. Okay. And instead of this write line, I'm going to use write. And then let's put some space after that. Let me just copy and paste a few more times. Then we have 0, 1. Then we have 0, 2. So this is basically we are printing the first row. And then let's create a new line. After that, what we're going to do, let's copy and paste the exact same thing. Now I want to print row 2 or the second row. In this case, let's just change the value of the row. That's all. It should work. Let me run this and let me show you what basically it's going to do for us. So here I'm going to run. Let's check what will be the output. And it gives us some sort of error. Why is that? Let's check this one out. So here I'm going to run and let's see. .NET run, it shows some sort of error in line number 8, 11. Program CS, let's check that one out. So we are missing something for sure. And what is that thing is happening here? So it's gives some error here and we need to make sure why it's giving the error. Of course, we missed the identifier and the name of the array is missing. That's why it's giving the error. So let's put the name there. I'm sorry that I missed this one out. So here, of course, the data type should not be. It should be the name of the array. So I missed out that one. Sorry. Let's run it again. And this time it should work. And if everything will work, you can see the result. That's what we were targeting. 1, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. But of course, we have more better option. Instead of printing like this, we can use loop. But for that, remember, you need to find out the row and also the column number. So we need to use here, of course, the nested loop. Let me show you how to do that. So here, what I will do, I will use nested loop. The first one is going to be for row. So let me put it like that one. And the second one is going to be for the column. All right, let's change column. That's all. And let me just remove this one for now. Let me remove this one for now, and let's focus here. So first one is going to be for row number. Let me just copy at least one and let me paste it here. So remember, the first one is going to represent a row and the second one is going to represent the column here. So hopefully things are making sense. Again, try to understand. The first one is going to be for row and the second one is going to be for column. All right. But then how many rows we have here? We can see that the row number is basically the length of the matrix, but you can put it like this, 2, and for the column you can put 3. So this is something you can do. And for now, let me get rid of them and let me put 1 here. Let me get rid of all of this. And after printing each row, before moving to the loop again for the second row, so here first we are coming with the first row, we are printing all the values for the column in the first row, and then we are printing a new line again going for the second row, and then it's going to print all the value for the second row's column. That's how it's working. So let me run this and let me show you what basically it's going to do here. So here I'm going to run it again and let's hope that we get the expected result. There you go, it's working fine. Now, of course, instead of this static value, we can use the matrix. So matrix is the array, and then from here you can use get length. It's a method that is available that helps us to get the length of the array. And here you can define that you want to find the length for the 0, which is basically here is the row. So if there are 2 dimensions, it's basically going to find out the dimension of the first one, which is the 0, which is the row in our case. And then we can use here column matrix dot get length. And I'm going to put 1 here because I'm targeting the second dimension. That's all. And now if I run this program, it should work completely fine. And there you go, it's working. Now you can change the value here. You can add any number, and surely it's going to work for that. Okay, so let's see if I change it, there will be 3 rows and 3 columns. And if I add a few more values, it should work. So here I'm going to change the row number this time because I'm adding 1 more row. And let's run it again. Let's see whether it does work or not. Of course, it should work. And there you go, it's working completely fine. So hopefully it's making sense. But let's think about, is there any other way we can initialize the 2-dimensional array? Instead of like this? Surely we can do that. And if you remember earlier what I said, 2-dimensional array is an array of arrays. So let me prove you that one right now. So here, first of all, for the array, we can use this notation. Of course, we know that. And then inside this array notation, you can add multiple arrays. So you can add arrays here for sure. So let's say I want 3 rows. That's why I created 3 array here. So the first array or first row, I'm going to put this value 1, 2, 3. For the second one, I'm going to put 4, 5, 6. And for the third row, I'm going to put 7, 8, 9. That's all. Instead of doing this, let me just get rid of everything from here. And this should work completely fine. Let me prove you that one, that it does work. And if I run this with the .NET run, there you go. It's working completely fine. So this is not the only case for 2-dimensional, just to play with the matrix. There are many others, like, you know, the real life scenario where you can use the array, 2-dimensional array at least. But I hope from this, like, you know, this much explanation, you already understood how the 2-dimensional array work. And now you can take this knowledge furthermore. All right, let's create a basic project called Students Grades Manager. In this project, we're going to practice arrays, loops, basic calculation, and also user input. So here you have some instruction to do. So first of all, you need to input grades for the students. So there are a few inputs we will take for the students' grades, and then we'll display all the grades. We need to find out the average grade of all the students, and also we need to find out the highest and lowest grades from that array. All right, so let's start. First of all, I'm going to create a basic class. You can call it anything, doesn't matter, whatever you prefer. But let's say here, Students Grades Manager. All right, let's put it like this, manager. So there should be a meaningful name, and let's create a public method here, the main method. Let me do that here real quick, and here we can run the program. So for now, let's put it like this text, and I want to make sure this program run. So here I'm going to make sure, if you recall what I said, you will do small task and then you will test it out. That's how you should move on. So first thing first, we need to take some students. So let me put it here. Step 1, we need to initialize an array. We need to create an array for storing students grade. That's what we need. But I really do not know how many students will be there. So that's why I need to ask the user how many students they have, and then we can take the inputs for that. So let's give a message to the user and let's ask the user, enter the number of the students, enter the number of students. There you go. And also I want to make sure that I'm taking the input in the same line, and then we can take the input inside a variable called number of students, and let's take the input here. Okay, so how can we do that? There are many ways we can do that, but the easiest way will be, let's use the try false, the one, or the convert one. Let's use that one. So convert dot to integer, and that's how we can take the input. But again, if you are not happy with this one, there are many ways we know how to like take the user input and convert. So let's say you could use here integer dot try parse. That's something also we know, and this will basically return false, you know, if the conversion cannot happen. Otherwise, we can out the value inside a variable called number of students. All right. In this case, we're going to use Boolean here because it can return true or false if the conversion happens successfully. In this case, it's going to return true. Otherwise, it's going to return false. So here, let's say input validation, something like this. You can call it anything, doesn't matter. And now, of course, later on, we can add the validation. For now, that's not our target. So if we get the number of student, then we can do something with this one. So we can create the array with this number of student, because if I do something like this, let's say double, and then let's say grades here, and then let's create the new double. So if I put it like 5 here, let's say for the number of grades, I'm not sure how many students will be there. That's why we took the user input for the number of students, and this will give us the size of the array. So first we created the size of the array, or we initialized the array. And now let's take the user input. So this is going to be our step 2. Let's get the user input for the grades. So input grades for students. All right, this time we can start taking the input from the user for all the grades. Let's run a loop here. So let's run a for loop, and the length of this loop will be this array's length. So here I'm going to use grades.length. So if someone give us the the length of this number of student is 6, if someone give us number of students 6, so the length of this grades will be 6, so it should take 6 grades. So it will start running from 0 and it will run until 5. That's all. Okay. And now, of course, we can ask every time the user, hey, give us the grade for the student 1, give us the grade for the student 2. So we can say something like this. That's why we can give a message here, enter grade for student 1. So here I'm going to put it like this, I plus 1. Again, we have to print the value. That's why we need to put inside parentheses the value of I if we want to print it out. And then we can add 1 with that one. That's all. And let's take the input in the same line. So that's why I need to get rid of this one. All right. So this will give a message to the user, hey, enter grade for student 1, then 2, and then 3. Why did we add 1? Because the index start from 0. So for the first one, it will be 0 plus 1. That means 1. For the second one, it will be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's how it will continue. And now let's take the input and let's put that inside the array. So here we can do exactly the same thing just like before. Now again, maybe just for keeping it simple, for now we can go with this previous example that we decided. So let's go with that one. We can take integer number of student. Later on we can change it, and then let's get the value from the user. So here I'm going to use convert dot to integer. So this is how we can take the input. So for now, I'll keep this way. And now the array that we have, exactly the same thing we need. We need to take the user input here. Let me paste it. And instead of putting that into integer, we want to put that inside the array each time. So here we have the grades array, and let's use the index here. That's all. So we are asking the user to give us input, and we are taking that user input. That's all. And step 3, we can display the grades. So this is one of the tasks we were being asked to do. So here, display grades. So we can print that with the help of for each. Let's use the for each loop here. And each time the collection name is grades, so we can use the grades collection here. Each time we can get one grade from there, and the grade will be double data type. And let's print that grade here. That's all. So let's use console write line. Instead of write line, I'm going to use write. And here we can print the grade. All right, and let's add some space after that. That's all. That should be more than enough. So far what we did, we created the array first based on the number of the students. We created the array here. First, we took the user input for the number of student. Based on the number of student, we created the array. Then we took the user input and we have assigned those values inside the grades array. And finally, we have printed out. So let me run it and let me show you what happened. If I run this, so it asks for the number of student. Let's say the number of student is 5. So it's asking for the first grade. I'm going to give 35.6. And there you go. We have some error here. And now what is that? Why do you have this error? Let's figure out, because we're taking the double type, but here we're using integer. So we need to make sure it works here. So here we need to convert this one into double. So that's what I missed. And of course it should have the 2 double. Let me run again. And that's why you need to test every time after adding something. So here I'm going to give 3 number of student. Let's keep their result. Let's say 56.5. Then the second grade is going to be 67. Third grade is going to be 19. So, and then we are printing them. So far everything works fine. Let me continue from here and let's see what else we can do. So we are done with this input grades for student, display all the grades. Now we can calculate the average grade. And it's going to be very simple for sure. We can do that inside this loop when we are printing. So we can find out the sum. And after finding out the total or sum, we can divide it by the length of this array. That's something we can do. So here, let's say for this one, I'm going to add a step 3. All right, and maybe I can copy and paste down below, even though I could do it with the same for each, but let me separate it. Step 4, step 4, and let's find out the total. Find the total and average. So we are, we are iterating this array, and each time we'll get the grade here inside this one. So all we need to do, we need to use a variable to hold the total value. Let's start the total at the beginning with 0, and each time we just need to add that grade with this total. That's all. And after we have the grade, now we can, the total grade, we can divide that with the number of the student. So here, let's do that. Double average. And here I'm going to divide the total with the length of the array, or even you can use number of student number here. Both is fine. Let me use the array here. Grades.length. There you go. And you can print out that one now. So let's print out the average here. And let me use /n. And here I'm going to use, of course, the string interpolation. So let me continue with the string interpolation here. Just my apology. And then let me just print out here. Average grade, and let's print that average here. All right, that's all. Now let me get rid of this plus. We don't need to use this concatenation anymore. And I want to make sure after the the way we should print it, it will show only 2 points after the decimal point. So there should be only 2 digits after the decimal point. And now we're done with this one. Let's see whether it does work before moving forward. Here I'm going to run this project again, and I'm going to give number of student 3. Let's say I'm going to give 30, 40, 50. These are the values, and it shows the average here. It does not print that, so we need to bring it like this closer. That was my mistake. Let me run it again and let me show you. It should work. So here I'm going to put the student number 3, 20, 30, 40, are the values, and now it shows here the average of these values. Okay, so it's working fine. Let's move on with the next one. What do we have in our requirement? The next one, find and display the highest and the lowest grade. So we need to find out the highest and the lowest. So let's say there are 3 items that you have. Let me write it down for you. So let's say at this moment you have 20, 40, and 5. So these are 3 grades you have, and you want to find out the maximum. So you can, at the beginning, you can think this is the maximum one, and you can compare with others. So if you have the maximum currently, which one? If it has greater than, any other number, if it is greater than this maximum, current maximum one, then we'll change and we'll say that's the current maximum. So let me show you what basically happening here. So first of all, you need to assume the first one as a maximum for sure. Let me create a variable here. Let's put it highest. And let me put a command that will help for sure. Here I'm going to say this is step 5, and let's print some message, find the highest and the lowest grade. Okay, so we're putting some comments that will help for sure. So here I'm going to take the first one, the grades, as the maximum. That's what we are assuming here. And now we can compare with others. So for that, we can run the for each again, because we want to compare with others, the other item. And here I'm going to say the grade. Each time from the grades, I want to find out. And what do we want to do? So the current one, the highest one that we have, we want to compare with that one. If we have anything which is greater than this one, the grade, you can put it many ways. So we are, first we are assuming the first one will be the greatest. So this is what we're thinking as the greatest now at this moment, or the highest. Let's put it highest. Now, if there any other grade is highest than this, then we need to change the highest into that one. So that's what we're going to do. If any grade is highest than the current one, the highest one we have, then the highest number will be changed. So that one will be the highest one. That's all. So what basically we're doing, again, let's try to understand. The first one we have assumed as the highest. And we are iterating. So we will check whether this one is greater than the highest. So at the beginning, the highest is 20. Try to understand here. I'm going to explain, no hurry here. So the first one is the maximum, 20. It will compare with this grade, whether this grade is maximum than this one. No. Then it will check the second one. Is this the maximum than this one? Is this the highest than this one? Yes, it is. So this one will be our current highest number. So here we'll have 40 now. And then it will check whether this highest is greater than this one. No, of course, no in this case. So there should not be any change. That's how it's going to work. All right. That's what we're doing here. And now exactly same thing we can do for the lowest. So let me just do that. Here I'm going to copy this lowest. Again, we're assuming the first one is the lowest, and now you need to change the direction. That's all. So here I'm going to say grade less than the lowest. So if you have something lowest, then we need to change that one to the lowest. That's all. In this case, here we're going to put lowest. And now we can print out this result. So let's print them out. So after the for each, where ends, we're going to print out. So here we're going to say the highest grade, and let's print the highest grade here. This is the highest, and then we can print the lowest grade, and let's print the lowest here. That's all. It should work, and we can try this one out. Let's see what happened. I hope everything will go right. And here I'm going to run this program again. Let's see what will happen. So this time, of course, something is wrong. It says lowest does not exist. Is this true? Let's check this one out. Of course, we have a typo there. And now let me run it again. And let's hope this time it goes okay. Again, we have line number 5160. We have something wrong. So let's check that one out. Here we have something wrong. Let's run it one more time. It should go right. This time I'm going to give 5 students. And they're great. Let's put it like this, 78, 98.5. Let's put it like that one. And then we have 45 and let's say 87. And there you go. It prints all the grades. Then we have the average grade here, which is 70. And then highest grade is 98.5 and the lowest grade is 45. But for some reason, we need few more new lines. Otherwise, it's not showing the proper way. So here, I can use the right line for this one. And that should be all. It should work in this case. All right. So I hope it makes some sense to you. But of course, we can take this one to the next level. We can add some methods because we are maybe repeating few things and we could separate our code for sure. That's something we can try. And also we could add some validation to this one. But the entire purpose of this project was to introduce array and playing with the array. That's why we have done this one. So we are using for each, we're using for loop, we are using the array. So we're practicing nearly everything in this one. That's what was our intention. Hopefully you have finished this and you got some idea about the array. We are already familiar with string. String is basically a sequence of characters that we normally put inside a double quotation. So here we have a string, and what we need to do, we need to reverse the string. So if we focus here, the first one we have the, and then we are reversing it. So E, H, and T, we have it here. And that's how you need to reverse each word. And this is a very popular problem. We normally see it quite often. This is something I copied from Microsoft. So again, remember the entire course that you are doing, it's going to help you to pass the Microsoft Foundational certification. That's something has a collaboration with Free Code Camp. So let's give it a try. We're going to solve this problem. So we have to reverse each word. That's what we need to do. And in order to do that, we're going to get introduced or get familiar with few methods called split, to character array, array join, array reverse, or string join, those type of things. So let's see how things work. So your first task is going to be here, separating each word. So this is our first task. We want to separate the, quick, brown, fox, jumps, over, the, lazy, and dog. So we want to separate each of these words. That's our first task. And how can we do this? We can use a method called split to split them based on a common pattern. Here the pattern is the space, so we can use the space as a pattern, and we can separate each word. So what you will do in this case, you're going to use the string called panagram dot split. This is the method you can use, and then you can pass the pattern that you want to use. So in our case, we're going to use the space here to split them. Now it's going to return all of them. Of course, you have a string, so it's going to return all the string inside a string array because you are separating them. So that's why here I'm going to put them like the name of the array can be anything, but I'm putting as a message here. So this one should have all the messages. Let me put as a message, and I can just print it out for you so that you know exactly what is happening here. So let me use for each to print all the item from the messages. Let me show you how basically it's working here. So each time we'll get one message from there, and let me print it out. Maybe I could use something more better. Let's say words, and here I'm going to put words. Each time we're getting one word from there. Okay, and let me print that word here. That's all. And let me show you whether it's working or not. So our first goal was to separate each word, and let's see whether it happened here or not. And there you go. So we can see that each word is separated. Now that each word is separated, we need to focus here. So we are going to run one by one all of them. And what do we want to do? We want to reverse them by the character that we have. So let's see how can we do this. So here, instead of for each, we're going to use for loop because we said we're going to run character by character to reverse them. So that's why it will be better if I use for loop instead of this one. So let me get rid of this entire thing and let's use for loop here. So this loop needs to run as the number of words that we have because we want to reverse all of them one by one. So the length of the words we need to use here, words array dot length. That's what we are going to use. And this will make sure that we are running this loop for this one, for this one, for all of them until the dot. And now what we need to do, let's say at the first time you're getting this D and you need to work with that. So how can we reverse them by character? So first of all, I want to make it as a character type array because right now it's just a string. So each time we're getting a string here. And the string that we have here, how can we access that one? So in order to access the word one by one, of course, this time we have to use the index. So first one will be here, D will be here, and then the quick will be here, and then the brown will be here. And we want to reverse it, but before reversing it, it's a string. Remember, we need to convert it into character, then we can reverse. So in order to convert into character, you can use to character array. This is the method that you can use. And after converting into array, we need to put it inside a character array. So that's why I'm going to use something like, let's say, letters. So it's going to give us all the letters inside that array. And now what we can do, we can use reverse method for this one. So letters dot reverse, not like that. We need to use array dot reverse method. Reverse, that's the method we need to use. And with the help of this reverse method, we can reverse the character that we have. So what's going to happen? Let me explain you. So at first, we'll have D here for this one, and we are converting into character type array. So what basically will happen here, we have an array like this. The first one will be T, the next one will be H, and the next one will be E. So we have a character type array, something like this. All right. And then we're storing this one inside the letters. So this is basically we have after running this line. And then we need to reverse it. So that's why we're using array, because we want to reverse an array. And from the array, you can use this reverse method. And now what will happen, it's going to give us something like this after the reverse. So let me show you. Let me copy and paste it here. So this time we'll get E first. Then we're going to get H in the middle. And then we'll get the T. So it's basically reversing for us now. But that's not all. Now we need to convert it into string so that we can have something like this in the end. So we are looking for something like this, E, and then H, and then finally T. That's what we're looking for, right? So what we can do, we need to convert these letters into string. And how to do that? You can use new, then string to convert it. So new string, here let me use the capital or small, doesn't matter. So let's use this one, and then we can pass the letters that we have. Okay, so the character type array that we have, that's all. And it should work. And then what we want to do, we want to put them one by one in a string array. So let's do that. What we can do, we can create a new array somewhere. So let me put it here, string reversed array, or reversed words. Let's put it like this. And at the beginning, let's say what will be the size? It should be the exact same of the words that we have. So the length of this array is exactly same the words that we have. That's all. And now we're going to use this, the new one, the reverse words, and we're going to put that one inside each string. We need to put inside the index number for this reversed word. So after converting that, we are putting this one, this EHT inside this array, which is string array, and that's how we're continuing. Again, of course, it's an array, so I need to put it like this. So that what will happen, all of them one by one, they will be reversed and they will be put inside this reversed array. And now let's print them. We can print them many ways. So I can show you here. Let me just print it here with the help of for each, and not this one. So let me just be real quick to use the for each here. And each time it will go to the collection called reverse words. Reverse words. From there we'll get one item at a time, and let me just print out those items and show you what basically we have here. Okay, if I run this, then probably you'll get more ideas. So let me run it, and now you can see all of them, they are reversed and we are printing them, but we want to print them side by side. And for that, finally we can use this method called string join, so we can join them with the help of this string. So let's see how to do that. Here I'm going to get rid of this one, no need for this one. So we want to join them with the help of this method. So let's do that without even giving any comments. It's not necessary. So let's say the result is going to be, let's use the string.join method. And here we're going to join them by this space. So we want to add space between each word. And then finally we can print it out. That's all. That should be all here. So let's print out the result and it should work. Let me show you. So if I run this again, it should work. Let's see. And there you go. It does work. Okay. So we're getting the expected result as we have expected. And I hope it's making already sense to you. Like, why did you use each of these methods here? First of all, we have used split to split them based on a pattern. And then we have used two-character array to convert something into character. And then finally, we have used reverse method to reverse the character array. And then we wanted to put that one inside a string array. That's why we created or converted them in string. And finally, we have put them together with the help of string join. We joined them together by space. So hopefully things made sense and you had some practice with the string. Let's learn about formatting. First of all, we're going to start with the string formatting, and then I will show you how to format the numbers. So here I'm going to declare a variable. Let's call it first, and the value that I want to assign to this one, let's say hi. And then I'm going to add one more variable. Let's call it as a second, and then I'm going to give the value by. All right, so we have two variables and we already know how to print it, right? So basically we can use the string interpolation. Something is still valid, we can use first and second, nothing wrong with it, right? So we can run this and we can see the output, of course, for sure. And there you go, it shows hi and by here, fine. But there is one more way to do this. Let's say you can use something called string format. So let me show you how can you format the string. First of all, I want to format and then I want to print it out. So let's say you have a variable here. Let's call it results. And then here I'm going to use string dot format. That's the method I want to use. And basically this method will help us to format the string that we have. And how? The question is how. So basically what you can do, you can use double quotation, but this time you are not using a string interpolation, remember? So here you can pass some parentheses and then you can print the value here inside the parentheses. So how to do that? Let's say here I'm going to define first the name of the variable that I want to print, and also the second, the name of the variable that I also want to print. And here you can pass the order. Let's say first one is going to be 0 and the next one is going to be 1. So basically you will start like this. And now let me show you what basically this one going to do for us. So here I'm going to print the result. Let's do that. And then you'll understand basically how this one is working. So here, let me just get rid of this one for now. We're going to focus on the string format. I'm going to run this one and let's see what does it do for us. So here we can see it basically prints the first variable, the 0 index, and then we are printing the 1. So basically in this case, the second variable. I'm adding some space intentionally so that we can see the separation. Now let's see what happens if I use 1 0 in this case, what it's going to do for us. So here I'm going to run and let's see the changes. So this time we can see the second one, basically number 1, the order, the way we put it there. So this one will be 0 index and this one will be 1 index. So that's how basically it works. So you can think as an index here. Okay. So it doesn't matter the way you are using. So it's going to be the order you are placing them here. That's also, this one is going to be the first one, which is basically going to represent by 0, and then this one is going to be the second one, which is basically going to be represented by 1 in this case. All right, let's continue. You can add some padding as well. So there are two methods we have called padding left, padding right, something we can use to add the paddings. So let me give you one example for that. So let's say let's add a variable. You can do anything with that padding left and right. So let me show you one example here real quick. So let me get rid of all of the things that I have. Let's say I'm going to use some method here or some values here that I want to add padding. So in this case, maybe high is a good example. So let me just comment them. We're going to focus on this one. So we have a variable called first. Let me add that. That's a string. And let's add some padding here. So pad left. So on the left side, I want to add some padding. And let me put here 6. So let's see how it's going to work. If I run this, then it will make sense to you. So let me run this. And there you go. So what basically is doing, it's taking 6 character space. The length will be 6 character altogether. But remember, this high is basically going to take 2 character space. So in this case, on the left side, you will have 4 character space altogether here. So 4 characters and 2 characters. So altogether, you have 6 characters here spacing. Okay. Now there are many things you can do with this one. So let's say I want to add some hyphen here. So you can add some character here or string here. So let me add that one. Let me run it and let me show you what basically it's going to do. And now you can see it completely proves that it has 4 spaces or 4 padding on the left side, and then you have 2 characters. So altogether 6 in the left side. And then now you can use the other one, which is going to be the padding right, and you can see how this one also works. Let me just put it like this and let me run it again and let's see what it's going to do for us. And there you go, you have the proof here. Okay, so I hope these things make sense. Now let's go with number, something more important in this scenario. So let's say you have one price and the price is going to be, let's say it's a decimal value that I want to put. So 123.25, that's the value I want to use. Of course, when we're using decimal, we need to add the M in the end. For float, we normally add F. Of course, you remember that, right? Now let me print the value here. So console write line, and I want to print the price that I have here. So let me print it. And of course, we can print it like this. That's completely valid. Nothing wrong with that. So let me print it out. And let me show you how can we format this one now. First of all, what we can do, we can use the currency formatter. And by using :c, basically you are using the currency formatter. And if you are using, let's say in this case, in the language, if your computer has the language English United States, in this case, it's going to print as $1. So I have the same for sure. But if you have the language as a French, and in this case, it's going to show you euros. So let me run it and let me show you what basically I'm trying to explain to you. And there you go. It shows the currency there. And I hope it's making sense to you, right? Now, let me show you one more thing here. For the next one, I'm going to copy and paste, and then I'm going to explain The next one will help us to read the decimal point or read a number. So it will improve the readability. And let me show you how to do that. So let's say you have a measurement here, a quite big one. Let's put it like this, measurement. And the value can be anything here. You can put a long one. So let's say 1, 2, then we have something like this, then dot, something like this, and then we have M. So it's a quite big number. Sometimes it's very difficult to read. So what you can do, let me show you. When you are printing this, of course, you can do the formatting here as well with the N. So this will improve the readability by adding the comma. And let me show you that one. So if I run it again, let's see what happens. So first one, we have the price, and there you go. Now we have everything is separated by commas. And hopefully things are making sense, right? The last one that I want to show you for the formatting, it's going to represent the percentage. And let me show you that one. So let's say you have a variable, and let's say text rate. And let me put it here. Let's say 0.345 or 21, something like that. And in the end, let's put the M, because of course that's needed because we're using decimal values. And let's print it out. And this time when I'm going to print it out, let me print it out with text rate. So here I'm going to put text rate, and then let's print the value called text rate. And surely it should work. At this moment, we're not using any formatting, by the way, and you can see that text rate is printed. Now let's say you want to find the percentage of this one, and let's do that. So we can use P here, the capital P. That's going to format us into this number, into the percentage, and you can see that it is formatted in the percentage, right? Then you can add also some, some values here, like after the decimal point, how many point, after these fractions or after the decimal point, how many digits you want to show. So you can control that. So let's do that. Here I'm going to add 2. So this will make sure that it's going to show only 2 digits after the decimal point. All right. So let me run it and let's see what will happen here this time. And you can see it's working completely fine. So I hope you have understood this formatting for the currencies. Also this N, basically it adds the column commas just to improve the readability. Also you have seen how to find the percentage as well. We have already seen some of the string related methods such as split, reverse, how they work. Now we can explore a few more string related methods to enrich our knowledge with string. So here I'm going to create a string. Let's say string text. Let's put it like hello everyone. Hello everyone. How are you? So let me put it like this. How are you? All right. And then let me end with the semicolon. So intentionally, I'm putting some space at the beginning and at the end. So let's see what I'm going to do with that one. So first of all, let me find out the length of the string. This is something we already know. So text is the string, and then we have the property called length, and this will give us the length of this string. All right, let me run it and let me show you what basically it's going to do for us. And there you go, it prints the length of the string. Now, let's say you want to trim this string. It's also possible. So what do I mean by trimming? Sometimes you might want to remove the space from the beginning. Somebody can give like a lot of spaces there. So you want to remove the space from the beginning. And how can you do that? You can use a method here that's called string start. Let me show you how to use that. So here I'm going to use the string, and then let's use string start. That's the one I want to use. So at the beginning, we want to trim the spaces that we have. And now let's see what is going to be the length for this string again, the text length. And there you go. Now it removes everything. If you give like more spaces, doesn't matter. So you can see there are like 33 length here. At the beginning, the length for the string was 33, but after the trimming, we remove the space. There are 4 spaces we have removed, and the length is now 29. It's a good thing to trim before you sort normally. Otherwise, when you are sorting alphanumeric order way, then what will happen, it will also consider the blank spaces that you have, and you might not get the actual result. So it's always a good thing to do before sorting. Make sure you are trimming. Now also you can learn one more here. You can go with the trim and. So basically this will remove the spaces from the end. You can use trim, which does basically from both ways. And let me run it again. Let me show you what basically this time I'm going to do for us. So we can see there are 33 at the beginning because we have 4 at the beginning and 1 in the end. So 5 extra spaces, but there are 28 characters. And now after trimming, we have the exact amount value, which is 28. But at the beginning, the length was 33. So I hope these trimming things making sense to you. So let me write them here. Trim. Then we have seen how the trim start work, and also we have seen how the trim end method work. All right, let's continue. The next one, what I want to show you here, the contains one. So you can use these contains methods to check whether something like exists or not, whether you have something in a string or not. So let me show you how this one works. I'm going to use console write line, and then I have the text. So let me use the text. And from there, I want to check whether it does, this text contains hello there or not. This is what I want to test. That's all. Now it should return true in our case because we have the keyword or the word hello in our string. So if I run it again, so this time it should return as true. But let's say if I want to check whether this string contains by or not, in this case, if we check it here, does this work? No, of course it will give us false. And then you can also use something called equals to check the equality. So I want to check whether this string equals to by or not. That's what I want to check. So let me run this and let me show you what is going to be the result. In this case, we have the same result. But let me just copy the entire string and let me put it here, even though this is kind of a bit bigger. But let's check whether it does work or not. So in this case, it does work, and you can see that it is working completely fine. So we have seen contains, equals, and I'm sure they are already making sense to you. Now the next one I want to show you is the replace method. So if you want to replace something from a string, you can use that. But the replace one, again, one more thing I did not mention, the contains will return Boolean value. Remember that it's going to return Boolean value. And then you have to lower method as well, something here I'm going to put. Maybe I do not need to use any example for this one because you'll understand. So if you want to convert it into lower, you're going to use this one. If you're going to convert something as upper, if you want to convert the letters, then you can use this one to upper function. That's all. And we have seen trim, and then now let's try to find out how the replace one works. So let me put it here, the replace method. That's something we want to see how this one works. So here I'm going to use console write line, and then I can use the text, and then I can replace the text with something. So let's use the replace method here. And this will basically, first parameter will take what you want to replace. So the first one I want to replace, and then what you want to replace with. So I want to replace the word hello, and then I want to replace with bye. So this time the output should be bye everyone, how are you? That should it look like. So let me run it and let me show you. It should work, and there you go, it's working completely fine. And the last one probably I want to show you, it's called substring. Let me show you how this one works. Substring method, okay? So let me get rid of this one and let me create a substring here. The name of the variable is going to be substring, and from the text we are going to use the substring. Let's give some value here. Let's say it's going to be 6 in this case, and I want to show you what basically this one return, and then you'll realize more like how this one is working in this scenario. So let me just get rid of this and let's print only substring. And last, let's run this. Again, you don't have to memorize them because if you hover over them, it will show the output anyway. So the method I wanted to use substring, I had spelling mistake there. Let's run it. And what does it return here? So try to understand. It's going to ignore the first 6 characters, and then it's going to print the rest of the stuff from there. And if you use something like this, if you add one more parameter, in this case, what it will do for us, let me run and then you will understand. So it removes the, it ignores the first 6 character, or it skips the first 6 character, and then you're going to take 5 characters from the string. So that's how it's working. Let's learn about 2 more methods that will be very handy when you want to find out the index of something. So here, let me put it like this. First, let me write down the name of the method, and then we can see their uses. So the one is going to be index of, and another one is going to be last index of, okay? And how basically they work, so this index of method will help us to find out the index of a character, basically the first occurrence of the character. Let's say you want to find out the first occurrence of a character called E. So what will happen in this case, it will go to the string and it will find out the first occurrence of E. E exists quite many times here in this string, but it will look for the first occurrence, the first time it occurs in this string. And this one will do the opposite. So this basically will look for the last occurrence of the character E. That's all. So let me show you in real life how basically that works. So here we're going to try our string text. And with that one, we're going to use the index of. So let me use that index of. And then here, let's put the letter that we're looking for. So what is the index of this E character or letter? So we're looking for the first occurrence, remember. So first, it occurs here. So basically, it will return this index, all right? Let me run it and let me show you what basically it's going to return in this case. And it does return the 5. But let's say here I'm going to put something that does not exist. In this case, what it's going to return to us, it is supposed to return -1. Okay, let's try to find out the last occurrence of this character E, and let's run it again and let's see what it's going to return. It shows we have the index number 5. But is this true? No, because we're not using the method that we are supposed to use, which is this last index of. Let me run it again and let me prove you that one. And there you go. It returns the index 27. And of course, this one has the index 27 for sure. Now that you are done with C# fundamental part, it's time for me to fulfill one of the promises that I made at the beginning of this course. I told you I'm preparing you for the certification called Foundational C# with Microsoft, which is basically a collaboration between FreeCodeCamp and Microsoft. And you can see one example or one demo of the certification here, something I got just to show you. And now let's talk about the certification in detail. How can you get the certification and from where you can get the certification? Again, I'm repeating, this is just a collaboration between FreeCodeCamp and Microsoft. I'm not promoting this one for sure, but whenever it's helpful for the student, I always love to do that. So one thing you have to do, you have to go to the freecodecamp.org, this website, and you need to make sure that you are signing in with your email account. So let me just show you here. I'm going to bring this browser here on this side. So go to the FreeCodeCamp and make sure you are signed in. Okay, that's all. That's the first step. And the next step is go to the Microsoft.com website, and also you need to sign in there as well. Let me open that and let me show you what do I mean by that. And there you go. It should open the Microsoft website and you need to sign in here as well. All right. So let's make sure you are using the same email address for both of these accounts. All right. Let's continue then. After you're setting up your email addresses in this both website, next you need to finish the learning modules in Microsoft modules. So what do I mean by that? I'm going to copy this one and I'm going to paste it here. Of course, you can search it. There is nothing wrong with searching. So if you search with fundamental C# Microsoft certification, it should bring you here. So you can see that learn C#, and of course, I will add this link in the videos in this video description so you can easily go to this link. So here you can see there are 6 modules, actually 6 paths. This is the first one and it requires 4 hours 37 minutes, and this path has many modules. So there are 6 modules in this path, and again each module there will be a lot of units as well. But all together there are 6 learning paths you need to finish before get the certification exam. So before you start the certification exam, in order to go for the exam first, you need to make sure you have finished all these 6 paths. Now let's talk about these paths a little bit more deeper. So as I said, there will be total 6 paths. Each path has multiple modules, and each module has multiple units. So you can think like that. Inside one path you have module, inside module you have many units. Altogether it's 32 hours, but the good thing is I have already prepared you for this entire course. So maybe you can just go through those multiple choice questions and you can answer in each unit. All right. And then here for part 1, what you are going to learn in part 1, it's basically you're going to learn C# syntax, variables, data types, string formatting, basic math operation, something you must already know if you have covered the C# fundamental course here. And then of course you're familiar with the part 2, but of course you need to go through this part 2 by yourself, and just you need to answer those multiple choice questions in order to make sure you're fulfilling the requirement. So here you're going to learn array, if else, naming convention, this and that. And in part 3 you're going to learn about the Boolean expression, if else, switch, loop, do while loop, for loop, those type of things. And then in part 4 you are going to learn about here the different type of formatting, string, those type of things you are going to cover, how to use array methods, string methods, those type of things in part 4. In part 5 you're going to learn about methods, how to create a method, how to call a method, how to pass parameters, those type of things. And one good thing about each part, they have a like guided project, so they will give you some tasks you need to follow, and also they will also provide the solution in the end. And in part 6, the last one, here you're going to learn something very essential for any software developer called debugging and exception handling. It's not just, you will go through the documentation. It's better to read the documentation as well, because maybe you'll learn something new, that's something you can apply in your knowledge. All right. And then you can go to the free Codecamp website and you can take all the quizzes. Let me show you here. So let's say here I'm going to search free Codecamp C# fundamental certification, and of course I'll make sure to add this link in this video's description. So here, if you go there, C# with Microsoft certification, and then what you can do, you can see there are different quizzes. Like if you expand, you can see I have already completed them, but in your case, of course, you need to complete these quizzes from 6 parts, and then you will be ready for the exam. A very important step to remember that you have to connect your free Codecamp account with the Microsoft account. So if you go to learn.microsoft.com and if you log in there, of course, then you can come to the menu, or if you click in this one, it will show you the settings. So you can come to the setting and you can go to the transcript, and from here you can share the link. So if you click the share link option, and you can create a link, or if you have already created one, you can copy that link, and that link will be needed here when you are starting at the beginning in order to connect both free Codecamp and the Microsoft. All right. So after that, you will take the test. And what about the test? How it's going to look like? There will be, let's say, 100 of question or 80 question, if I remember correctly, and they are going to be multiple choice question. And I'm sure they are not very tough, so you will be able to do that if you have followed my course or if you have gone through their, documentation. And how can you get the certificate? Make sure your Microsoft account is linked to free Codecamp. So in order to link, you need to go to the free Codecamp website menu. From where? Let me show you. So let's say you'll go here, and then you'll go to the setting. And after that, what you need to do, let's make sure we are following the instruction from here. Go to the setting, update your name. So you need to update your name at the beginning, which you want to show in this certificate. And then scroll further down and click button indicating agreement. So you will go down, there will be somewhere it will show the agreement things. So you need to acknowledge here, you need to agree before getting the certificate. And then finally you'll navigate to the foundational C# with Microsoft section. There will be one section called foundational C# Microsoft certification. And you can see that I'm scrolling down, that's the one. You need to come here and then you can click to claim your certificate. So this is something we're talking after you pass the exam, how to get the certification. All right. So that should be all, and this should give you some ideas how to get the certification. And one more thing, I would love to recommend you at the very beginning. So after you complete all this part, after you pass all these MCQs from all this part, then only then go to the free Codecamp quiz, finish those quiz, take the exam, and then claim the certificate. That's what you should do. I wish you good luck. When you get the certification, please do not forget to comment here so that I know this video helped you a bit.